StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 35, Augustus, the People's Savior. Helsin, Dorian District. This was once a well-deserved benchmark for Helsin's modernization projects, with harmonious and comfortable buildings, beautiful wide roads, orderly streets, neatly trimmed lawns, large green forests and mist fountains to absorb dust. Dorian District is world-renowned for its numerous leisure and entertainment facilities, including playgrounds, football fields, golf courses, Kaprulu Squash Sports Center, and Wild Racing Club. It is also a must-go place for superstars on their cosmic tours. Prosperous, advanced, well-equipped, and rich. When Augustus saw the past scene of Dorian District, he almost thought it was another Stirling. The layers of steel and glass buildings in the city center supported the sky blue dome, and the intricate urban viaducts and suspended train lines divided the entire city into countless different sections and small blocks. The city is located on a vast field, like an island in a green ocean. In the cool autumn season, the whole world will be dyed a surprising golden color. This place is somewhat similar to Korhal, a planet where modern metropolises and agriculture coexist harmoniously. This was indeed the case before the invasion of the Gammon Certus swarms. Augustus was riding in an armored vehicle of the Lundstein Division Command along the rural and urban roads of the Dorian Administrative District into the city. On the road, there was also a paratrooper unit of the Revolutionary Army on the march. They belonged to the Antigua Airborne Division and were commanded by a colonel who had served in the Heavenly Demon Platoon. On both sides of the road were thriving wheat fields. These varieties with thick and low branches were specially cultivated to cope with the strong winds in the Dorian region and could withstand the wind, sun and insect pests. If nothing unexpected happens, this year will usher in another bumper harvest. When Augustus looked at the fields through the car window, he could clearly see the huge gap in the green wheat waves. This unnatural and abrupt situation, the bright purple flash of the fungal blanket in the sun was clearly visible. Now, as the nearby zerg main nest and fungal clusters are completely cleared, these creeps will slowly fade away over time. Of course, the quickest way is to use fire to burn them all. Continuing forward, Augustus can see a group of inhabited colony huts. Most of these buildings are smooth semicircular buildings, shaped like an open eggshell. The roofs are equipped with solar panels, which are still movable, and can be opened when the weather is clear. But in Augustus' eyes, these buildings are obviously greatly damaged. Most of them have collapsed, or only lonely frames are left. Those houses that are still standing are wrapped with dark purple tendons and pulsating blood vessels and veins, looking like rotten apples with wriggling maggots. 2 days ago, there was a bloody slaughterhouse where alien creatures from outer space broke into people's homes and disemboweled them. Human skin and spines were hanging upside down under the eaves, and everything was like a scene in a nightmare. Are there any survivors? Augustus asked Kerrigan, who was sitting next to him. A little girl hid in the basement and escaped. Our warriors finally snatched her back from the zerg. Kerrigan said, the remains of the dead are difficult to distinguish, and even the bones are gone. The tragedy is more terrible than the worst traffic accident. People were cut up and eaten while alive, and others were dragged underground and watched the queen of the hive implant parasites in their bodies that would burst out once they matured. It's a tragedy on Earth, Augustus said. At this time, a group of people staggering on the side of the road caught his eye. Some of them were wearing overalls, sunglasses and frilly sun hats, and carrying tower-shaped buckets that only local farmers would use. The clothes and tired demeanor of these people told Augustus that they were refugees who were forced to flee their homes due to the invasion of the Zerg. After the Revolutionary Army regained the lost land, the natives were returning to their hometowns one after another. They all knew that their homeland was still dangerous, and any Zerg that escaped the purge could kill a large number of people, but there was no other choice. The Zerg invasion came suddenly, and most people fled their homes without taking anything with them. In the end, they had to risk returning home to retrieve valuables and necessities. Even so, many people worked in vain, because when they returned home, there was nothing. The small settlement that Augustus and Kerrigan talked about was completely abandoned because the residents would never come back. "Stop, Faraday," Augustus said to Corporal Faraday, who was driving. "What happened?" Faraday, wearing the Revolutionary Army's Gold Star military cap, turned his head and looked at Augustus. "You have seen the people who have suffered this." Augustus looked at him and said, "Do I need any reason to go down and talk to the people I swore to protect? But we don't know where these people are from, nor do we know whether their political inclinations favor us or the Federation." Corporal Faraday explained to Augustus, "The most important thing is that we can't tell whether they are carrying the Zerg virus." "Don't worry," Kerrigan said to Faraday, "they are not criminals with evil intentions. Even if they are, I can guarantee the safety of the Marshal. Even if the enemy is a whole swarm of Zerg, I will still say so. You are so kind and compassionate to the people. Only by thinking about danger in times of peace can we prevent it before it happens." Even so, Corporal Faraday stopped the car reluctantly. Because Augustus was not asking for his opinion on this matter, this was an order that must be executed. The first to open the car door was Kerrigan, who was wearing a Ghost Special Operations uniform. She got out of the car door with an elegant and flexible posture, while carrying the slender C-10 shotgun on her back. Over the past few months, Kerrigan has learned from Tacitor and Zarachel the ability of the Protoss to hone their combat skills. Although it is just the basics, she is obviously much more sharp than before. Even those high-ranking Protoss Templars who have lived for centuries are amazed at Kerrigan's talent. They will compare Kerrigan to the amazingly agile big cats in the rainforest of air, the graceful animals that can turn in midair and land safely. Not to mention how moved they are. The locals walking on the roadside are obviously scared. It is not an easy and pleasant thing to walk side by side with a huge army, but this is the only way to go home. "Madam, what crime have we committed?" A middle-aged man carrying a large woven bag stopped and said to Kerrigan, "This is a family of 5, and the father is walking home with his wife and 3 children. They may have driven out, but now there is no gas station to refuel. All oil storage facilities and high-energy gas springs are the focus of the Zerg. Just as crystal ore and high-energy gas are extremely precious natural resources for humans of this era, they are equally important to the Zerg and Protoss. Therefore, when fighting each other, the most strategic commanders will give priority to attacking and destroying the enemy's resource collection facilities and transportation chains. I'm not asking for accusations," Kerrigan explained to them. Then when the middle-aged man wanted to say something, Augustus had already walked out of the car door and stood in front of him. As soon as he saw Augustus, the man immediately stopped, being so nervous and scared. He was almost overjoyed and took out a wrinkled propaganda poster from his pocket, carefully comparing Augustus in front of him with the man on the poster. Augustus glanced at the propaganda poster and found that the character in the poster didn't look like himself. Augustus on the poster had a beard and looked older than he is now, which was consistent with the image he used when he pretended to be the federal sheriff in Marcera. Only the pair of cold grey eyes that always stare forward firmly are identical to Augustus, and his image on the propaganda posters is not fixed. This propaganda work is mainly done by the sons of Korhal and Ogbo agents who have infiltrated the Terran Federation. They try their best to establish a positive image for Augustus among the people of the Terran Federation. Augustus's elder brother Augustus Mengsk knows the importance of political propaganda and public opinion offensives, and he spares no effort in supporting Augustus. It's him, for sure. Augustus Mengsk, the savior of the people. The man pointed at Augustus and said, "I know you, my god. My eldest son is in the Revolutionary Army. I'm Augustus." Augustus smiled gently at the man's words. He was surprised when he heard the second half of the man's words, but he just looked at Kerrigan calmly, hoping that the other party could use his telepathic ability to remind him. Before this, the Revolutionary Army had never arrived in Hellsum, nor had they recruited soldiers in this world, but that didn't mean there were no Hellsum people in the Revolutionary Army. You may not know him. This is perfectly normal. Even a marshal can't remember the names of millions of people, not to mention that Jones is just an engineer. The man explained to Augustus before Kerrigan spoke. He was the first engineer on the Haganetha, he said. The kid also said in a letter last month that he had joined the Pantera Revolutionary Party. Although we don't know what that is, we are all sincerely happy for every achievement he has made. No matter where he is our pride. Hagen IV is one of the only 3 remaining Leviathan battle cruisers. Augustus recalled the name. The battleship's engineering regiment is affiliated with the Alpha Squadron. It was this heroic engineering regiment that repaired the damage and activated the emergency escape device several times when the battleship was on the verge of death, saving the meritorious battleship that had been in service for many years. He never talked about this to us. The man and his wife looked at each other, both feeling a little scared. When we heard that the Alpha Squadron was defeated by the rebels in Marcera, we all thought we were completely finished, the man said. But thankfully when Jones contacted us again, we all sincerely thanked you for your kindness. He said you were a great man, a truly good man. Jones Laslin was an engineer originally from Alpha Squadron. After Edmund Duke announced his joining the Revolutionary Army, the engineers from Alpha Squadron were also incorporated into the new fleet. Carrigan whispered to Augustus at this time. At that time, we were in great need of engineers, not those who built planetary fortresses or bunkers, but fleet engineers who had the ability to maintain and modify battle cruisers. They should also have a longer military service period, because a battle cruiser must be operated by professional personnel to ensure combat capability, she said. Jones must have joined the Revolutionary Army at that time. The Hagen IV is also in the Halcyon system. As a fleet engineer, Jones is not in the combat sequence sent to the surface of Halcyon, but I think I can help you see your son. Augustus nodded after hearing what Carrigan said, and after a moment of contemplation, he turned to his father who was looking at him eagerly, hoping to get more news about his eldest son. Thank you for your kindness, Great Marshal Augustus. It was you who saved Jones, and it was you who saved Halcyon, the man said gratefully. Without the Revolutionary Army, Halcyon would have been finished long ago. The Zerg are about to destroy the entire world, but we haven't even seen the shadow of the Federation fleet, the man said gratefully. They are always late. You are residents of the Dorian Administrative District, right? Augustus asked the man. How many people are planning to return here now? Quite a few people. Probably thousands. The man replied to Augustus. We all know that it is still dangerous here, but we have no choice. It took the people here 2 generations to build Dorian, and the Zerg destroyed our home in just 2 days. He said, but no matter what, this is our home after all, a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Well, don't worry, Dorian's Revolutionary Army will help you rebuild your home. Augustus looked at the man's wife and children, and found that they all felt uneasy. The man's wife was a typical Halcyon peasant woman. She was tall, and had a high forehead. The children were all around 7 or 8 years old, and they had strong bodies under the care of their parents. Even in Halcyon, raising so many children was not an easy task. Rebuild our home. Yes, we will rebuild it, the man said. Take my car, and go to Dorian. Augustus said to him at this time, it will be faster. It has nothing to do with your son Jones, who I respect. I was going to do this before I got off the car. Augustus looked at Corporal Faraday who was hesitant to speak. I will drive myself. Faraday, I hope my vulture car is full of gas. God, please forgive me. Corporal Faraday wanted to cry, but had no tears. If I didn't know how to read minds. Carrigan paused and said, I almost thought you just wanted to find an opportunity to race in the endless fields of Halcyon. Thanks for voting. Chapter 350 to Riot. Halcyon, a resettlement site for immigrants on the main continent. Everything is in ruins. The city ruins to the south of the resettlement site, in the afterglow of the sunset, outline the memories of the Halcyon people in the past, but it is now just a nest of insects covered with Zerg-grown fungal carpets, spines, blood vessels, intestines, chitinous shells and rapidly growing exoskeleton shells. City residents and animals infected by the Zerg virus still wander between high-rise buildings like midnight ghosts, and the queen of the swarm and the guardian of the hive are still left in the depths of those dark caves. The whole city has become diseased, and the buildings have completely become a hotbed for hatching infected people and deformed creatures. Some of the towering skyscrapers have been transformed into Zerg spires, with groups of dragons hovering above them. The city park, which originally had beautiful gardens, lawns, red brick roads and benches, is covered with corpses and Zerg excrement. Every time the people in the refugee resettlement area look at the ruins of the city, they feel extremely sad. They don't know how many people's property and family members have been destroyed in the catastrophe of the alien insect invasion. This refugee camp is very large. The engineers of the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps who designed it are obviously very experienced and have taken into account all aspects of the refugees' lives. According to the design, the refugee camp on the main continent can accommodate 250,000 people, which is enough to solve the resettlement problem of displaced refugees in the area. The refugee camp also provides people with food, clothing and personal security, which is widely praised by the people of Helsin. The modular roof panels used to build the refugee camp are directly airlifted to the surface of Helsin, and necessary facilities such as power stations and reservoirs are all available. There are cement roads between houses, and from time to time a team of transport convoys carrying refugees and supplies will pass by on the road. In the center of the camp, there is also a bright red flag of the Revolutionary Army, which reminds the people in the refugee camp who is protecting them from the wind and rain. In the center of the refugee camp, there is a landing pad that can take off and land dozens of APA transport ships at the same time. The transport ships taking off and landing on it are also responsible for transporting refugees. Since all the Revolutionary Army troops that landed on Helsin have returned to the fleet, only some junior officers of the Revolutionary Army and local militia are responsible for the protection of the refugee camp. When Augustus came to this refugee camp, the expansion area was still under intensive construction. Containers and tall scaffoldings that had just been dropped by transport ships could be seen everywhere. Several T-280 space engineering vehicles more than 10 feet high were using welding guns, claws and power drills to connect the supporting columns and frames of the supporting frame modular houses. Some of these T-280 space engineering vehicles still look too old, even after repeated painting and good maintenance. They are all old models that often have problems. Only marginal colonies and newly established colonies are still using them on a large scale. They are easy to collect in places like Marcera and Antigua Prime, and a lot of old goods that can be repaired and still used can be dug up in the giant recycling station in the Port of the Dead. The Revolutionary Army can now build their own space engineering vehicles, and the design of engines, onboard feedback modules and auxiliary thrusters is not an insurmountable challenge. In the past, the Revolutionary Army lacked factories to build engineering vehicles, but now these can be mass-produced in large factories in Antigua, Hedge and Altera. As Augustus stood in front of a two-story building under construction, space engineering vehicles were concentrating on welding cables and solar panels, which would greatly solve the refugees' electricity problem. When on the surface of the planet, the engineering vehicles use walking feet connected to the servo system to walk, and only use the thrusters on their backs when they need to impact in the face of danger or carry heavy objects. The T-280 space engineering vehicle is the cornerstone of construction and resource collection, and the cities, fortresses, mines, space stations and refineries that have sprung up from the ground are the best proof. Hey, did anyone tell me that your clothes are cool, Kundi? Jim Raynor, who was beside Augustus, tried to chat up a space engineering vehicle driver. I take this as flattery. Lieutenant General Raynor, I haven't seen you for a long time. The last time was when Titus and Colonel Hank messed up the Hyperion. The driver of the space engineering vehicle, Quendy Leareed, turned around and lowered the window in front of his cockpit. He saluted when he looked at Augustus. Marshal, I heard that the front line just won a victory. This is all because we have a wise and brave leader. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. This space engineering vehicle driver who belongs to the Hyperion Engineering Corps has seen Augustus and Raynor many times. He is also a technical team leader under Swan. He used to do technical research work and is also an outstanding engineer. The guys in the front line are all great, but you have also contributed to this. We are a whole, and we can't do without any of you. Augustus said as usual that all the members of the Revolutionary Army had made great contributions. He never took the honor for himself, which was even more obvious when compared with Edmund Duke, who was seeking fame. What did Titus and Hank do? After saying that, he looked at Raynor again. Augustus was not on the Hyperion at that time, and after he came back, The people on the ship obviously didn't want to disturb Marshal Augustus, who was busy with all kinds of affairs, with trivial matters. That happened last month. Titus drank some strong liquor and went crazy in the bar, knocking down 4 or 5 of the best guys. Raynor spread his hands and said, one of them was a Red Devil Firebird soldier who happened to be on a mission with Hyperion. You know what a hot-tempered villain their boss is, he said. Hank and Titus turned the bar upside down. Hank thought Titus was so good at fighting because he drank, so he also drank a few bottles of Red Star liquor. Guess what happened best? Raynor laughed and said, the guy got drunk directly, and Titus started dancing in the bar. Fortunately, they didn't break my record player, which is an antique. Augustus said, Hank is still a young boy, and Titus is old. Why is he still causing trouble everywhere? You are too partial to Hank. Kerrigan next to him said, well, Ikwandi, tell me what's going on here. Augustus covered his forehead and looked at Ikwandi, who was sitting in the space engineering vehicle. The cockpit of the space engineering vehicle was 5 feet, 1.5 meters, above the ground, and Augustus had to look up at him. As always, troubles are always coming. Ikwandi said to Augustus, the engineering corps has built refugee camps on planets invaded by the Zerg more than once, but the environment of each planet is different. The ground of Helsin is the most satisfactory of all the planets I have seen in recent years, but the Zerg may think so too. He said, when we first started building the refugee camp, we lacked cover. After all, we couldn't withdraw a few battalions to protect the refugee camps that had no strategic value when facing an entire swarm of Zerg. The Zerg often visited here, and then we drove engineering vehicles to deal with them with plasma melting guns, power claws and drills. It was really thrilling. A company or even a platoon is enough to deal with a few Zerglings or Hydralisks, but the captain in charge did not consider this. Augustus said, he has paid the price for this mistake. We can't blame an officer who has not received professional military education too much. We can only hope that his successor can learn from the lessons of his predecessors. Most of the officers of the Revolutionary Army were promoted from ordinary soldiers. They are experienced and brave in battle, but that doesn't mean they won't make mistakes. Later, the refugees moved in one after another. Kundi continued, but you can't expect everyone to appreciate your efforts. Many people are still complaining about the facilities in the refugee camp. Damn it, do they think our help is a matter of course? Some people even sneaked in to make trouble and destroyed important energy facilities. Even the Zerg have never caused us such losses. We are not here to thank you, but it is inevitable that people will be discouraged by doing so. If you don't want to stay here, you can leave. We didn't come to Helsin for charity. Raynor said. If we drive them away, those people will say that the Revolutionary Army oppresses civilians. Augustus said, at least most people still cooperate with us. At this time, there was another noise in the refugee camp. It seemed that someone was making trouble. What's going on? Raynor looked in that direction. I guess it's just another trivial matter. Ikwandi said, everyone who comes here is a victim of this war. It's inevitable that some of them drown their sorrows in alcohol. Some will also steal relief supplies, although what we distribute is enough for them to have food and clothing. Can they get alcohol at this time? Renault shrugged, is all this really worth it? Some of our good brothers stay here forever for Helsinki, and their wives may be forced to remarry for their children, just to save these scumbags. After all, the majority agree with us. Augustus said to Renault, be optimistic, Jimmy, haven't we seen enough absurd things? Oh, it's impossible not to be optimistic. When a person has experienced many things, Augustus, he will naturally look down on those hardships. Renault said, let's go and see what those people are arguing about. Well, I have to get back to work. Even if I told Swan that I was talking to Marshal Augustus Mengsk during the time I was delayed on the construction schedule, he probably wouldn't believe it. Ikwandi closed the window of the cab and continued his work. I hope that, when I see you again next time, we can already build a fortress in Tarsinus. Good luck with your words. Augustus responded. Augustus, Raynor Kerrigan and others walked along the road under construction to the center of the refugee camp and noticed that many people were also rushing from their houses to the scene of the incident. Augustus noticed that it was a relief point for distributing food and water, and next to it was a supply station warehouse for storing supplies. He looked at Kerrigan and said, "Can you sense anything? Now, the relief point is surrounded by people. Many people are talking at the same time. The air is filled with anger and tension, and anxiety is spreading among everyone. Several Helsin militiamen in blue power armor are intervening in the dispute. They are all locals who turned to the Revolutionary Army after the Revolutionary Army entered the planet. There are too many people here, and it's very noisy. I can't grasp the key." Kerrigan pressed her temples, with a light golden light flowing in her eyes. Rumors. Suddenly, Kerrigan caught something. Someone is spreading messages here, saying that the Revolutionary Army is going to cut off the food supply of the refugee camp to support the front line. Others say that, once the Terran Federation comes back, all those who betrayed the Federation will be liquidated. What a despicable trick. Don't forget who rescued them from the Zerg. Quiet. Augustus waved his hand, and Faraday's martial guards ran towards the crowd in neat steps, and lined up on both sides. Who is the culprit of this riot? If no one tells me, then everyone here must be investigated. The people who were arguing about something immediately quieted down. They could not ignore the armed martial guards and the golden wolf emblems on their bodies. The crowd soon dispersed, and no one stayed to explain what happened. Kerrigan and the guards quickly captured two people, a young man with a turban and purple hair, and a middle-aged man with a big belly. "Tell me, what did you do?" Raynor asked the two people who were brought to Augustus, while wiping his Colt pistol. The middle-aged man was about to say something, but Raynor began to load bullets into his pistol. "I have killed many people, the brave and warlike guild guards of the Kel-morians, the thugs of Marcera, and the criminals of the Port of the Dead. None of them are innocent," he said. "Lying is useless. We have ghost agents who can read minds here. Not necessarily the best in the universe, but definitely considerate. I will write down every word you say and distinguish every detail," Kerrigan emphasized. "I know you are working for the drug lord of Helsin. He instructed you to create chaos here, because he hates the anti-drug policy of the Revolutionary Army." She looked at another person. "As for you, you at least want to stir up chaos, and take advantage of the riots to get more supplies. Take him away, and send him to Antigua second to mine." Augustus pondered for a moment, and gave the order after a little thought. "I like your decision. I heard that there is always a shortage of people on the construction site, and in the mine." Raynor said, "It was not like this when the Terran Federation was here. You inhumane rebels, you will definitely pay the price." The fat middle-aged man who just wanted to get away with it, and now knew his fate, immediately shouted loudly, "It was not like this when the Terran Federation was here, idiot." Raynor cursed. "He is right. The system I established is to make it difficult for such people to do evil when they want to do evil." Augustus said. Chapter 353. Who is the terrorist? Hulcern, Dorian Administrative District. In the office of the Dorian Administrative Officer, Sarah Kerrigan, the Deputy Marshal of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, was collecting the documents on the Maplewood desk into a safe. Then she put several gold-embossed books on monarchy, Caprulu geography, and particle physics into another box. These were all Augustus' personal belongings. After the riot at the immigration settlement on the main continent, Augustus went to visit the troops and wounded who had just withdrawn from the front line. In the past few years, the Revolutionary Army was either fighting or on the way to fight. The soldiers burst out with a strong fighting will based on their faith, but they were mortal after all, and Augustus' encouragement was crucial. "We have been in Hulcern for some time." Augustus concentrated on the holographic star map projected on the wall, which showed the planets, satellites and asteroid belts of the Hulcern system. "Over the past few days, we have worked with the Protoss warriors to kill and expel countless Gamzerg, rebuilding the Order of Hilcian, which was on the verge of collapse. Millions of people have been saved by our arrival," he said. "Half of the citizen factories can resume operation, and some parts of the northern hemisphere have entered the autumn harvest stage. It is time to retire, now that we have accomplished our mission." Kerrigan knew what Augustus was thinking, even if she didn't use her telepathic ability to read his mind. The Zerg will not stop invading the Caprulu sector, nor will they stop their pace of craving genes and evolution, but at least we have stopped them in places like Altera, Verdona and Hilcian, Augustus said. More worlds have heard of our righteous deeds of saving the dying and the wounded, helping the needy, and our heroic deeds of confronting the Zerg head-on to defend humanity. More innocent people who are fed up with the oppression of the Federation have heard our voices for the first time. Even after the Revolutionary Army leaves Hellsum, the people here will remember our efforts on this planet to abolish the corrupt regime and make people live a better life. When the Terran Federation regains control of Hellsum, the oppressed people will remember us again, he said. It will no longer be the rulers and tycoons of the Federation Parliament who control the fate of ordinary people. The people of the Kaprulu sector must be able to decide their own future. Well said. The truth will come to light one day. Kerrigan took over Augustus' words and said, "You haven't eaten for 20 hours. How about some toast with Hellsin raspberries and mushroom juice? The kitchen also has Antigua yak and Telada caviar. I'll just have some number 10 rations and water." Augustus said casually, "Leave those for the wounded. I'm not one of those nobles. But you are a noble of Korhal IV. Kerrigan said, "I think only you can be called a true noble. The nobles of Tarsinus are not even as good as one of your toes. They are nothing more than the remnants of the old era that ruled this world, and they are dust that must be swept away." Augustus turned around and reached out to turn off the wooden holographic projector on the table. When Augustus put away the projector and handed it to Kerrigan, he kissed her smooth forehead and held her soft but rough hand. "Your hands and feet are cold, dear. You shouldn't always focus on me and ignore yourself." Augustus didn't realize that his words had made Kerrigan's eyes red. Perhaps this woman needed love more than he thought. "Marshal, the spaceship is ready." Corporal Faraday's voice sounded at this time, followed by the huge roar of the transport ship's engine. The spaceship landed directly on the lawn outside the city hall. Augustus didn't care whether the transport ship's deceleration thrusters would blacken the grass on the lawn and the whole piece of cloud marble. These are all issues that the next senior local official should be concerned about. With fiscal revenue alone, it will take a huge amount of money to maintain this city hall complex that looks like a rich man's mansion. Augustus put down his hand that was stroking Kerrigan's cheek, pushed open the door of the office, and saw Corporal Faraday, the captain of the guard, wearing power armor. "Tell the soldiers to pack up everything when evacuating. Don't leave any federal documents, tax records, or other useful things to the Federation." Augustus instructed Corporal Faraday, "If possible, I really want to take away all the luxury cars in the underground garage. Some of them are produced in the luxury car factory in Moria. The shipping cost alone is enough for us to build more than a dozen new residential buildings in Antigua." "No problem." Corporal Faraday nodded and took several locked portable safes from Kerrigan's hand. "We found a transport ship in the hangar of the Federation military base that is said to be from the Guild War period. It is enough to transport valuable things." Faraday said as he solemnly handed the box in his hand to several guards around him, although it might only contain a few books or other small things that the marshal liked. To this day, Augustus still writes letters to his mother, sister Dorothy, and nephew Valerian, so a portable personal terminal is indispensable. Arcturus occasionally received letters from his brother, and he was relieved that his father Angus had never received a letter from Augustus. Angus was only a marginal figure in the man who was occasionally mentioned. Any good thing that falls into the hands of the Federation is a waste. Augustus said with his hands on his hips, "This is the first time I feel that what that bastard Titus said is right." Even though at that time he was just trying to find an excuse for his behavior of stealing things from the Federation arsenal. "How do you know that he couldn't get something from our warehouse?" Kerrigan said to Augustus. He would also say that only old Titus would use the materials supporting the revolution in the right way. "Titus always wanted to make a fortune and retire, but when I was still in charge of the Revolutionary Army and keeping an eye on him, this guy didn't dare to do anything." Augustus shook his head and said, "You can't expect Titus to have a change of heart. So I always tell him, look, we are all poor, and if I find that a bag of flour and a cigarette are missing from the warehouse, I will definitely blame you, because there are no rats and thieves in the Revolutionary Army's warehouse," he said. "If I find out where a gun is missing, I'll tear your head off." As Augustus spoke, he had already walked to the lawn outside with Kerrigan and Faraday and took off on a common transport ship painted in gold and red. In the observation window of the transport ship, the once prosperous city of Dorian Administrative District gradually faded away, and the roads, that were once empty, were gradually filled with vehicles. The refugee camp outside the city was built with the efforts of the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps, and it was full of homeless people. When the Revolutionary Army left, they also took away the local militia and their families who had supported them in the past, so that they would not be persecuted. When the Terran Federation came to investigate, the people of Dorian Administrative District did not see off the departing Revolutionary Army, because Augustus did not say when they would leave Halcyon. When they left, the Revolutionary Army also left enough food and water for the people in the refugee camp for 2 weeks, enough for them to survive until the arrival of the Federal Army. Even if the Federation didn't care about the lives of these people, as long as they were willing to take action, Halcyon, which was full of farmland, would not starve to death due to shortage of supplies like the desolate colony worlds. The transport ship carrying Augustus, Carrigan and others rose vertically into the air and entered the huge revolutionary fleet with a strict array. The number of the revolutionary fleet was still expanding. Every time they arrived at a planet surrounded by the Zerg, there were always new refugee ships and caravans joining them, asking for the protection of this huge fleet. At the same time, the docks of the battle cruisers of the revolutionary fleet could also produce a small number of Wraith fighters and small spacecraft. As long as a large amount of resources could be invested, the mobile base donated to Augustus by the Umajan National Defense Army could also produce frigates and transport ships. In the observation window in front of the transport ship, the revolutionary fleet lined up in a row almost blocked the light between the stars. The fleet on the synchronous orbit was always traveling at high speed. The lights of 20 battle cruisers and thousands of fighters were like the lights in the city day and night. Compared with the majestic mountain-like hull of the Norad II, the transport ship's size was insignificant. When Augustus stepped onto the dock deck of the Norad, Lieutenant Colonel Pryor, who had served as the governor of the Federation's Mars era and was now the commander of the Revolutionary Army's 51st Division, was waiting for him there. In the Revolutionary Army, the troops with the first numbers were formed during the Korhal War of Independence, and they can now be called experienced and skilled divisions. Pryor's division was composed entirely of Chasera and Mars-era people. This was a newly formed division, but its combat effectiveness was no less than that of the several divisions originally formed by the Korhal people. The Mars-era people were originally a nation that admired the spirit of cowboys and warriors. Their ancestors were the first soldiers and miners to come to this planet to mine minerals, while the Chasera were the descendants of prisoners and early colonists. After the Zerg and Protoss completely destroyed the Sera twins, the people of the planet vowed revenge. Under the leadership of the wise and courageous former Mars-era Governor Pryor, the division quickly became a cohesive and brave army. However, this army hated the Protoss more than the Zerg. They always believed that it was the Protoss who destroyed their homeland, and this view did not change at all because of Tacitus' friendly gesture to the human revolutionary army. "Governor, how are you?" Augustus walked down the gangway of the transport ship surrounded by Carrigan and Faraday. "I heard that your troops performed very bravely in Altera, Verdona and Halcyon." He smiled and said to Pryor, who stood upright with his hands behind his back, "Today, almost everyone in the Revolutionary Army admits that Pryor's military talent is quite excellent, and he is also outstanding among the armies that can produce many generals." However, Pryor himself always believed that his talent in administration was much better than commanding the army, and his persistence in this regard was unimaginable. Someone reported to me that Pryor's division killed several times more bugs than other divisions, and only the Guards division and the 2nd division could catch up with them. Augustus continued, he had never seen such a person who could refuse the help of the Protoss, and destroyed an entire secondary main nest before the friendly forces arrived. "Your military rank is all earned by your meritorious service. I thought you didn't like our practice of excluding the Protoss-friendly forces." Pryor spread his hands. "It's already difficult for me to restrain my soldiers from shooting at the Protoss army. The Mars-era people are fine, but the Chasera people who don't know the truth have seen their lush and beautiful homeland burned to ashes by the Protoss fleet with their own eyes. Even now, the trauma at that time still torments the people there." Pryor is not a Mars-era person, and he even served as governor for only a few days, but he still regards them as his own people. Revenge. Yes, how can we not take revenge? Augustus nodded after a moment of silence. Hatred can inspire fighting spirit and turn cowards into furious warriors. One day, humans will stand among the stars, and all enemies who have hurt us will pay with blood. It was the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire that ordered the destruction of Chasera and Marcera, and Tacita was just the executor of this order. Karragan said at this time, if it weren't for Tacita, Antigua would have become the next victim. I think I can understand. Prior's dark eyes reflected the lights in the dock. The war between the stars will not change because of the will of a certain person, and the destruction of the planet is not entirely the fault of the person who gave the order. We are all very small and humble. I will tell my men that they should seek revenge on the Supreme Council of the Protoss. They don't even know what the Supreme Council of the Protoss is. Augustus said. It's not hard to understand. Everyone in the Revolutionary Army knows that the Federation Council is guilty of 1,000 deaths, and the same is true for the Supreme Council. Prior said, you may not know how much the people in the Ceres system hate the Protoss. In addition to killing a few more bugs, they are thinking about how to drop nuclear bombs on the Protoss planets all day long. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth. He said to Augustus, that's what you said. Practice what you have learned. Augustus shrugged. But it's best not to do that, unless it's a last resort. It depends on how you define this last resort. Prior made the same gesture as Augustus. The Federation fleet jumped in. It's the Red Squadron and the Gamma Squadron. They have about 17 battle cruisers. At this time, an alarm sounded in Augustus' ears. They are finally here. Prior said. We are really proud. Augustus sighed. Augustus, what are your instructions? The voice of Vice Admiral Jim Raynor came. Avoid the war. Augustus said, Jimmy, we'll leave right away, so our old friends in the Federation don't have to rack their brains to think about how to entertain us. The fleets. Oh my god. The Federation opened fire. They bombarded a space station full of refugees. Raynor, who was on the bridge of the Hyperion, suddenly punched the control panel. They are still attacking refugee ships and supply ships. Tell them that there are civilians on them. Augustus' expression suddenly became cold. It doesn't work. Raynor said. My father said that it's better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. They suspect that our people are in there, or they don't care about the lives of civilians at all. Thanks for voting. Chapter 354 Yamato cannons ready. Stop them. Augustus made a prompt decision. The Federation is slaughtering civilians wantonly. We are the only ones who can stop them. Turn. Raynor immediately issued an order to the entire fleet. Start the ship's side guns, calibrate the aiming parameters, and fire at all Federation warships that jump into the Helsing system. Sir, the enemy's intention is obvious. They want to delay us. If the fleet is stuck in the quagmire and cannot get out, other Federation squadrons will rush to Helsing and surround us. The speaker was one of Raynor's adjutants. He was the leader of the local Federation rebels on Antigua Prime, and was known for his calmness and inhumanity. Then they have to be able to delay us. Raynor said. At this time, Augustus rushed to the bridge of the Norad II, followed by Lieutenant Colonel Prior and Karragan on his left and right. When Augustus arrived at the bridge of the Norad II, the huge warship was turning its bow to fire at the Federation warships that attacked the refugee ship. As one of the few battle cruisers with a defense matrix, the Norad II can withstand more enemy fire. In an instant, orange-red flashes and brilliant flames emerged from the black deep sky. Nearly 40 unparalleled human steel giants were fighting in the synchronous orbit of Helsing. Thousands of gun groups stood in a row, and the shocking sense of oppression came over us. Bright orange laser beams flashed across the sky, like a dense net woven in space. A space station that survived the Zerg invasion was shattered by the gunfire of the Federation warships, and a terrifying flash of light broke out. The ships that escaped from the space station were submerged in the dense firepower net of the Federation fleet one after another. The shock wave caused by the nuclear explosion caused by the space station reactor completely tore apart the remaining support structure, frame, and dome of the giant alloy steel in the next few seconds. Augustus sighed again when he saw the space station falling apart. More than 50,000 refugees and staff members would die, and their once burning hearts would become part of the cold space forever. The Federation Navy had sufficient reasons and evidence to point out that the space station was a rebel military base, or that the unruly people in it had already betrayed the Federation. The Federation could also bite back and say that the massacre of the rebels in Helsin lasted for 2 weeks, and the bestiality of these inhumane anti-government element was outrageous. The flames of thousands of battleship turrets and the tail flames of space torpedoes intertwined in the deep space, and large numbers of battleships and fighters joined this massive battle. Even during the Guild War, fleet battles of this scale between humans were rare in the world, as the flagship, Norad II, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Large orange laser beams that were enough to tear apart the fortress heavily bombarded the green shield force field, creating deadly ripples composed of plasma streams. Parallel to the Norad II was the Leviathan-class battlecruiser, Heir of Thunder, whose plasma burst forth with strong light, burning its heavy steel armor plates like sparks from a ship. The old Leviathan-class and most of the Behemoth-class battlecruisers in service relied on the thickness of their armor to resist the fierce fire of enemy ships. Every battle would leave indelible scars on their hulls. The barrage of the Federation battleships covered the sky and the sun, while the firepower of the Revolutionary Army was no less powerful. The value of the shells thrown by both sides every second was inestimable. Those flexible Wraith fighters and smaller assault boats shuttled between the battleships' firepower nets, and just a touch was enough to turn them into a fleeting fireball. But even the battlecruisers could not ignore these powerful fighters carrying long-range air-to-air missiles, which had long replaced the old Avenger fighters and became the mainstay of human fleet warfare. Standing in front of the bridge window of the Norad II, Augustus' face was occasionally lit up by a series of dense laser cannon barrages. This sudden war was bloody and tragic. Countless red-hot plasmas were shot into space, bursting with infinite shining light, like torches all over the mountains in the dark night. They are still attacking refugee ships. There are wailing in the channels of these ships. Are the commanders of the Federation all deaf? The one who spoke was Colonel Jasper, the captain of the Norad II. He came from a wealthy farmer family on the planet Joss. Jasper had gone to Tarsinus Main Star to study, so he was accustomed to the extravagance and singing and dancing in the main city of Tarsinus. In the past, Jasper had angered the rich children of Tarsinus because of a woman. No one knows what Jasper has been through, but when Augustus saw him, he had already enlisted at the Revolutionary Army's recruitment site in the United States and became a fleet soldier. He was promoted to captain because of his outstanding performance in many battles and his outstanding talents. In the Revolutionary Army, anyone with talent has no shortage of opportunities for promotion. In the Federal Army, the nobles and those who have been promoted to high positions by virtue of their qualifications limit the promotion space for civilian officers, and there are many incompetent people in the Federal Army who are jealous of talents. 3 ships full of refugees are fleeing the space station. The second officer of Norad II, who was sitting in the command chair and staring at the outer space sensor monitoring screen on the other side, said, "The second officer is mainly responsible for the security and radio communication work on the battle cruiser, and he will also take over the other's position when the first officer is absent. The speed of the Ghost fighter is far superior to these transport ships, and laser weapons can catch up with them in the blink of an eye. Jasper has golden hair and dark green eyes. The gold-plated Revolutionary Army whip-ring logo on his captain's hat and the golden wheat ears on the ship badge sparkle under the lights of the bridge. Speed of life and death. This is the consistent image of the captains of the Revolutionary Army. They are not sloppy pirates, but respected captains of warships. The officers in the Revolutionary Army are generally young, and they are almost growing up with this rebel army. At the beginning, no one thought about how the uprising of Korhal IV would end, and no one expected that they would achieve such achievements today. But no matter what, this army originally composed of Korhal IV now gathers people with ideals from various planets. People of all kinds are gradually being molded by the blood and fire war in the Kaprulu sector into what Augustus envisioned in Korhal. I can hear the voices of the refugees. Kerrigan said, they are screaming and asking why human warships are attacking their own people. Help them. Augustus said. Increase shield energy output. Move to area 5, 71. Captain Jasper understood and ordered. Countdown 5 seconds after a dazzling flash, the Norad II moved sideways to the top of the 3 refugee ships that were dodging the gunfire, and the huge shadow covered the tiny ships and the gunfire fired at them. There was another sensation that shook the entire bridge, and missiles with red tail flames attacked the Norad II in an overwhelming manner. Not only that, Kerrigan continued, there are nearly 100 refugee ships scattered in the synchronous orbit of Halcyon, and they are all targets of the Federation warships. Then start the war. Let them know that their real enemy is a revolutionary army. Teach the Federation a lesson. Augustus' cold grey eyes swept across the hologram projected on the main screen of the bridge. On it, the green holographic projection light and shadow formed 37 battle cruisers distinguished by red dots, and there were countless missile paths drawn by supercomputers. We haven't hurt them yet, so that these scums will know that it's best to avoid the Revolutionary Army when they see it next time. We are no longer the same as we used to be, Colonel Jasper said. At this moment, the avatars of Jim Raynor and a dozen captains of the revolutionary battle cruisers appeared on the main screen. The captains were all dressed in neat command uniforms. Some of them looked even younger than Augustus, while others were old captains with grey beards. They still had retro pipes in their mouths, filling the pipes with tobacco from time to time, puffing out clouds of smoke. Swan said that the Yamato guns of the Hyperion are ready to fire. Augustus said in his coldest tone ever, no matter what his reasons are, let the gun crew take action now. The Yamato guns are not yet perfect in design. If the main guns are to be fired, other systems that consume a lot of energy, such as shields, must be shut down. And if they are fired before the test is completed, the effect will definitely be unsatisfactory. Raynor said. Now is the test. Augustus looked forward. I just want to see the flagship of the Red Squadron blown into a pile of scrap metal. Captains, you have only one mission. That is to attract the firepower of the Federation warships and cover the Hyperion's firing. Augustus said so, and the red light of the ship's guns outside the bridge illuminated his face. That was as sharp as a knife. Everyone, we always believe that this war that will inevitably cause the loss of lives is just. The fate of 820,000 revolutionary soldiers and tens of millions of people depends on every order you give. Yes, sir. The war between the fleets on Halcyon entered a white-hot state in just a few minutes. The synchronous orbit was a sea of fire, and the wreckage of the warships formed a large area of metal rings. No matter how the war ends, this area will be frequented by private salvage dealers and interstellar scavengers for a long time. Even a small piece of the battle cruiser is worth a lot of money. At the very least, there are always people willing to pay a high price for the maglev motorcycles and other souvenirs built from these legendary warships. The fleets of both sides kept approaching each other in the continuous exchange of fire, with tens of thousands of fighter planes and spaceships fighting back and forth between them. At 1700 hours on the ship, Augustus could almost see the crimson deck and blue Federation star flag of one of the battleships of the Crimson Squadron. The bridge command island of the Hagen was penetrated, and the deputy captain has replaced Captain Roan to command the battleship. As Kerrigan reported to Augustus, the monitoring screen of the Norad II showed that one of the battleships in the fleet, the Hagen, was in a serious state of damage. This battleship was dug out by Warfield from the ship museum of Abaddon on the Edge world. At that time, the Federation Navy planned to transform this old-fashioned battleship, which had been retired for many years, into a prison ship, to make the best use of it. Now, even though the Revolutionary Army engineers have thickened the ship's hull, it is still like an old man who is too old, and is about to fall in the hail of bullets, when it is deliberately attacked by the Federation battleships. At the same time, 2 other Federation battlecruisers were kicked out of the battlefield by the Revolutionary Army warships. When Augustus looked at the dazzling flash on the bridge, the Revolutionary Army's Behemoth-class battlecruisers Ragnarok and King's Wrath had severely damaged a Gamma Squadron battleship. A space torpedo that hit the bow of the ship tore a horrifying wound on its broad and majestic bridge. Augustus just watched all this intently, and occasionally issued new orders to various battleships and squadrons through the communication system. At 1703, the Yamato cannon of the Hyperion was fully charged. The muzzle of the gun, which accumulated nuclear explosion energy, flashed thousands of times in a few seconds, and the light released in an instant was like a small star. If it were within the atmosphere, the roar of the Yamato cannon, when it was fired, would be extremely shocking. The Yamato cannon was amazing when it fired, but the energy beam it emitted was not very huge. It was just a flash of red light, like a red comet moving at an incredible speed. It was a focused and compressed nuclear explosion, and the energy released suddenly was enough to destroy a city. In the time it took Augustus to blink, the Yamato cannon hit the Red Squadron's flagship, the Titan Leodon. This behemoth-class battlecruiser, regarded as a model by the Federation's military industry, adopted the latest generation of design. Its armor was also the most outstanding of this era, and its design goal was to be able to resist the Protoss plasma cannon. But this focused, compressed and nuclear explosion triggered an unprecedented nuclear explosion when it touched the Titan Leodon. The legendary battleship, known as the Pride and Throne of the Federation, burst into a huge fireball after a flash of strong light, breaking into two sections like a broken cookie, and the remaining fragments scattered around like a star rain. With just one strike, the Hyperion destroyed the battlecruiser that the Federation Navy was proud of, greatly shocking the other Federation warships and forcing them to retreat briefly. The Revolutionary Fleet's channel was filled with cheers like a tsunami. Raynor was so excited that he slapped his hand on the sharp edge of the console, making a howling sound. "Are all the refugees safe?" Augustus asked Kerrigan. "They have all evacuated Hellsom's synchronous orbit, and several of the warships have also accepted some refugee ships." Kerrigan replied, "Contact the Star Shuttle, the flagship of Tacitus' executor fleet." Augustus said at this time, "Tell the executor that we need their support and deterrence to the Federation." He then said, "Jimmy, take the Hagen, and we will evacuate Hellsom immediately. The destination is set to Marcera, where it all began. The bombardment of the Protoss fleet has turned the place into a scorched earth, but the bombardment of the main gun beam has also uncovered the crystal veins hidden deep underground, giving the minerals there some special properties. This means that Marcera is still worth colonizing. Misfortunes often bring blessings." Raynor sighed. Chapter 355, Rebuilding Masala. Chapter 355, Rebuilding Marcera. "You don't deserve this, Marcera." Jim Raynor knelt on one knee on the hardened black earth, letting the wind, that never stopped all year round, blow the dark brown cowboy hat on his head. "This is a land that was melted and cooled by the hot psionic beams and plasma hurricanes. The entire surface is glowing with the metallic luster of silicate steel gray and the glitter of glass. A huge crater is located more than a dozen miles away. It was the site of the Deadwater base. About a year ago, the Protoss fleet literally burned Marcera, and the attack points were mainly concentrated in human settlements and the main nest of the Zerg. Most of the refugees on Marcera were evacuated in time before the bombing of the Protoss fleet with the help of the Revolutionary Army, but their homes were destroyed. The destruction of Marcera was more thorough than that of Korhal IV, which was hit by a nuclear attack. If the latter turned into a scorched earth, the former was completely reduced to a cold and dead planet. Cities were reduced to ashes, mountains were pushed down, vast oceans and rivers were dried up in the extreme heat, and the earth was burned into glass. The natural landscape of this planet has undergone earth-shaking changes. All species have become extinct, leaving only low-level life forms such as lichens and mosses. Half of the atmosphere of Marcera has been stripped away, and the thin air and desolate surface have become even more unsuitable for human habitation. In the past, the colonists of Marcera could use the irrigation system to irrigate farmland on the planet's barren land, but now it is difficult to do so. Marcera was one of the first planets to be invaded by the Zerg, and it is also one of the few planets destroyed by the Protoss. Augustus, wearing a windproof military coat, stood beside Raynor, and the raging sand was leaving sharp scratches on this weathered coat. "Everyone thinks it's completely finished, but I learned that this planet still has a glimmer of hope." Raynor stood up and looked in the direction of Augustus. A camp consisting of hundreds of alloy steel and concrete buildings and grey living tents was clearly visible. That area once had a familiar name, the Purgatory Corridor. The Purgatory Corridor is no longer the winding huge canyon it used to be. It has been raised, and the surface has been broken and reshaped many times, and it is completely unrecognizable. Today, the mountains and huge cliffs have become plains, and the riddled caves and deep pits have formed lakes and streams composed of accumulated water. But under the strong star rays of the Sera galaxy, the lifespan of these lakes is very short. Mars Sera has become more desolate, with ugly black scars all over its surface, while even a moon like EG can find lush oases. This planet is no different from the many lifeless stone planets in the Milky Way. It has been marked as a tombstone on human navigation maps. Melted in ash, Mars Sera was actually very beautiful under the scorching sun. The silicified layer covering the ground exuded a metallic and crystal-like luster, making the entire plane look like part of a huge crystal. Near the camp that Raynor was looking at, there were countless crystal veins exposed on the surface, and countless crystal clusters gleaming with blue light shone brightly in the sun. These were crystal veins that were once buried under the Purgatory Corridor, but now they were completely turned out by the bombing of the Protoss fleet. The clusters of crystals gathered together were scattered everywhere, and they could be seen everywhere, as if they were within easy reach. It was almost not difficult to collect such crystals. You only needed to use a laser melting gun to cut them, and building a processing plant on site could save the cost of transporting raw materials. When Augustus was talking to Raynor, the camp was still under construction and full swing. The towers, scaffolding, cranes, and bulldozers were already ready, and the mechanical workshops of the airport, supply station and heavy factory were also rising from the ground. From time to time, a group of transport ships descended from the sky from the high altitude orbit and landed in the airport of the camp, bringing the indispensable supplies and construction materials for the workers and soldiers there. When I left Mars Sera, I thought that Elizabeth, John and I would never return to this sad place in a lifetime. Renault said. Fate is really wonderful. It is hard to tell when reality will give you a loud slap in the face, and when it will give you a few more candies. Mars Sera may not be the best choice for a habitable planet, but the resources stored there can make people ignore the harsh natural conditions here. For the original Mars Sera people, their lives might not be much better than they are now. Mars Sera can no longer support as many people as before, and it has to import food and water from other planets, but the output of minerals is enough to make up for this disadvantage. Augustus nodded and said, Antigua Prime alone is not enough. Another planet is needed to provide raw materials and military factories. He said, and the agricultural settlement of Agria provides food and medical supplies for these two planets. Augustus's revolutionary army not only has Antigua and Agria, but also has 7 other colonies established by Korhal IV immigrants, such as Hiji, Altera and Besha. However, the revolutionary army's rule in Hiji is not stable, and Altera is sparsely populated. The total population of the other Korhal IV sub-colonies is about 10 million, but they are scattered on the edge of the Kaprulu sector, far away from each other, and cannot provide much help to the revolutionary army. Mars Sera is far away from the core world of Tarsinus, and almost everyone thinks that it has been completely destroyed. There is no hope, and no one will pay attention to the affairs of the Sera system. Raynor said with a smile, we can just use this to develop the resources of Mars Sera. The Federation never thought that we would come back here again. Augustus smiled back at Raynor. We fought hard and shed blood to get to where we are today. Augustus and Raynor walked towards the camp together, measuring the charred land with their footsteps and picking up crystal fragments from the ground from time to time. These glittering crystal fragments were very conspicuous in the ashes. As long as you were patient, you could quickly pick up a large bag of crystal fragments, just like picking up coal that fell on the train tracks. Although there were no decent large beasts or mosquitoes in this desolate world, Carrigan and Faraday's martial guards always followed Augustus and Raynor. Each of them was fully armed to deal with enemies that might appear at any time. Soon, Augustus was walking closer and closer to the camp, and his pockets were filled with blue crystals. This was impossible in the past Mars Sera. If humans wanted to collect crystals, they had to use explosives and mining equipment. Now these precious large crystal veins were bombarded into small pieces that were easy to mine. Humans were like birds searching for insects in a plowed field or children picking up gold on the beach, collecting minerals on a completely destroyed planet with surprise. After being bombarded by the main guns of the Protoss fleet, these crystals underwent some other changes. The other energy contained in them increased the mining value of the crystal mines by many times. The same load of crystals could be used with a little refining, which made the value of Mars Era's minerals generally higher than ordinary crystals. The most obvious change was that the output of the Mars Era mines became much higher than before. We are walking on the treasures scattered on the ground, but no one has ever discovered it before, Augustus said, holding a broken blue crystal in his hand. At this time, they were very close to the camp, just under the sentry tower with the flag of the Revolutionary Army. These buildings, which were built only 2 weeks ago, were still densely spaced, with orderly roads in between. The doors of the warehouse, engineering station, armory and military camp were all open. Many engineers and workers wearing safety helmets were shuttling back and forth. A running factory production workshop was still cutting the crystal, or that had just been mined. Most of the workers were engineers who followed the revolutionary fleet to the expedition. There were also some Mars Era people among them. They all showed high morale. Although they only received the order to come to Mars Era to collect minerals, the workers regarded this as their lofty mission. The engineers in the Revolutionary Army knew very well that every crystal and every cubic meter of high energy gas they collected would contribute greatly to the entire revolutionary cause. The facilities in the camp were complete. In addition to emergency medical facilities, there were also leisure and exercise facilities. After all, the desolate Mars Era was as lonely as a battleship in deep space. There were dozens of such mining camps in Mars Era, and the number of people in each camp ranged from hundreds to thousands. Each mining point under construction would become an important collection point and industrial base in the future. In the future, once Augustus had the ability to carry out targeted large-scale immigration to Mars Era, the city would surely rise. Joey has opened a new bar near the original site of the Deadwater base. It won't be long before everything is fine, Raynor said to Augustus. As they were talking, the camp was still under construction. Hundreds of Type 280 space engineering vehicles were constructing the foundation of defense facilities in preparation for building a solid high wall. Augustus planned to build a solid fortress on the original site of the Whitestone base in the Purgatory Corridor. The fortress would also be named after Whitestone. The collection of minerals in the Purgatory Corridor will be completed within 1 to 2 years, and a new city will be built here by then. Kerrigan's voice rang out. The Federation would never dream that Mars Era would once again become their biggest concern. Augustus nodded. As Augustus spoke, he raised his head and set his sights on a silver cone-shaped structure that reached into the sky in the center of the camp. At this moment, there were engineers climbing up to deal with cables and circuits. Mars Era was one of the first planets invaded by the Zerg, which made it a forbidden zone for human ships during the First Total War, because it was very close to the Zerg's front. But the psychic jammers in the hands of the Revolutionary Army can effectively solve this problem. After many upgrades by Swan and Kaczynski's Nova Squadron psychic experts, the Revolutionary Army's psychic jammers have become more and more perfect. When the Silver Spire, that emits strong interference psychic signals to the entire star system at all times, is erected in the area controlled by the Revolutionary Army, even the most vicious Zerg Leviathans can't avoid it. The Silver Spire is thousands of feet high, more than 300 meters, towering into the sky, like a sword piercing the sky, and the powerful psychic jammer equipment on it can cover the entire star system, and it can also serve as a communication base station. The shape of this spire comes from the Korhal IV steel silver tower in Augustus' memory. As the landmark building of the city, the tall silver spire and the Mengsk family's sky tower that reaches the sky together constitute the consistent perception of Korhal IV city by people from other planets of the Terran Federation. The architectural style of the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps has the shadow of Korhal IV's Mercury-like steel frame and glass buildings, but it also absorbs the influence of other planets. Among the workers who signed up to work in Mars Era, the Mars Era people accounted for the majority. Of course, it can only be them, Raynor said. The people who fled to Antigua have just escaped from the Sea of Insects, and dare not return to Mars Era, which has been closely associated with the word alien Zerg. Now Antigua Prime has undisputedly become the core world within the sphere of influence of the Revolutionary Army. It is still absorbing refugees from various marginal worlds on a large scale, and the population has rapidly expanded to 25 million. Antigua Prime was originally a planet that had begun to resist the rule of the Terran Federation as early as 20 years ago. At this time, it has received great attention in places like the Federation's marginal worlds and the Umajan United States. Even in places as far away as Moria, the name of Antigua has been heard many times. In addition to refugees, the Ka people of the Umajan United States also went to Antigua Prime. They always believed that they were living in a foreign land on the territory of Umajan. Some Umajans who had ideals or simply wanted to participate in a war also rushed to Antigua. Regardless of their purpose, at least they were contributing their manpower. Augustus just smiled at what Raynor said. We have arrested tens of thousands of federal officials in places like Wodona and Helsin. It's time for them to undergo labor reform. That's it, Raynor said. Marshal. The exploration team found a Kel-morian camp in the Lightning Canyon 17 miles away. Suddenly, a guard on duty with a red armband came to Augustus. Lieutenant Roland asked you how to deal with these Kel-morians. It seems that the minerals of Marcera have also attracted other people. These are the Kel-morians. Wherever there is a crystal mine, there are them, even if they know that the place will cost them their lives. Raynor's prejudice against the Kel-morians has never changed. Money is more important than life. What do they do? Augustus asked the guard. It looks like an ordinary mining guild. The guard said. Catch them? Kerrigan looked at Augustus with emerald eyes. Or get them out. That's not good. Raynor said. They are just a group of miners. Show your identity. Augustus said. Let the leader of these miners come to see me. There is no need to expel the Kel-morians from Marcera, provided that they abide by our rules. Chapter 356. Char's Psychic Scream. Marcera, Whitestone Fortress Command Center. Augustus leaned over the long combat table in the command room and occasionally stood up to take a stack of reports from the mining area and the fleet from Kerrigan, who was walking around. The height of the command center was high enough to overlook the entire fortress under construction. The island-style command room on the top was surrounded by bright glass on all four sides. Augustus only needed to look up to see the military camp, warehouses and symmetrical anti-aircraft missile towers. On the battle map composed of holographic projections, hundreds of Federation colonial worlds shining with faint light were clearly visible. Hundreds of billions of planets were like dust composed of light, with Tarsinus as the center and many planets distributed linearly to the edge of the Korhal sector. When Augustus turned the star map composed of light and shadow, some planets flickered gently. Edna, Atticus, Taurus, Blassus, Pontifu, Sigmaris Prime. These planets were marked with the red and blue flags of the Terran Federation, while Antigua and Marcera were marked with the red emblem of the Revolutionary Army. Other distant planets, such as Luria IV and Enis, are marked as mining colonies of the Kel-morian Combine and affiliated worlds of the Umajan United States. The Kel-morian Combine once had a vast territory and countless mining worlds, but now it has shrunk to a corner of Moria. The expansion ambitions of the Umajan United States are far less than those of its two brothers in the Korhal sector, so its sphere of influence has always been limited. The planets of the Revolutionary Army located on the edge worlds are almost overlapped with the Zerg's Nest world, which invisibly makes the Federation fleet dare not go deep. The planets of the Protoss have always been hidden in the fog. Augustus only notes that the Protoss Empire had many colonies in the Golden Age. On the three-dimensional holographic projection of Marcera, there are fleets of the Revolutionary Army and the Protoss Expeditionary Force, and Zarachel's troops are always hiding in the shadows. Where are the Kel-morians? Lieutenant Roland should have brought their mining console here by now. At this moment, Augustus suddenly remembered something and looked up to ask Kerrigan, what's going on? Kerrigan looked at Augustus and said, I'm checking with the lieutenant's troops. Point just received an urgent report from Roland's platoon. Something must have gone wrong. Augustus said, pick it up. Roland Oram calls the command center. We need reinforcement. When Lieutenant Roland's voice came from the communication channel of the command room, Augustus and Kerrigan heard the sound of Gauss rifles firing. When they heard the familiar sharp insect chirping, their expressions immediately became serious. Marcera has Zerg. Who are the enemies? How many people, insects, are there? Augustus' voice was still very calm, without any panic. Infected Kel-morians, mutant Zerg. Lieutenant Roland's voice was intermittent. They are pouring out of the mines, and we can't resist them. A few screams came from the Revolutionary Army lieutenant's channel, but they were not made by him. called Jim over. How many troops do we have available at present? Augustus frowned. Marcera has a psychic jammer. Where did these Zerg come from? Could it be that the bombing of the Protoss fleet did not completely clear the Zerg on the planet? Whitestone base is guarded by 2 full battalions of the Guards Division and 2 platoons of Red Devil Firebirds. The mobile force that can arrive the fastest to support is the Reaper's Death Company. Kerrigan said. The Reapers are the elite among the elite. Order Captain Zyro to immediately go to the location of Lieutenant Roland's last upload. Augustus immediately ordered. Dispatch a battalion of guards and have the Firebirds prepare the fuel tanks. Clear the Zerg first and we can figure out what happened. He said, get the command vehicle ready. Tell my officers that I hope to hear reports that they have settled everything when we arrive at the scene. Yes, sir. Kerrigan said. Augustus picked up the gloves he had placed on the combat table, walked out of the command room, and came to a wide passage consisting of a slope. Jim Raynor, who was rushing over, bumped into him. You're just in time. Augustus said to Raynor, Jimmy, maybe we have to command the troops. The entire Whitestone fortress acted according to Augustus's orders, and fighter planes roared over the fortress. The workers stopped to ask the passing soldiers what happened, and everyone mentioned the war. The flow of people in the barracks moved quickly, and the soldiers put on power armor and weapons as quickly as possible. Tanks and Goliath-armed robots also drove out of the garage, and the steel torrent rolled forward. 2 reorganized Air Force Ghost squadrons also came to Augustus for support. When it came to the problem of Zerg, everyone's nerves were highly tense. When the armored command vehicle that Augustus was riding arrived at the entrance of the tunnel in the Kel-morian mining area, the air was filled with the smell of burnt protein and blood. This is a mining area building complex composed of alloy buildings and sheds. A wide road runs through the entire miner's residential area and leads directly to the mine. Now this road is scattered with various tools and personal belongings of Kel-morian miners, and there are stinking red blood stains everywhere. Some brown-gray Zerg chitin covers the surface of these buildings, but it is not obvious. The tender granulation extends on these buildings like creepers, slowly wrapping everything in it. Weird and twisted infected corpses can be seen everywhere. These monsters with protruding spikes and deformations are lying on the road in all directions. They are either shot into sieves or burned into ashes by firebats. A few hundred yards away was the entrance to a tunnel that led directly underground. There were firebats with golden and red demonic symbols painted on their armor. Even now, they were still blocking the entrance of the tunnel and using their flamethrowers to burn the monsters pouring out of it. The crackling sound of burning continued. Lieutenant Roland, can you tell me what happened? Augustus picked up a piece of flag with the kilometer logo from the ground. The letters on it representing a family guild in Moria had long been erased by blood and flames. Marshal, I didn't complete your task. Lieutenant Roland was a short-statured Minho woman. He was an exception among these generally sturdy family members. However, Minho's creative and tenacious qualities were also clearly revealed in Roland. It's not your fault. Augustus waved his hand to signal him to calm down. On the contrary, I want to commend you for your heroic performance in this encounter. Fighting is our duty. Roland saluted Augustus and said. Then, Roland began to tell Augustus what had happened. At the beginning, we did receive signals from the Kel-morian, repeatedly telling us that they belonged to the Vito Mining Guild. But after we entered their camp, we found that it had long been infected by the Zerg. There were hideous infected creatures everywhere, and no living person spoke to us anymore. The mercenaries guarding this place had long been dead, and their bodies were torn into pieces and covered with pus. He said, those creatures infected with the Zerg virus are slow in movement, but once they die, or get close to my soldiers, they will self-destruct, with a power greater than our best pulse grenades. Most of the casualties in my troops were caused by the self-explosion of the infected. So, it is impossible for anyone in this area to send you signals anymore. So who was the person who initially contacted you? Renault, who was standing next to Augustus, stared at the mine where the mutated creatures were still gushing out. We can't figure it out, General. Lieutenant Roland showed an embarrassed expression on his face, but the machine can't speak for itself. Judging from the current situation, it is unlikely that there will be any survivors here. Kerrigan also said. "Lieutenant, we found the remains of the leader of this Kel-morian mining team in his private room, and a strange corpse. A revolutionary soldier who ran over quickly reported to Roland and Augustus. Let's take a look." Augustus asked the soldier to lead the way. "We must find out whether these monsters have escaped the artillery fire of the Protoss or just came from somewhere else," he said. Augustus didn't walk far before he came to the company residence mentioned by the soldier. It was a higher-end house with glass windows and wooden floors, which was used to show the difference in status between the company and other mining team members. In this small house, overturned cabinets and piles of clothes were mixed with bloody stains. A man lying on his stomach in front of a table raised his head and looked at the still-lit laptop screen in a very monstrous posture. His blue-green uniform was pierced by protruding muscles, spikes, shells and teeth. What made Augustus and others shudder was that a sickle-shaped brown-black spike from a piece of Zerg tissue was deeply piercing the man's spine. "What is that?" Raynor was always very courageous. He took a photo frame from the table. On it was a photo of the man and his family. On the back of the photo was a proverb from the satellite of Moria. The handwriting and style were very beautiful. The general meaning was that the shooting star looked forward to the moon, and I will wait for you to come back. The swarm controlled him. Kerrigan wrinkled her nose. They kept this man's brain and controlled him to send information to the outside world, but it seems that there is more than that. I read some sad news from this living brain. Kerrigan walked around the man's chair a few steps. They discovered Marcera long before us, and this was just an exploratory mining. Despite being in a dangerous Zerg-occupied area, the CEO of the Vito Guild still promised a generous reward, and there must be brave men under a big reward. Kerrigan said. So the bravest people in the guild came with the mentality of giving it a try, and the other members of this mining team were indentured workers bound by debts and illegal contracts, she said. The Kel-morian mining team soon discovered an underground mine that was preserved during the bombardment of the Protoss fleet. This mine is thousands of feet underground. Inside it are extremely precious special crystal deposits. This crystal ore has a golden glow and is worth twice as much as ordinary Adian crystal per standard load unit. Is it psionic or gold ore? Augustus said in a barely audible voice. No matter what, clean up this mining area immediately. I heard you all. Tell Hank's bad boy arsonists that we need to keep moving forward. Raynor ordered. Immediately draw personnel from the Reapers, Firebats and Rangers to form a vanguard. I will lead the team myself. Deep in the mine is a bottomless nest, which contains a large number of cave bats and a large number of infected humans infected by the Zerg. Kerrigan said, the first person to enter the mine to explore brought the terrible monster back to the people. Before they could figure out what was going on, they were torn to pieces by the monsters that lurked during the day and came out at night. I suspect there is at least one Zerg queen hiding in this mine. This creature possesses some obvious intelligence that allows her to use simple strategies to capture prey through traps or ambushes instead of attacking head-on. Go deep underground. Augustus looked at Kerrigan. We all know that the Protoss attack on Marcera was not as thorough as we thought, and not all main gun beams penetrated the Earth's crust. If an underground hive is lucky enough, they may escape the catastrophe. This is a warning that Marcera is not as safe and far from the pests as we thought. The Zerg may be hiding underground, waiting for the opportunity to revive, he said after thinking for a moment. Send mopping up forces to all parts of Marcera to search for all Zerg hives that may have survived, focusing on those areas where the Zerg have appeared before. Let Colonel Pryor and Hanik's troops take charge. The soldiers from the Sera system are always eager to take revenge on the Zerg that once invaded their homeland. Bury these Kel-morians. Augustus looked at the album in Raynor's hand, which showed a photo of the Kel-morian leader and his fiancée. Try to find his family as much as possible and send back the relics. I'll arrange for someone to go right away. Kerrigan suddenly covered her forehead while speaking, and Augustus immediately hugged her as she was about to collapse. Scream. What? I didn't hear anything. Augustus was sure that he didn't hear such a sound. That came from Adam. Maybe you need to rest, dear. Augustus supported Kerrigan. Not long after, a dark shadow appeared in front of Augustus again, and Zarachel emerged from it. Augustus, my brother, the prophecy confirmed my concerns. The human Seeker who escaped in Hiji has been reborn on the Zerg's hive world Char. The Dark Archon Zerachel, dressed in purple robes and black armor, appeared like a gust of wind. Just now, what we heard was the first scream of the creature born from the sinful amniotic membrane. This scream resounded through the stars and spread far into the void. I heard a warning. Zerachel said to Augustus. The trajectory of the stars is just a stone thrown by the Zelniger. The fog will eventually dissipate, and in the darkness, all the truth will be revealed. It doesn't sound good. What happened? When Zerachel appeared, Raynor also looked over. Stop talking nonsense, Zerachel. You'd better tell me in one sentence what that inexplicable thing is about. He said, I almost forgot about what happened on Hiji. Can't you bring some good news, my friend? Chapter 357, Blade King. It's a long story. Zerachel still looked exhausted, wearing a purple cape wrapped in dark brown leather, and his dark, well-defined face seemed to be condensed with frost. In the wind and sand, the green light in Zerachel's eyes also shone like a new star. To make a long story short, Augustus looked around. These are all trustworthy people. My subordinates will not leak secrets. Haha. Raynor laughed. Zerachel's voice transmitted to Augustus and others' brains was similar to the chuckle of a human elder from the throat. This was a kind expression he learned from humans, and it was also a manifestation of the humor of this race. There are Zerg here. The wise Protoss's eyes swept through the house, and when he saw the Kel-morians wrapped in the Zerg's hypertrophic shells and appendages, the distance between his eyes became a little smaller. Obviously, this was beyond his expectations. I suspect that some of the Zerg survived the attack of the Tacitor fleet, or that the Zerg had deployed a hive force here before we arrived. Augustus replied to Zerachel. There may still be a group of Zerg that have escaped from the swarm lurking in Marcera. They are a hidden danger that may erupt at any time. My Dark Templars will assist your warriors in hunting down the Zerg in Marcera. The hunters of the Zarathai tribe are best at hunting prey on planets like Shakurus. It's really endless. At this time, Kerrigan covered her forehead again, making Augustus realize that the so-called psychic scream from Char has not ended yet. Guys, is there any way to stop that damn scream? It's like 1,000 people yelling in my ears. I think the best way is to get rid of the guy who screamed. Augustus hugged Kerrigan in his arms, and although it might be useless, he still covered his ears with both palms. Zerachel, if you know anything, maybe you can tell us about Char. He's still screaming with fear and joy, like a newborn baby feeling the warmth of the sun and the bone-chilling cold of the night for the first time. Zerachel suddenly tilted his head and looked up at the sky, as if he could see the planet Char covered with lava and volcanoes through the roof. The human from the planet Hiji, who was originally Gabriel Tosh, was transformed by the master of the evolution of the Zerg, Abatha, in the Zerg nest. He has shed the weakness and frailty of humans, and has been truly reborn. He said. Just now, Gabriel Tosh broke out of the cocoon that nurtured him and was reborn. He proudly accepted the new name given to him by the Zerg, and proclaimed his existence to the entire universe, the Overlord of the Zerg, the son of the Overlord, the Prince of Blades. This is a hybrid of Zerg and human, an unprecedentedly powerful Seeker. The psychic screams he emits echo among the stars, and only people who are related to him, and powerful Seekers can hear his voice. Prince of Blade, the Zerg suffers from lack of education. Raynor complained. Is he the Seeker we lost in Hiji? You mean, the Overlord turned him into a Zerg? Why do you know so much? What the hell is that Abatha, the master of evolution? It sounds amazing. The scream contains a strange dream, including Gabriel Tosh's memories of the past and his longing for his grandmother. Zerachel said, I also learned about his transformation by the Zerg on Char. Abatha is one of the creatures created by the Overmind. It is different from those brain worms. He is responsible for absorbing and reconstructing new genetic essence to join the Zerg. Abatha is the creator of the continuous evolution of the Zerg, the key to the Zerg's near perfection, and the steward of the huge gene library. I saw that vision. Tosh changed from a human into a monster with insect limbs. The dreadlocks on his head turned into poisonous spikes, and behind him were a pair of forked bone wings with membrane wings. Kerrigan finally got rid of the interference of the scream. He has awakened, and proudly swore his existence to everyone. Tosh is full of hatred for the Terran Federation because he believes that it was the Terran Federation that killed his grandmother and left him to the Zerg. He is still screaming? Augustus asked Kerrigan. Better now. I think he may be tired. Kerrigan supported Augustus' shoulders but seemed unwilling to break free from his embrace. So, this is true. Augustus looked at Zarachel and said, a new Zerg agent has been born. He will achieve revenge on the Terran Federation. He said, fortunately, we are not on his revenge list. But will the Zerg care about the difference between the Revolutionary Army and the Federation Army? In an instant, the image of Gabriel Tosh flashed through Augustus' mind. His black skin, thick lips and milky white skin overlapped with the image of Kerrigan, the Zerg Blade Queen. Does it feel weird to hold me? Kerrigan suddenly broke free from Augustus' arms. No, of course not. Augustus shook his head and looked at Zarachel again. Tacitus should have heard it too. What does he think about it? In fact, almost all the Protoss heard it. Zarachel said, the Protoss' keen perception of psychic energy makes it easier for us to feel the psychic waves that pass through the universe. That's why I came to you. Zarachel said, we had decided to set off to Air, but Tacitus and I both think that this new creature is extremely dangerous. He combines the psychic power and strategy of humans, and also gains the immortal body and continuous evolution of the Zerg. He said, for us and all those who are enemies of the Zerg, this is a formidable enemy. Prepare a shuttle. I will rush to Tacitus' flagship Star Shuttle immediately. Augustus said to Corporal Faraday, the captain of the guard beside him. No need. If you want to find Tacitus, you don't have to go there in person. Zarachel stopped Faraday, who was about to arrange this matter, and said he should have reached Mars-Era. As Zarachel was speaking, a cylindrical Protoss spaceship shining with a golden blue luster had already landed on the docking platform of the Kel-morian mining camp. Tacitus and several high-ranking Templars in blue vestments walked out of the iris exit of the spaceship. Augustus' Protoss friends were able to sense his presence through their powerful psychic senses and connections with each other, which was why Tacitus and Zarachel always knew where he was. When he first arrived here, Tacitus was also surprised by the appearance of the Zerg, and he immediately said that his Templars would lend a hand to Augustus. This means that the Protoss Templars and Dark Templars will also set up an outpost on Mars-Era, garrisoning a few hundred or fewer warriors. On the planet, controlled by the Revolutionary Army, Antigua has a force of 200 Dark Templars who are alone in clearing out the Zerg that escaped the cleansing on the planet. Their strongholds and bases are still unknown to the public. Only Augustus and Antigua's new governor and general know the exact location. High Templar Orion will help you clear the Zerg on the planet Mars-Era, Tacitus said as he looked at the twisted bodies of the infected in the camp. Tacitus' care for Augustus and other humans can be said to be meticulous. In his heart, supporting the weak has always been the responsibility of the Protoss. However, this can also be said to be for Augustus' sake. Zarachel has already told you about the changes in Char. Tacitus then said to Augustus, the monster newly created by the Overmind is extremely terrifying and cannot be ignored. Gabriel Tosh's screams are a constant reminder to us that the new Zerg Lord must not be ignored. His spirit will become stronger and stronger over time, and such a threat must not be ignored. To be honest, I don't quite understand what you are talking about. Raynor took off his hat and stroked his recently shaved head. After getting married, Raynor no longer cared too much about his hair. He preferred a cool hairstyle. During the war, a shiny bald head was always easy to manage. Okay, a terrifying and dangerous existence has appeared in Char. He is very scary and his screams can be heard throughout the universe. Raynor imitated the tone of the Protoss. I can probably understand how scary he is. If a tone-deaf guy sings in the bathroom and the whole universe can hear his singing, it must be a very scary thing. Then what exactly is he? Raynor's tone returned to normal. Can the person infected by the Zerg destroy an army alone? Or can he also command endless swarms of Zerg like the brain worm? What you said is exactly what we should worry about. Zarachel took over Raynor's words. The Zelnaga mentioned the variables in the dark, but his words were as vague and unclear as before. The gods must not be able to tell the truth of the incident directly, so they can only express it through fragmented words. I don't know what kind of abilities Gabriel Tosh has. Tacitus said, this is exactly what I want to find out now. I must evaluate it and confirm the extent of the threat he poses to my people before I can decide what actions to take. In any case, if an enemy is a threat to us, we can't just sit there and do it. Augustus nodded. Kill the new Zerg Lord and eliminate the threat forever while he is still weak. Kerrigan could still hear the unspeakable screams from time to time, but now it could no longer have much effect on her. But at what cost? How many more warriors must we sacrifice for this? Let my Dark Templar secretly eliminate this threat. Since we can kill the Cerebrate, the same can be said for this new monster. Zarachel gave his own solution. Even the Dark Templar may not be his opponent. The transformed Gabriel Tosh is not the Zerg that has no self-protection ability like the Cerebrate. Tassada said. You said that this monster hates the Terran Federation? Raynor suddenly remembered something. Then there is no need for us to make enemies with him. We can just let him deal with the Terran Federation fleet. We must see it with our own eyes to confirm whether he is a cold-blooded Zerg or a poor man who still retains a trace of humanity. Tassada said. It's time to return to Aya. We are worried about more than that. He said. The Swarm Master has left Char's lair. No one knows where it is now. The only thing we know is that Aya is under more and more attacks from the Zerg. Before that, we must stay in Char. If this is indeed a formidable opponent, then we must all remain vigilant in the years to come. In human terms, Tacitus' subtext is to test the quality of this Gabriel Tosh. If Tosh is indeed very powerful, then he will bring enough people next time. If Tosh is vulnerable, then he can be killed directly to eliminate future troubles. I have no objection. Augustus said. During this time, you have been helping us retake our homeland occupied by the Zerg and rescue refugees. Now, it's our turn to help you. Even if you are likely to be accused and arrested by the Supreme Council, are you going to return to Aya? In the past 6 months, Augustus's revolutionary army has traveled to many marginal worlds of the Terran Federation and established enough prestige there. The planets in the hands of the revolutionary army have also begun to flourish. The Federal Army is decadent, and the revival of the Terrans can only be achieved in the hands of the revolutionary army. I'm grateful beyond words. The Zerg are about to destroy our sacred homeland. I can't imagine that the Supreme Council is still thinking about dealing with the sons of Aya who have returned to their homeland without hesitation. Tassada didn't quite believe what Augustus said. He thought that the Supreme Council would not be so stupid. They have sent new executives and arbitrators to arrest you from afar. Why do you still have illusions about the Supreme Council? Zarachil pointed this out sharply. If that's the case, Tacitus said sadly, then we will have to start a brutal civil war with our people when we return to Aya. Fracture among our own people. I can't believe it. You can't help but not believe it, Tassada. Raynor shrugged and said, if the Federal Parliament of the Terran Federation is willing to sit down and talk things out, the Revolutionary Army won't have to fight them in the hail of bullets. Notify everyone that the entire fleet will leave Marcera for Char into standard Earth days. Augustus nodded in agreement and said, after this, Agria will take on the responsibility of transporting supplies to Marcera. At this time, the commander of a firebat team that was clearing infected people in the mine came over and handed Augustus a 4-prism crystal found in the mine. This crystal, which was burned hot by the plasma flame, emitted a golden light in the sun. It has another name, Dark Gold. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, Will of the Swarm. Evolution, complete. Gabriel Tosh, a former hedge voodoo cultist and the new Swarm Master, used his strangely twisted palms to tear at the tough and elastic skin of the cocoon, and kicked the hardened exoskeleton outside the cocoon with his strong and powerful legs. Human organism, primitive mind, remove the dross, and make good use of it. Tosh easily used the claws extending from the ends of his fingers to tear open the skin of the cocoon, like a sharp pair of scissors cutting white paper. He tore open the cocoon and breathed the first breath of air of his rebirth in the soft and warm evolution chamber of the Char hive. Independent thinking, the will of the swarm. Both. The cocoon shattered like a cracked skateboard or eggshell, breaking into several petals. In a beast-like roar, Tosh shook off the sticky green mucus on his body, revealing his grey-green skin and back covered with a layer of chitin. Additional pairs of spikes extended from Tosh's back, shaped like a giant spider, and the end of each spike on the back was secreting sticky yellow venom, like the venom glands of a venomous snake. Lack of wings, unexpected. I can't understand it. Continue to study. The skin color is greener, puzzling. Get out of here. Tosh felt unprecedented power, as if he could tear apart the Goliath-armed robots of the Terran Federation at will, and tear apart all those arrogant soldiers. And this power was definitely not something his thin and weak body could have. When Tosh opened his eyes, that were glowing with mixed yellow light, he saw for the first time the green monster that buried its body in the cavity of the evolution pit. This monster was as huge as the hydralisks that appeared on the planet Hagi. Its swollen head was covered with glowing bubbles, squirming and emitting green fluorescence. Although its huge head was almost disproportionate to its body, its face was almost flat, with an ugly and distorted face, and at least 4 terrifying insect eyes. It has many short arms, some of which seem too short. Among them, there is a pair that is more sturdy. Its fingers are as flexible as those of humans, and it can perform many complex movements such as grasping. Get away, you monster. Tosh emphasized again. He was surprised to find that he did not speak, but directly expressed what he wanted to say to the monster in front of him through psychic power. Tosh knew the name of this monster. It was one of the earliest creatures created by the Overmind, and the master of evolution in charge of the evolution of the Zerg, Abatha. In the Zerg, having a name represents the strength and qualifications of this alien Zerg. Zerg, supreme. Abatha clasped his hands together, like a patient butler. Its mental language contained undisguised contempt as a response to Tosh's contempt for the alien Zerg. Ahem. Tosh spit out a ball of sticky green liquid from his swollen throat. As soon as the ball of liquid fell on the squirming flesh-colored wall, it made a burning hissing sound, causing the flesh under his feet to shrink and spasm painfully. Looking closely, Tosh found himself in the body of a giant Zerg creature, or in the main nest underground. The dim chamber was squirming, and the huge worm intestines were hanging on the walls of the chamber. The air inside was moist and sticky, filled with the fragrance of decay. Tosh spit out the last puddle of phlegm in his throat, and his yellow eyes swept over everything around him. After a moment of silence, Tosh stopped roaring, and focused on his reborn body. Sharp bone spikes grew at the ends of each of his fingers and elbow joints, each of which was a long knife that could cut through hair in an instant. Tosh felt that he could tear the creature in front of him, which was emitting green light, and bite his throat with his teeth. You made me like this? Tosh looked at the master of evolution, Abatha, and stretched out his arms and sharp fingers, as if he wanted to strangle the Zerg in front of him. Organic Abatha, complete all processes. Create, evolve, and perfect. Abatha crawled in front of Tosh, and stretched out his forelimbs to touch him, but was immediately separated roughly. Don't touch me, you slimy slug. Tosh stepped back, finding that instead of feeling sick at the slimy walls of the chamber, he found the air intoxicating and warm. Suddenly, Tosh clawed at his neck, his long claws digging into his flesh. He was surprised to find that he had grasped the pendant his grandmother had left him, a relic of Manon, the goddess of death, a doll said to bring curses to his enemies. A flash of sadness filled Tosh's heart, reminding him that his grandmother was gone. The high-ranking witch who worshipped the goddess of death had died in the psychic storm that Tosh had unleashed when he lost control and then was torn to pieces by the Zerg. The Terran Confederation was the culprit. Not only did they not lend a hand to the people they swore to protect, but they also prevented the people of the Hegi slums from escaping, leaving them to the Zerg. Imperfect, Tosh, the brainworm, Abatha responded. I'm going to kill you. I'll crush you like a quacking duck. Tosh stretched out the multiple pairs of sharp appendages on his back, and the new bone blades clattered, like sharp knives being sharpened. Organic Abatha, the strongest. The green Zerg Abatha raised his upper body like a cobra, waving his multiple pairs of forelimbs to show his strength. In any case, Tosh might have seen the body movements of the underground boxers in the Hegi slums in Abatha. Abatha, unique. I'm going to tear you apart. Tosh was immersed in hatred for the Terran Federation, and his heart could no longer accommodate anything more. Stop, newborn brainworm. At this time, a new voice appeared in Tosh's mind, a weird sharp voice. Why? Why should I obey your orders? Tosh knew who this voice came from in an instant, the brainworm of the Gam Zerg swarm, the Zerg Lord Sass. After learning about the name given to his own tribe by the Revolutionary Army, Sass readily accepted the title, and it regarded it as a manifestation of human fear and respect for itself. The brainworm Sass was in the corner of this chamber, its worm-like body exuding a silvery white luster, which made this fleshy creature seem as crystal clear as crystal. Beside it were two brainworms that were almost identical to it, but one of them obviously had more tender skin. You have won the grace of the Overlord, and this grace is above every brainworm, but you are just a servant. Sass taught Tosh unceremoniously. You are right. Tosh put down his extended claws and back appendages, and no longer stared at Abatha maliciously. But you are not the Overlord, you are just a brainworm. Anger, it doesn't matter. Seeing that Tosh no longer attacked, Abatha also put down his multiple pairs of appendages that were waving his fangs and claws. In the months that Tosh was brought to Char by the Zerg for transformation, he had been sealed in an airtight cocoon, relying on the nutrient solution medium that filled the cocoon for survival. In the transformation of his body being broken down and reorganized, Tosh's mind was also distorted and changed by the Zerg. From the moment he emerged from his cocoon and let out his first scream, as if he had been reborn, Tosh had already accepted his new identity and knew that the Overlord, the supreme ruler of the Zerg, was his creator. He was a new perfect creature created by the Overlord, and he would rule the Zerg until he completed a certain supreme mission. The meaning of Tosh's birth was to ensure the eternal survival of the Zerg. As a creature that the Overlord had high hopes for, Tosh had the same status as the Cerebrate in the Zerg, and had his own tribe. Not only that, Tosh was also an individual favored by the Overlord, which made his status slightly superior to other Cerebrates. But an old Cerebrate like Sass would not obey Tosh's orders, and it itself was a Zerg individual with a unique personality. I'm just a Cerebrate. Sass recognized Tosh's words and stopped talking. Its purpose was just to stop the dispute between Tosh and Abatha. Cerebrates are Zerg with thoughts and emotions, but they don't fight with each other, at least not yet. Where is the Overmind? Tosh was moving around in the squirming chamber at this moment, stretching his limbs, and feeling the terrible power contained in his new body. The great Zerg that created me, the indisputable Overmind of the Zerg, the existence like a father and a mother, my noble heavenly father. In the past, Tosh, who was born in the slums of Hiji, would not have been able to say such words, but in the process of being transformed, the vocabulary in Tosh's brain has also been expanded, which is probably from the human brain tissue absorbed by the Zerg. But it is also possible that a brainworm heard it while watching the human channel, from eating larvae, while paying attention to the latest reports of a human Zerg war by the news program host. The Terran Federation Army never thought that the enemy was listening to human programs, so it once reported in detail the battle plan against the Zerg main nest on the planet Morphus to encourage the public, which then turned into a terrible disaster. The Overmind has descended on Ea, the home planet of the Protoss. Another brainworm raised its head with sharp mouthparts and said in a proud tone. Tosh knew his name clearly, the brainworm Carlos, the leader of the Carlos tribe. The Zerg army will destroy the homeland of the Protoss, crush their pride and everything. The brainworm Carlos is a brainworm that is good at driving infected alien creatures to fight. It is best at transforming the strongest warriors and even generals of the enemy to serve itself. Carlos is one of the brainworms that understands humans best, and this understanding is by no means as simple as staying on the surface. The Zerg is about to go to eternity, and our great immortal mission is about to be completed. Once the Protoss is conquered, humans will be vulnerable, and they will perish like all the races we encounter. That is to say, the Overmind is not here. Tosh used his vocal organs to spit out strange bites for the first time. He stood up and realized that he had become as burly as an adult man. He was so strong and his psychic power was far greater than before. Tosh was always eager for revenge, and he couldn't wait to tear the Terran Federation army into pieces. The Overmind is not here. A young and immature brainworm responded through the unique mental link between the Zerg. It was a nameless newborn brainworm, almost as young as Tosh had been a member of the Zerg, and it was a brainworm created by the Overmind after it came to Char. In Char's hive, it can be said that any brainworm pulled out has a higher status than this new nameless brainworm. Even among the newest batch of brainworms, it is the youngest one. This brainworm of low status and inexperience has little influence, and it only learned how to command its own group before the Overmind left Char. The Overmind handed Char to us. Our mission is to protect your cocoon until you break out of it. The new nameless brainworm said so. Thank you. Tosh said, the first thing I learned during my time in the Hiji slums is that if others show me a respect, I will give them a respect. Thank you. Abatha, who had been silent for a long time, took it for granted that he was also the object of thanks. Organic Tosh has defects and must be improved. Throw it into the splitting pool. Let me have a look. Stay away from me. Tosh took a few steps back, but did not choose to force Abatha to surrender by force. Abatha, who was fearless, finally caught Tosh and pointed at his body parts with his strongest forelimbs and reached into his hair, which was similar to insect limbs, to stroke something until the other party roared with dissatisfaction due to impatience. Be gentle, you bastard. Tosh complained. I'm not your test subject. Abatha's actions were not gentle at all, and he even used his sharp claws to cut Tosh's skin. Although the cut skin on Tosh's body healed quickly, he still felt real pain. Just as Tosh was getting more and more impatient with Abatha, a burst of surprised psychic fluctuations suddenly came from the brainworm. Invaders! Screamed the brainworm sass. Templars and humans. The new brainworm added. I suggest a diversionary tactic. Carlos, who was good at learning human tactics, pointed this out firmly, looking around for a way out. It then spat out an astonishing fact. There are too many brainworms here. Once we are killed by the enemy, the Char swarm will collapse. Where are they? How far are they from us? The spikes on Tosh's back stood up. On the planet. Sass's mental language said sharply and loudly, but my tribe has discovered them. The Human Revolutionary Army. I will never forget their smell. They are coming, and Augustus Mengsk must be coming too. It screamed. A large number of Zerglings and Hydralisks rushed here from a wriggling passage outside the chamber. Each one was extremely large, with bright red skin, fierce and swift. I'm here. Tosh realized that this was a strong enemy, and immediately said to the brainworms, I'll cover the rear. Tosh was different from the brainworms. He had the powerful body of a warrior and the wisdom of a commander's tribe, but the brainworms, that commanded billions of insect swarms, lacked the ability to protect themselves. Altruism is admirable. Abatha drew something with a pair of appendages on his chest. The swarm, not necessary. The swarm, win by numbers. Chapter 359 True Dragon Knight. The anger of the brainworms exploded in the psychic connection of the entire Char swarm, like a nuclear explosion. Billions of Zerg in the Char hive huddled together, waving their claws manically, and rushing out of the caves, the passages in the organic buildings of the hive, and the towering spires, quickly filling the ground and sky of Char dyed red by the hot lava. The swarm sensed the invasion of the enemy, and smelled the threat in the hot wind. Protoss, Human Revolutionary Army, where are they? Tosh walked out of the exit of the main nest made of soft organic tissue, and a large number of screaming Zerglings and Hydralisks climbed the inside of the worm tunnels and spines, and poured out from both sides of him. Even if the clumsy brainworms were still in the deepest part of the main nest, Tosh could hear their voices through the special mental connection between the brainworms. As far as the eye can see, the Crimson Plains, Rift Valleys, and volcanic mountains of Char are all densely packed with Zerg, and the sky is circling with countless screaming overlords, dragons, swarm guardians, and swarm devourers. The undulating sea of Zerg stretches across Char's crimson horizon, and the chitinous carapaces glow in the sun, and the moving swarms of Zerg are like undulating waves. The heat wave that used to be enough to burn a person no longer brings ashes and sharp gravel, but a swarm of Zerg that blocks out the sky and the sun. They disappeared as soon as they appeared. Sass's voice entered Tosh's mind, and the sound of this brainworm was like a sharp axe planing wood. But the invaders must still be here. They must be. I can smell their scent. That is the sweet flesh and blood. My race will rejoice in the blood of the enemy. The enemies that have arrived on the surface of Char are only a small part, and more enemies are staying in the orbit of Char. The brainworm of the Leviathan swarm said, "My race will destroy the enemy fleet. For the Overlord, find the enemies on Char." Sass said, "The new brainworms will assist you, and its race is ready to go. Don't give me orders, you are not qualified." Tosh responded to Sass's request without hesitation, which made the latter angry and dissatisfied. "If you ignore the warning of a brainworm, you will definitely pay the price for it." Sass warned Tosh, "You must be careful, otherwise the swarm will be destroyed because of you. I will go to find those invaders, and I'm not doing that because of your order." Tosh said so, and found the youngest one among the many brainworms in Char. Except for the newborn brainworm with little influence, the rest are all older and prestigious individuals. Each of these powerful brainworms has a powerful clan, but Tosh cannot command them for the time being. Only this young brainworm obeys his orders. From a human perspective, Tosh can be regarded as a general commanding an army, but he is not yet a marshal. Tosh cannot command other brainworms unless the Overlord orders them to obey his orders. The Overlord is currently in Air, which is extremely far away from Char. Even the Overlord's psychic power cannot monitor Char so far away and control every brainworm under it. In the communication with other brainworms, Tosh got some suggestions, while others just watched coldly. Abatha, the master of swarm evolution, and Carlos, the infection expert, whom he had met before, have disappeared without a trace. The Overlord, the creator of brainworms and all Zerg, and Agos, the oldest and most powerful brainworm under it, are not in Char. Even Sass cannot command all brainworms. The Cerebrate is loyal to the Overmind, not to any other Zerg. Cerebrate. Tosh sensed respect from the young Cerebrate. A newborn Cerebrate who didn't have a name yet dared not disobey a powerful Cerebrate with a name. All Cerebrates knew that Tosh was favored by the Overmind, even when he was still a human. "I need you to send a hive army to follow me," Tosh said to the young Cerebrate. "Glad to serve." The Cerebrate gladly accepted Tosh's order and waited patiently for the other party's next order. A part of the Zerg with bright purple shells broke away from the moving swarm. They were similar in color to the Jumunganda swarm, but the purple on the shell was much lighter. While Tosh was silent, the Cerebrate conveyed a doubtful thought, as if the new swarm master had not yet made up his mind what to do. He just looked at the spreading swarm and the undulating terrain of Char, and was still thinking about how to find the enemy who had infiltrated Char. Before being transformed into those appearances, Tosh was just a teenager in the slums of Heiji. His knowledge of everything remained in the poor and chaotic slums, the small family, the teachings of his grandmother and the beliefs of voodoo. Even though his innate psychic power made Tosh's mind mature prematurely like a young man, giving him some qualities that his grandmother called leadership temperament, his combat experience was limited to slim fights and gang infighting. Tosh knelt on one knee on the sun-scorched ground and grabbed a handful of hot ashes from it. "Why are they here?" Tosh stroked the doll on his chest. "If it's not because the enemy is too stupid, then there is another purpose. Grandma said that what is destined is called fate." Tosh said, "Sometimes, a hunter chasing Heiji Dreadwolf will cut his arm, so that the prey thinks it has an opportunity. Where are those cunning little mice?" His mixed yellow eyes were filled with golden light, and the cold cruelty brought by the Zerg transformation was affecting him. The thing called humanity is far from the current Tosh. He is no longer the person he used to be. "I will nail the tails of these rats to the ground with my claws, then peel off their skins and offer them to the Overmind and Manon. As long as the invaders stay here, I will find them." As Tosh muttered to himself, a springtail suddenly crawled to his feet and nudged his calf with the horns on its head. Tosh touched the head of this little monster and found it a little cute, just like the stray dogs in the slums who would bark for a little rat meat ration. But this springtail probably walked away. It was not to please Tosh, but just bumped into him inadvertently. This springtail was no different from its almost identical peers in the swarm. Its brain, excited and manic by hormones, did not have many independent thoughts. The Zerg swarm is made up of a large number of low-level members who only obey the orders of the Cerebrates and Overminds. They have no independent thoughts, because these Zerg were created to unconditionally obey the orders of the higher Zerg. Apart from the Overminds and Cerebrates, a Zerg with independent ability is quite rare. Thousands of members will only fight for Tosh's orders without hesitation. When Tosh tried to establish a telepathic link with these Zerg, he almost immediately controlled them. With just a thought, he could make these terrifying Zerg move forward or backward, and also gain their visual and auditory perception. My Zerg, move, find and destroy those invaders. Tosh couldn't wait to take control of these Zerg from the hands of the new Cerebrates, and ordered them to search for possible invaders. The Zerg of the entire Char were searching for invaders, and Tosh had no unique means to force the enemy to show up. They might be hiding in a desolate crater, or they had already left Char and played around with the Cerebrates. But once a group of brainworms discovered the intruder, Tosh would rush there immediately and tear the enemy into pieces with his own hands. Tosh looked up at the sky and called down a roaring dragon from the sky. This dragon-like creature landed beside Tosh with a roar and showed Tosh its back covered with sharp thorns in a humble and docile manner. This dragon was a huge creature with dark yellow skin, many times the size of an ordinary dragon, and its wingspan could almost cover the sky. This was an elite individual from the dragon group, Kukulkan Dragon, the most powerful and deadly individual in a dragon spire. Then, after a brief and thought-provoking contemplation, Tosh took 2 steps forward, climbed onto the dragon's sharp back, and then sat down on its bulging neck. If it were an ordinary person, these sharp dagger-like spikes would be enough to pierce his buttocks, but Tosh was unusual. His buttocks were covered with a layer of chitinous carapace that was much harder than the steel armor of humans, and he could completely ignore the spikes on the back of the dragon. Although no Zerg had ever tried to do that before, with his own ingenuity, Tosh actually rode on the back of a dragon and flew into the air as the dragon flapped its wings. This was a huge dragon with forked membrane wings. It took off on the rising heat, and its huge shadow was cast on the rolling ash layer. What are you doing? A brainworm should stay in the hive and be protected by the strongest members of the tribe, otherwise the assassins of the Protoss will kill you. This is a lesson accumulated in the battle with the Protoss. The brainworm sass also heard Tosh's mental language that spread throughout Char, and couldn't help but roar in Tosh's mind with shock and anger. I'm not one of those useless fat bugs of yours. Tosh mocked sass. I can strangle you to death with just one hand. That's why the Overmind created me. I'm smarter and stronger than you. I'm not a weak child or a bug without the ability to protect myself. Tosh wanted to continue speaking when a bone-chilling coldness pierced his chest. A bright green psychic blade with some kind of smoke on its surface came from the void and pierced Tosh's heart. With the agility and speed brought by his body transformation, Tosh dodged this fatal attack, but the cold psychic blade immediately pierced the dragon he was riding, causing this hateful aerial monster to let out a sharp hiss. The dragon suddenly rose to a higher altitude, but did not dare to throw Tosh and the enemy on its back down. A man wearing a long dark purple veil was now in front of Tosh. He stood firmly on the dragon's back and took an offensive posture. Master of the Dark Templar. The knowledge gained during the transformation process told Tosh that the Protoss warrior in front of him was extremely threatening to the Cerebrate. Zeratul. This name impressed the swarm, because this Dark Archon had killed 2 Cerebrates, and his reputation made the Cerebrates tremble with fear. I'm Zeratul, the senior Archon of the Dark Templar. Gabriel Tosh, you were once a selfless and noble creature, but the darkness of the swarm deeply twisted your heart. Zeratul's torch-like eyes stared straight at Tosh, and the turbulence and howling wind during the flight of the dragon could not shake him at all. I failed to prevent the doom from happening, but perhaps it was part of the prophecy. You are part of the climax, the ups and downs of the movement, and everything you experience is destined. The ancient faith has ended, and the new spirit and body will be reorganized. He said, you must show your path, and your fate is tied to reincarnation. Fate. Tosh might get along well with Zeratul, as his grandmother used to talk about fate, faith, and reincarnation. Tosh was born a powerful psychic, and he could see through everyone's thoughts, but he still doubted the destiny his grandmother spoke of. Fate. Zeratul said hoarsely, and at the end of this sentence, he stabbed the neck of the dragon under his feet with a fatal blow at lightning speed, and the cold psychic blade almost cut out the monster's blood vessels. This blow completely killed the giant monster in the sky, causing it to fall straight to the ground, and Zarachel retreated after one blow, disappearing without a trace with a ball of darkness that disappeared with the wind. The dragon fell from the sky and fell straight into a layer of grey-white ash, raising a cloud of smoke. Even if it fell from the sky, the monster covered with a hard shell on its body would not be broken into pieces, but it was soon dissolved by its own blood that turned into strong acid after death. Tosh looked completely unhurt by the fall from hundreds of feet in the air. He stood up from the self-dissolving body of the Mutalisk in a rage, roaring, "Coward! Zarachel, are these the only dirty tricks you can use?" The Mutalisk fell into the sea of insects, and thousands of surrounding Zergs immediately surrounded it, with countless yellow eyes staring at Zarachel in the center. "You are right." Zarachel appeared again in the shadows. He unfolded the green psychic blade and took an elegant stance towards Tosh. "There should be a battle between us." "Very good. According to the rules of Hiji, only the winner deserves to live." Tosh accepted the challenge. He was full of confidence in his new body that had been transformed. He snorted and repelled the Zerg around him who wanted to attack. "This is a one-on-one fight." Zarachel did not respond. He just looked left and right, as if shaking his head slightly. A High Templar in blue and gold armor emerged from the shadows, silently ignited his blue and green psychic blades, and pointed them directly at Tosh. In his hands, one was the blazing blade of a High Templar, and the other was the icy master blade of a Dark Templar. Next to appear was a red-haired ghost agent Sarah Carrigan in a blue and white ghost combat uniform. She shook her fiery red ponytail as she emerged from her stealth nun's sexy red lips, and pointed her A-10 rifle horizontally at Tosh. "I don't know why. Augustus told me that I should thank you very much." She blinked. "Thank you for that. I'm going to send you a nuclear explosion." Chapter 360, No Martial Ethics. Facing the sudden enemy, Gabriel Tosh stood up with his head held high, stretching out the multiple pairs of sickle-shaped, curved appendages behind him, with the sharp ends dripping with toxic sticky acidic mucus. He was located at the edge of the Char Obsidian Plain, on a relatively stable continental shelf plate, and the obsidian-covered ground shone with a glass-like glitter. Not far away, a volcano was spewing thick smoke, and volcanic ash fell like snowflakes. This place is adjacent to the largest mobile lava lake in the area, and the scorching air can easily burn a person's organs, but Tosh and his enemies were able to keep a close eye on each other without being affected by the harsh environment. In Tosh's view, Zarachel and Tassida were undoubtedly opponents worthy of vigilance, but the red-haired woman in front of him also brought him a huge sense of threat. This was definitely the most powerful human Seeker the Zerg had ever seen, and Carrigan's Seeker potential was far superior to Tosh's in the past. Behind Tosh, numerous Zerglings, Hydralisks, and Ultralisks were swarming in from all directions, surrounding Tassida and his men. There were so many of them that the Zerg formed an impenetrable wall with their bodies alone. Each Zerg looked hideous, with rows of spikes on their hard chitinous shells. They made threatening low whimpers, like the sound of mosquitoes flying over the fields in summer. 3-1. Tosh's voice was much rougher than when he was still a human. "This is fair, otherwise it would have been a one-sided massacre." "That may not be the case." Zarachel's voice was much more vicissitudes and magnetic in comparison. "How did you find this place?" Tosh looked at the enemies in front of him and said with a confident attitude, "Your screams once resounded through the universe, and your thoughts shine in my eyes like light through the darkness." Zarachel said calmly like a master, "As long as they look patiently, the Dark Templar will find their target. But you have only found the approximate location, so you have to find it yourself to confirm it." Tosh let out a strange laugh from his throat. Gabriel Tosh, who was called the Prince of Blades and the Overlord's pet servant by the Zerg, had an extremely strong body. Abatha's transformation of Tosh made his characteristics as a male creature more obvious. Prince of Blades Tosh had an exaggeratedly huge body, taller than a hunter and a human firebat soldier. Tosh had strong legs that combined the genes of multiple creatures and arms that were strong enough to tear apart a power armor. His soft skin, that originally belonged to humans, has turned into a green hard skin covered with a shell, making him look like a monster with a green face and fangs. The black dreadlocks that Tosh had originally braided behind his head also changed under Abatha's hands, becoming hard spikes with joints, like the appendages of arthropods. This spiky hair became very dense, like a lion's mane piled on his shoulders with long spikes. He was more like a humanoid lion with green skin, with extremely developed muscles covered with insect exoskeleton and hard skin, which tightly protected every part of his body. Even the fragile crotch had a shell that was much harder than the armor of an arc tank. After becoming a Zerg, Tosh no longer had to wear human clothes. The shells all over his body were clothes, and the gene pool of the Zerg was his wardrobe. When Tosh grinned and spoke, Karrigan and others opposite him could see his terrible fangs. We came to Char to see with our own eyes what kind of monster the Overmind has turned into from the child it took from Hedge. The telepathic language of the silent executor Tacita made some of the Zerglings in the front roar involuntarily, which was the expression of these little monsters when they felt a great threat. When you were still a human, we tried to save you from the clutches of the Zerg at all costs. But after you became a Zerg, we had no choice but to kill you with the same determination. After a long voyage, the joint fleet of the Human Revolutionary Army and the Protoss executors arrived at Char. They came for Tosh. If Tosh was considered worthy of saving, then Augustus would take him away. If Tosh was beyond saving, Tacita and Zarichel would work together to kill him. However, Augustus did not know whether Tosh would be resurrected by the Overmind after death like other Cerebrates, if the Overmind was still alive. If ordinary weapons were really useful, then the nuclear bomb catastrophe that Augustus launched into the wormhole earlier should have killed the cocoon that wrapped Tosh at that time. The best strategy is for Zarichel and Tacita to kill Tosh with the void psychic power, to prevent him from being reborn again after death. The key point is that Tacita and Zarichel may not be Tosh's opponents. Compared with the Queen of Blades Karrigan in Augustus' memory, Tosh is undoubtedly a more aggressive male. Relatively speaking, Tosh's psychic power is not as strong as the Queen of Blades, but he has been transformed into a more ferocious monster. Tosh does not have the sharp thorny wings like the Queen of Blades Karrigan, but instead has more pairs of sickle-like appendages like the Zerglings. He is very scary, almost like a scourge created to tear the enemy apart. I don't need your salvation. Tosh widened his pearly yellow eyes. His eyes were fierce. He is no longer a human, and no longer thinks from a human perspective. Tosh is a half-human half-insect monster created by the Overmind. His mind has long been twisted, becoming extremely cold and ruthless. At the same time, some of the outstanding qualities of a human being that benefit the Zerg were also preserved, such as his wisdom and tenacity. I'm Gabriel Tosh. I'm the Blade Prince of the Zerg. Tosh roared with a vibration that shook the eardrums, and the surrounding Zerg swarms immediately surged up in layers. After a run-up, Zarichel met the high-leaping Tosh and swung a gorgeous arc in front of his chest. They fought with speed and agility far beyond that of humans, constantly changing movements and positions. The Dark Master's movements were simple and direct, but contained the grace of a cat. The power of the void spread like a cold wave, and Zarichel danced on the shadow. In comparison, Tosh was like a lion pouncing on his prey. All his fighting skills came from the killing skills of wild beasts, without any aesthetic sense, but even Zarichel didn't want to be scratched by these long and sharp claws. If Tosh's current opponent was not a Protoss like Zarichel, this would surely turn into a close quarters fight that was not very entertaining, until one side bit the other's throat, or hammered it into a pulp. While Zarichel and Tosh were fighting, swarms of Zerg had already surged up, hissing and eagerly pouncing on their prey, just like hungry hyenas pouncing on carrion. There were tens of thousands of Zerg around, and they kept coming one after another, hungry for the blood of their enemies under the command of their master. Oh, you bitch. Karrigan cursed while aiming at Tosh and firing, but Zarichel and Tosh's bodies often overlapped, making it difficult for her to aim. Karrigan drew the dagger from her hip and prepared to join the fight between Zarichel and Tosh, looking for an opportunity to enter the fight with one strike and kill. But intervening in their fight was not a wise choice. Karrigan did not think she would be a match for the humanoid behemoth Tosh in close combat. Tacita floated into the air in a whirlwind of psychic energy, with crackling blow arcs of electricity in his hands. An energy storm that the Templars called a psychic storm was forming. But Tacita could do more than that. In his other hand was a ball of green energy that flashed with arcs of electricity. It was a violent display of pure void energy. In the golden age of the Protoss Empire, the ancestors of the Dark Templar were unable to control this energy and release multiple storms that swept across air, destroying a large number of forests, causing an uproar in the Protoss Empire and the Supreme Council at that time. As the Zerg rushed towards them in swarms, Tacita combined the two energies. When the two repelling psychic energies merged with each other, the sudden release of light almost turned the whole world white. The spreading psychic shockwave landed in the middle of a large group of frenzied Zerglings and Hydralisks, destroying them with a devastating blow and setting the screaming monsters ablaze. In the blink of an eye, large tracts of empty space were cleared in the swarm of Zerglings. When the pure blue psychic energy produced by the high-ranking Templars under the control of the Kala combined with the green void energy, it would trigger a terrible power far beyond the two on their own. Currently, only Tacita can use both powers at the same time, and other Protoss are very secretive about this. Only the followers of the Kala have the opportunity to master both powers at the same time, but few Templars are willing to try, and few Protoss have the talent of Tacita. Tacita followed suit and wiped out large groups of Zerg with terrible psychic power. People think that the Protoss are an extremely advanced civilization with advanced technology, but they often ignore the magical and brilliant psychic power of these aliens. Kerrigan, who was standing by, witnessed all this. She also tried to condense a ball of energy at her fingertips, but only produced a small electric spark. As the most powerful Seeker in human history, Kerrigan is fully capable of releasing substantial Seeker energy attacks like the Protoss, but her power is far less than the former. There are some special individuals among the new generation of human Seekers. They can even manipulate fire. Their eyes are really like lightning, and everything they touch will burn. Why can't I release small crackling flames like you? Kerrigan asked Tacita, while putting away the dagger and raising the C-10 canister rifle in her hand to kill the Zerg who escaped Tacita's Seeker storm one by one. Neither Zarachil nor I deny that you have such a talent. You only need time to hone and practice, and you will be able to master this power, Tacita said, throwing another lightning bolt emitting dangerous arc light into the Zerg swarm. Tacita was originally the strongest among the Templars, and now his Seeker power has long surpassed those Templar masters who once taught him. The battle between Zarachil and Tosh has entered a fierce state. Zarachil cut off several of Tosh's appendages from his back, and Zarachil's robes were also damaged in many places. You are no match for me. If you want to defeat me, you must have a huge army. Tosh tried to grab the nimble Zarachil and tear him into pieces, while speaking in a strange and difficult to understand Heiji accent. Even without a huge army, we can kill you. Zarachil narrowly avoided Tosh's claws. Zarachil's fighting skills have long been perfect, but Tosh is a much more terrifying enemy than the Ultralisk. His strength is enough to crush Zarachil's head or tear his shoulders apart. It is difficult to say who has the greater advantage in the battle between Zarachil and Tosh, but the newly born Tosh seems to be tireless. At the same time, some alien insects with lavender shells appeared in the distance. They climbed over the charred corpses of their own kind and rushed here cautiously and orderly. These Zerg were different from those that had just been burned to ashes by Tacita. They were obviously individuals that had recently hatched from eggs. They were not very obvious differences from the Zerg that first arrived at Char. They had more efficient organs and metabolic and secretory systems that were highly adapted to the extreme environment of this lava planet. The crowns on the heads of the springtails and hydralisks were no longer as bright as those of other Zerg, but were a plain earthy gray. Their heads had carved horns, which made them different from all the hive strains that humans and Protoss had seen in the past. They might not be Tosh's group, because Tosh, who had just been born, obviously had no time to establish his own hive. This must be a new hive that had not yet been named, and the brainworms of its group were also new individuals that had never been seen before. The combat style of each hive was related to its brainworms. For example, the Jumunganda swarms always appeared in groups, while the Surta swarms were deadly hunters. The new hive that appeared around Tosh showed amazing intelligence. It must be the brain of this group that was controlling them. If we stay here, the Zerg will soon overwhelm us, Kerrigan said. Augustus's view is to fight quickly and retreat after one strike. Tacita made a gesture of approval to Kerrigan and then joined the battle between Zarachil and Tosh. They blocked Tosh tacitly while forcing each other into danger by stabbing with psychic blades. The most outstanding warriors of the Templar and the Dark Templar worked together to kill the enemy. Tosh's wounds became more and more, but they could not hurt him, but only made the monster more ferocious. It's not easy for me to deal with so many Zerg. Karrigan looked at the new Zerg swarms approaching around him, turned on the low frequency laser on the C-10 rifle, used to locate nuclear fusion strikes, and aimed at Tosh, who was being held by Tassadar and Zerichel. The red laser also forced Tosh to blink. At the same time, Karrigan was still communicating with Augustus through the communication channel beside her ear. The red dot is right under our feet. But the Protoss will warp us out before the nuclear explosion. Thank you Huang Fuzichin for the 10,000 yuan reward. Thank you for voting. Chapter 361, Nameless Brainworm. Psionic energy links the Nameless Brainworm deep in the Obsidian Plains High with all its swarm members. All clans of Zerg are the Brainworm's outward extension of the limbs, and their eyes are the eyes and ears of the Swarm Master. The dragons hovered in the sky above Char, where the thermals were rising. The strong hot winds only made these newly born Zerg feel comfortable. Their scalded eyes stared at the battlefield below, where, in the center of countless Zerg swarms, the Blade Prince Gabriel Tosh was engaged in a bloody battle with the High Templar Tassadar and the Dark Archon Zerichel. The blue, green, and purple psionic chains and arcs brought a psionic storm that made the lower Zerg swarms howl endlessly. The newly born Nameless Brainworm was hiding in the warm and moist dark depths of the main nest, surrounded by walls made of smooth organic tissue. The organic walls were wriggling like the body of a giant creature, constantly secreting sticky mucus. Deep in the hive, huge alien creatures and snake-like monsters tirelessly guard the nest, because this is their mission from birth to death. Brainworms are one of the first creations of the Great Overlord. They are the embodiment of the will of the swarm and the embodiment of the immortality of the race. The Nameless Brainworm watched the battle below through the eyes of the dragon and the kingworm with doubts and vigilance, and calculated what strategy should be adopted to defeat the enemies of Prince Blade. As a brainworm, the Nameless Brainworm is too young. Although at birth, the Swarm Master taught the Brainworm with fatherly majesty how to command a worker bee to transform into a huge hatchery, and then command the hatchery to transform into a more advanced insect nest and main nest. The Brainworm also needs to learn the strategy of commanding the swarm from his brothers, and learn how to make his own race continue to evolve until the ultimate perfection that can never be reached. Compared with the ancient brainworms with powerful races such as Dagos, Yak, Sasangog, this newly born brainworm not only has relatively fewer members of the race, but also lacks actual combat experience. But even so, the newly born Nameless Brainworm is a natural leader of the swarm. The Nameless Brainworm has already proved the ability of its own race in the mission of protecting Tosh's cocoon. It still needs to establish enough merits to be recognized by the Overlord until the Overlord grants it its own name, based on its fighting style. The Nameless Brainworm closely watched the battlefield through the psychic link between the race and the race. It ordered the Mutalisks of its own race to block the entire space, while the sensitive Zerglings and Hydralisks dispersed into small-scale groups to approach the enemy through the holes in the underground caves. The huge Thunder Beasts were once the backbone of the Zerg swarm's offensive. They could withstand the terrible psychic storms of the Protoss, like moving mountains. However, the few Thunder Beasts in these races were only a bait for the Nameless Brainworm, just to buy time for the arrival of the Tunnel Worms and attract the attention of the enemy. The smallest and most cunning scorpion worms advanced in the poisonous fog that moved forward with the wind. Even the most powerful seekers of the Protoss and humans could not ignore their venom and fangs. Once the tunnel worms break out of the ground, all enemies will be terrified. The swarm will tear through the enemy's defenses unstoppably and crush the weapons and warships that humans and Protoss are proud of. This will be an easy victory. Several Protoss and humans went deep into the danger and tried to assassinate the newborn Prince of Blades. They were destined to die here. However, Protoss and humans are insidious and cunning enemies. They are not simple-minded low-level creatures. On Char, humans and Protoss are in an absolute disadvantage. The weak either protect themselves through disguise and intimidation, or have to be calculating. The Nameless Brainworm does not think that the Protoss and humans are the kind of creatures who can only make simple plans. Their real goal may be hidden under the high-profile assassination of Tosh. There are only 3 enemies on Char, but it will not be limited to this. The nameless brainworm deeply understands this. Underestimating the enemy has caused the swarm to lose more than 2 brainworms, one of which is a named individual. The tribes of these dead brainworms were swallowed up by other tribes, and the clan's reputation was gone. As a brainworm without the ability to protect itself, the nameless brainworm must protect itself. After discovering that the power of the Protoss Dark Templar can completely kill the brainworm, no brainworm would be foolish enough to rely on its own resurrection ability to go to the front line. When the nameless brainworm looked at the battlefield outside through the eyes of the dragon, Tosh seemed overwhelmed by the joint attack of Tassiter and Zerichel, but he quickly adapted to the opponent's rhythm. Although Tosh's use of psychic power is still superficial, Abatha's transformation has also improved his psychic talent, making him an individual with powerful psychic power. Tosh gradually remembered his psychic power and used psychic pulses to attack. He imitated the psychic waves released by the Protoss to easily crush rocks and break spaceships. Taking advantage of the gap between Tassiter and Tosh's battle, the tribe of the nameless brainworm began to accelerate and sprint, and their minions were getting closer and closer to the enemy. The Zerg seemed to be able to smell the blood of the enemy, and they were eager to feast on it. The human female Seeker attracted the attention of the nameless brainworm. Even as a human, her psychic power was like a fire in the dark, even more than Gabriel Tosh, who was once a human. Her appearance was just a pleasant surprise. The hounds of the Overmind had been looking for this human female in the Kaprulu sector, but they obviously disappointed the Great Overmind. When Ayer's beacon was exposed, the Overmind felt more and more urgent. He had to settle for the second best, and chose a strong human male as his agent, to seek a glimmer of life for the continuation of the Zerg. This human female should have become the queen of the Zerg, and the Zerg might slowly evolve into a huge matriarchal clan. But if it was Tosh, the ending might be very different. Kill her. The nameless brainworm issued another order to its own group members. It would feel cruel joy for the powerful human female to die on the spot. The members of the nameless brainworms rushed towards the enemy one after another, and they were like a surging tide in the heat wave that swept across the land of Char. But at a certain moment, the Protoss and humans disappeared at the same time. Their smell disappeared, and the entire group felt a suppressed frenzy. In the sight of a kingworm far away from the battlefield, controlled by the nameless brainworm, a human tactical nuclear bomb fell from the sky, but it soon discovered that it was not just one nuclear bomb. It was a series of nuclear bombs arranged in a line with very close intervals, falling straight to the earth along the trajectory, marked by the low-frequency laser, like the tip of a spear thrown by a god. These nuclear bombs were also marked with the letters of Antigua. They were obviously produced by the Antigua military industry, not those antiques obtained from the nuclear weapons arsenal of the Terran Federation. It turns out that Korhal IV, the origin of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, did not produce nuclear bombs. For a long time, they also lacked the technology and facilities to manufacture nuclear bombs. However, as the Revolutionary Army captured the first Federal Science Station and Fusion Core, the Revolutionary Army also completed the design and manufacture of nuclear bombs. After their homes were destroyed by nuclear bombs, the Korhal people hated this weapon so much that they produced and stored a large number of nuclear weapons with a vengeful frenzy. They would fight for every inch of land to defend every homeland, otherwise they would let it be destroyed with the enemy. At the same time, the leaders of the Korhal Revolutionary Army also believed that this deterrent weapon was very important, and was one of the few weapons that could clear a large number of Zerg. Although Marshal Augustus Mengsk always warned his subordinates that they could not rely on nuclear weapons, the number of nuclear bombs in the Antigua arsenal has now reached the indicator that is enough to destroy Titarsinus. The nuclear warheads that fell from the sky made a sharp hissing sound as they penetrated the air. The first nuclear bomb that exploded created a violent roar and a bright flash like daylight above the Zerg swarm, and then detonated the rest. The members of the tribe that the nameless brainworm perceived turned to ashes in a brief pain, and fear immediately made it furious. The brainworm would not mourn for these dead members of the tribe, because that was their fate. Even so, in the perception of the nameless brainworm, Gabriel Tosh, the Prince of Blades, who was at the center of the nuclear explosion, was not dead. However, a shining white beam fell down following the human nuclear bomb, like Thor's hammer, splitting a third of the obsidian plains and merging the surface into lava. Then, another beam followed, and each of the main gun beams that was enough to destroy the city of Castellan kept falling, shaking the already unstable main continental plate of Char, triggering a large-scale eruption of active volcanoes, as if the end of the world had come. The nameless brainworm shook its fat body in a very humane way, and shrank towards the main nest, a terrifying bipedal creature. Then, in anger, the nameless brainworm could not help but complain that the Leviathan Zerg had not been able to suppress the fleets of the Protoss and humans, allowing them to bomb Jar without restraint. But this was not the fault of the Leviathan Zerg. Most of the Zerg fleets had been deployed by the Overmind on Ea. Once the Overmind took Ea, Char would be insignificant. Ea would become the new hive world of the Zerg, and the glorious Protoss Empire would become a thing of the past. The nameless brainworm did not care about Tosh's life or death, and it had no feelings for him. Under such firepower, even a main nest would be destroyed in an instant, and Tosh's body was not strong enough to withstand it. However, Tosh would be resurrected in Ea, where the Overmind was, in a short time. In addition to the void energy, even the power of tearing the planet apart could not completely kill the brainworm, and prevent the resurrection of a Zerg master who was closely connected to the Overmind. This was a failure, and Tosh would definitely learn from this lesson. There was a whisper of mockery among the cerebrates of Char. Sasan abashedly mocked Tosh's negligence, completely forgetting that he had been killed for the same mistake. No cerebrate would ever face the most outstanding warriors of the Protoss and humans, so no cerebrate would give Tosh any advice. They were happy to see Tosh make a fool of himself, unless he showed enough respect to the cerebrates. The cerebrates never took this invasion seriously. As Abatha said, the number of the Zerg swarm is endless, and they will devour all the enemies that invade Char sooner or later. The Gam-Zerg swarm had just destroyed a mixed team of Protoss Templar and Dark Templar, and the cerebrates of the Quetzalcoatl clan claimed that it had completely wiped out an entire human special forces. All signs of activity indicated that the enemy was looking for something on Char, and a large number of reconnaissance forces were sent to the surface of the planet for this purpose. But what exactly were they looking for on Char, which was full of Zerg? The cerebrates soon realized that they were the only priceless treasures of the Zerg swarm. The nameless brainworm prepared to leave the hive at the suggestion of the brainworm's ass of the Gam-Zerg. Even if it could be reborn, being killed by a nuclear bomb or the main gun of the Protoss was still an unpleasant thing for the Zerg. The clumsy brainworm called his servants, and a large number of hydralisks carefully lifted their masters and prepared to leave. Through the network of Zerg tunnels under Char, the brainworms can quickly transfer between the main nests. Before leaving the nest, the nameless brainworm came to the side of the pointed cone-shaped crystal emitting blue light. This crystal emitted an unsettling bright white light, and it radiated an invisible energy field outward regularly like a heart. This is a strange crystal containing void energy, and there may be only one in the entire universe. It was also recently that the Carpenter Hive, which is good at excavation, found this crystal from the depths of the core of Char. This crystal is undoubtedly a treasure, but the benefit to the Zerg is just better than nothing. The crystal was placed here after being excavated, and the energy field it released contains powerful void energy. It was constantly sending signals to Char, and the energy it released even created a twisted strong magnetic field in the area. Take it away. After thinking for a moment, the nameless brainworm gave such an order to its servants, and the jubilant clan members immediately did so. Instantly, a beam of green light suddenly burst out from the dark insect nest. It was a psychic blade that pierced through the back of a hydralisk. Immediately afterwards, one after another, the hydralisks and springtails were killed by the suddenly appearing psychic blades, and their hard shells were instantly cut into several pieces. Dark Templar. The fat body of the nameless brainworm radiated colorful light, and it was truly shocked. How could the Dark Templar find this place? This place is deep underground and very common among hundreds of insect nests. The alien Zerg protecting the nameless brainworm roared and pounced on the enemy hidden in the darkness, but they were just cut into pieces by the green arcs and silk threads. Found it. The holy relic of the Nerazim, the legacy of the gods and sages, the Callus crystal. A slender female Dark Templar suddenly appeared in front of the blue crystal carried by a hydralisk, and picked up the crystal with her sharp long nails. Vorazan's green eyes suddenly turned to the nameless brainworm, realizing that this brainworm was an unexpected gain. They came here in pursuit of the holy relic of the Dark Templar, and did not expect that there was another brainworm here. Shadow Guard, kill this brainworm. She pointed the warp blade at the trembling brainworm, stopping the psychic blade that a Shadow Guard Dark Templar master was about to swing. Wait a minute, maybe we should take it away. Our human allies may need this monster. Thanks for voting. It's the end of the month. Good brothers who forgot to vote can vote. Chapter 362 Hidden Blade Project. Unexclusive report. Confirmed by the Federation National Security Center. Augustus Mengsk, the leader of the Korhal rebels, secretly signed a treaty with the Protoss, exchanging humanity's sovereignty in the Kaprulu sector for military support, to establish the Mengsk family dynasty on Antigua Prime. The Tarsinus Federation Parliament recently issued a statement announcing that all illegal military actions on Antigua Prime are a billion, and the Federation will take all means to abolish the brutal rule of the rebels on Antigua. The Terrans have only one legitimate government, and that is the Terran Federation. General Gassiduke, who recently returned to the army, will arrive at the front line of Sigma Prime soon. As Augustus and Raynor walked out of the bridge of the Hyperion, the voice of Unnews gradually faded away. The Hyperion's narrow but well-connected corridors led Augustus to the battleship's scientific laboratory cabin, and on the way he could see many engineers who were reinforcing the bulkheads and welding cables. There are more than a dozen construction teams working on the ship's exterior of the Hyperion, responsible for adding a more durable titanium alloy coating to the battleship. In the process of installing the Yamato gun main gun, many compartments inside the Hyperion were opened up and rebuilt to leave enough space for the main gun and weapon charging device, which further reduced the space of the crew cabin and other cabins. As more of the Korhal Revolutionary Army's Behemoth-class battle cruisers enter the list of ships to be equipped with main guns, the Revolutionary Army fleet will gain an advantage that can turn the tide in the battle with the Federation fleet of the same size. After Augustus ordered Rory Swan and Viktor Kaczynski to further upgrade his fleet's warships, the demand for larger and more advanced warships was also put on the agenda. The old Leviathan class and the Behemoth class that have been in service for many years can no longer meet the needs of more brutal wars. As long as humans want to continue to stand among the stars, a new generation of battle cruisers is indispensable. At present, the Terran Federation, the Kel-morian Federation and the Umajan United States all have their own plans to develop a new generation of warships. After all, the Revolutionary Army is too small, and they can only parrot others' words. It sounds like the Federation doesn't know that we also have troops stationed in places like Hagi and Altera. Raynor was still analyzing the news he had just listened to, and while talking, he stroked his newly grown short hair. The senior officials and nobles of the Federation may not have figured out what happened in the fringe star regions, Augustus replied, or they have obtained some reliable intelligence, but they dare not make it public. The Federation lost a large amount of territory when the Zerg army approached. How can they admit that some planets that had long been declared destroyed by the Zerg survived under the protection of the rebels? As usual, the capitalists, politicians, nobles of the Federation's big companies and the dregs who pick up the leftovers of exploiting the people around their masters only care about their ruling status and interests, and are pretentious and pretentious. Raynor commented. People on the edge of the Terran Federation are being slaughtered by the Zerg, while the ruling class is still thinking about their own power and living a life of drunkenness and debauchery. They have lived a good life for too long that they have forgotten that not all people are hard-working Kel-morians. Augustus said, there are always some people who can't make a living. Even if they work hard, talented people are cruelly oppressed, and people with ideals have to succumb to reality. Raynor said, dissatisfaction will continue to accumulate until the day it explodes. Even if I'm not here, sooner or later someone will oppose the rule of the Federation. Augustus said as he walked into the scientific laboratory of the Hyperion. When the hatch was opened, more than a dozen researchers in white work clothes were working at the operating table and control console. The inner walls and dome of the entire laboratory were entangled with various wires, pipes and sophisticated equipment. Behind the upright glass cryogenic tube curtain walls was a light green solution with bubbles rolling, which was full of strange creatures or crystals emitting brilliant light. Each label attached to the cryogenic tube revealed the value of these specimens. The price of the Zelniger artifact fragment in the center was quite amazing in the Umajan United States. It was said that it was enough for Augustus to make a comeback after losing all his fleets. Dr. Frankus, a former federal Zerg research expert of the Revolutionary Army, was talking about something with his short apprentice Egon Stetman over a report, so that no one noticed the arrival of Augustus and Raynor. The sample of the Zelniger creation is still radiating some kind of mental disturbance to the outside world. Egon, you must always pay attention to its changes under Sigma rays and record it. Dr. Frankus taught his young apprentice. I can do this task. Egon thought for a while and said, do my best. Egon Stetman's talents in the fields of energy field and alien biology have proved that he is a rare genius, so he has also been respected and cultivated by Frankus, and even taught as the successor of Frankus' laboratory. Although the child brought back to the Revolutionary Army from Telada III by Augustus was not good at communicating with others, he was undoubtedly a kind and innocent scientist. Egon Stetman firmly believed that he was engaged in a great cause, and he was eager to know that his scientific research results were beneficial to the people. Dry Francois, I hope to hear some good news from you. Augustus's eyes were immediately attracted by the huge glass cryogenic tubes in the laboratory that sealed various specimens. There were springtails, hydralisks, and local creatures infected by the alien Zerg after invading the human planet, and some of them were void crystals from the Zelniger temple. Hyperion Laboratories has always been the forefront of cutting-edge technology for the entire Revolutionary Army. Dr. Frankus adjusted his glasses and led Augustus to a running control panel screen. I dare say, no one can compare to us. The technological research that can change the entire war is on the control panel in front of you. The research equipment here may not be the best, but the materials available for research are always the newest and most complete. Augustus walked to the front of the control panel and noticed that there were multiple ongoing experimental project tree diagrams on it, which included several completely different research directions. Compared to you, I'm not very satisfied with the progress of the Cerberus project team. There are many technologies under development on the control panel, such as resin shields and sticky carbon explosion-proof shields. Fast charging technology of power armor batteries upgraded by imitating Protoss technology, new warship armor plates designed with the deck of the Thunder Beast, self-healing polymer materials, and recovery potions inspired by the terrible recovery ability of the Zerg organization. Some technological research is naturally regarded as taboo, because although recovery potions can greatly speed up the recovery of the wounded, they can also produce unpredictable mutations, such as growing strange tentacles and other deformations. What makes Augustus not satisfied is that only riot shields and new alloy armor plates can be put into production, but he notes that this is the result of the research of these scientists who have worked hard all night. Augustus's finger slid across the screen of the control panel and found a project marked as a psychic waveform infuser, which also mentioned the special crystal mineral psionic gold and terrazine found in Marcera and other areas. The report mentioned Frankus's research on these newly discovered resources. It was no secret that terrazine could greatly enhance the strength of human psychic power, but pseudo-gold was recently proven to neutralize this reaction and offset the side effects of terrazine, such as mental disorder and extreme violence. Therefore, ideas based on this discovery were soon proposed, such as using terrazine and pseudo-gold to greatly enhance the power of ghost agents, so that each of them could become an extremely powerful psychic. The higher the level of psychic, the more supernatural powers they possess. But every ghost agent in the Revolutionary Army is Augustus's favorite, and he is reluctant to let these psychics participate in this experiment. Even Jackson Hole, the commander of the Nova Squadron, who volunteered to participate after hearing about this experiment, was stopped by Augustus and suppressed. At the same time, a more daring plan was proposed by a researcher on the Hyperion, which was to mass-produce psychics by infusing terrazine and pseudo-gold into ordinary people with only shallow psychic potential. Terrazine and pseudometal can make ordinary people gain psychic power, allowing those who only have low psychic talent, but are not enough to become psychics to become telepaths. However, even with pseudometal, Terrazine is likely to have irreversible and terrible effects on the ingested person, not to mention that the minds of ordinary people are already susceptible to the corrosion of terrazine. But if combined with social transformation, it will be completely different. Augustus will have a group of psychic dead soldiers. Researchers believe that directly transforming revolutionary soldiers or civilians may not be acceptable, but if the target is a death row prisoner, it is completely different. Ordinary people will not have too strong psychic power after being transformed, but that will make their combat effectiveness far superior to ordinary people. It's crazy. Augustus commented, but I won't consider using this technology on ghost agents at the moment. Start the second plan and experiment with it on those unforgivable federal officials we captured from Wodona and Helsin. Name this project the Hidden Blade Project, and let Jackson Hole temporarily manage this project. Augustus said to himself, don't let this guy say that I didn't give him a chance to show his loyalty. There are more and more magical black technologies. Renault, who was standing next to Augustus, glanced at them casually. I wouldn't be surprised if they come up with something earth-shattering one day. How did you think of finding these genius lunatics? He whispered to Augustus. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. Augustus said calmly. Another weird thing to say. Raynor shrugged, but I'll write it down. Maybe I'll use it when I write my memoirs in the future. Write down this plan, Egan. The Hidden Blade Project. I value this project very much. Dr. Francus walked to Augustus' side. If we have 10,000 psychic warriors, we can easily kill all the nobles and federal officials in Tarsinus. You are so cruel, Francus. Raynor complained. Why didn't I see that you, a bespectacled Dr. Sven, would say such a thing before? In order to win, and to save the world, I will do whatever it takes. Francus's thoughts are not extreme. He is just a cold researcher who is loyal to Augustus. There is no need to rush for quick success. Augustus said, we can achieve the final victory without these warriors. But our enemies are not just the Terran Federation. What about the newly captured brainworm? Then, Augustus revealed the real purpose of his coming here. The brainworm that was accidentally captured by the Shadow Guard of the Dark Temple of Orizon on the surface of Char was given to the Revolutionary Army by Zarachil as a gift, to pay tribute to Marshal Augustus of the Revolutionary Army. In any case, even though the Zerg are extremely powerful enemies, the Protoss Empire prohibits any Protoss from conducting in-depth research on the Zerg. This is not only to prevent the pure genes of the Protoss from being contaminated, but also a manifestation of the contempt and disdain of the Zerg by the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire. The Dark Templars have no intention of conducting various experiments on the brainworms, so it is better to hand them over to humans. In any case, this unfortunate brainworm has not committed any faults. It was just born, and did not even have a life in its hands. It was found by the Shadow Guard, and was captured before it even had time to assemble its troops. Brainworm, the first and only brainworm we have obtained. Its discovery is a milestone in the field of alien research and a priceless treasure in the human biological community. Dr. Francus said with shining eyes. I'll take you there right away. He said to Augustus excitedly, even using the honorific, Marshal, you can never imagine how magnificent that creature is. Have you seen the swallowtail butterfly in New Sydney? It is a beautiful creature with a wingspan of 15 inches. Their larvae before they become butterflies are the same as that brainworm. I believe that brainworms will also transform into a beautiful ultimate creature in the future. It is incomparably beautiful. Francois said as he opened a control valve in the laboratory. With the hissing sound of the hydraulic device, a control console on the floor of the laboratory cabin fell down, and a vertical elevator in the battle cruiser appeared in front of Augustus. This was originally a warehouse, but now it has been luxuriously expanded into a laboratory to hold the precious living sample of the brainworm. Under the vertical elevator, a larger experimental cabin appeared in front of Augustus, and the bright white light made it as bright as day. White alloy or glass curtain walls of different heights divided the lower laboratory into several areas. Soldiers and researchers armed with live ammunition were staring at the energy cage in the center of the lower laboratory. Sarah Carrigan and Protoss Dark Templar Zarachil were among them. In the center of the energy cage lay a wriggling worm creature with a beautiful glow on its body. It struggled to move its clumsy and bloated body, like a queen of a bee colony or an overly obese palace minister. What are you laughing at, you pathetic two-legged worker bee without pelvic fins? Don't underestimate the wisdom of a great swarm master. When Augustus entered, the brainworm named by the researchers of the Revolutionary Army was still chattering trash. Thanks for voting. Chapter 363 Heading to Air. Cerebrate, advanced psychic creature, the mastermind of the Zerg, the final choice of the Zerg's millions of years of evolution. After the vertical elevator to the laboratory on the lower floor stopped, Dr. Frankus and his student Egon Stetman took Augustus to the demonstration platform in the center. The surrounding soldiers and researchers made way for their marshal with respect. This modern laboratory is equipped with workbenches, high-precision research facilities, glass test tubes and other utensils. The researchers in white robes all wear gloves, and the soldiers are always on guard. The temperature and humidity in the laboratory are controlled within strict standards. The air is fresh. Under the blue and white light, the running machines keep making a slight hum. Some workbenches are preparing some kind of medicine, while others are assembling sophisticated electronic equipment. There are more than a dozen different screens on the walls of the lower laboratory to monitor the latest progress of each group. There are 2 crossed Revolutionary Army flags inside the laboratory, and each flag is always kept clean, tidy, and flawless. It is very difficult to capture a brainworm, and it requires great sacrifice. I may not have the chance to see another brainworm captured by humans in my lifetime, Francois said as he walked. It is a priceless treasure. A brainworm is a swarm of insects. Raynor said, a worker bee can create a swarm of insects. Fortunately, it did not fall into the hands of those with evil hearts. For example, the Federation. Augustus listened to Francois' words, nodded to the people present, and walked to where Karrigan and Zarachil were standing. Karrigan was staring at the brainworm bound by a hemispherical energy shield in the center of the laboratory, and the brainworm in the shield was looking at her with its multiple pairs of insect eyes. It was a strange picture. A huge, grey and fat worm was looking at a beautiful woman with long fiery red hair. Karrigan's green eyes were bright and energetic, while the brainworm's multiple pairs of small eyes were fierce. You despicable bipedal worker bee. Augustus could hear the psychic cry of the brainworm clearly in the upper laboratory. The brainworm has fallen into despair. The environment and light here are far from the warm, moist, and soft nest it once knew. It was bound in a small cage for research, and its dignity as the master of the swarm was lost. This place is also very far away from Char. The Hyperion has already sailed out of Char and flew to Air. The brainworm can no longer sense the thoughts of its own group and other brainworms. Without the help of the group members, even a few hydralisks can easily kill a brainworm. All the brainworm can do is to use the weapon of words to attack its enemies. It has tried to please these humans, or deceive them to let them release it, but the results have proved that any conspiracy and tricks are useless in front of humans. You can only hide behind this shiny shell like a Char's rock dragon. It shouted, let me out. Do you think this metal main nest can hold a great brainworm? Then try to see if you can get out of it. Karrigan crossed her arms and folded them over her chest. Please, don't eat us all when you get out. The brainworm let out a terrifying scream that made people's hair stand on end. Even under the barrier of the energy shield, it made people around feel dizzy and nauseous. The brainworm tried to clumsily use the small limbs that did not exist on its abdomen to support its upper body so that it could hit the energy shield head on, but it obviously failed after a futile struggle. So it just turned over. The brainworm straightened its posture, pretending that nothing had happened, and said angrily, you wait. It's so cute. Augustus laughed, and the researchers and followers around him also laughed out loud. You actually treat a brainworm as a joke. Brainworms are creatures with extremely strong psychic powers. They can also hear the thoughts of others like high-level human psychics, not to mention laughing at such simple and easy to understand meanings. These weak humans, the group's springtails can kill several of them, cut them open, and make the place bleed like a river. Now, they think it's funny in their hearts, and they even laugh out loud with their noisy vocal organs. I won't let you go. No. This guy looks pretty energetic. I've been worried that it will die. Augustus shrugged and said, the brainworm lacks the ability to defend itself. In the cage under surveillance at this moment, it can't even commit suicide. Hearing Augustus' voice, Kerrigan retracted her gaze, walked to Augustus' side, and held Augustus' left hand with her two hands. After all, it is still a very young brainworm. Dr. Frankus also smiled, and his eyes lit up when he looked at the brainworm. This child is only a few months old. Kerrigan hummed. Greetings to Adun, Elder, you have brought a great gift. Augustus looked at Zarachel, who was standing not far away, thinking that he could not ignore this distinguished guest. Zarachel would sometimes visit the Hyperion, and this was as common as visiting a neighbor. He even knew the way around the battleship better than some of the new Hyperion engineers. Salute to Adun. Zarachel's voice was as deep in vicissitudes as ever. It was Shadow Master Vorazan who led the Shadow Guard who brought back this brainworm, and she was the first one to think of our human friends. Vorazan, the big sister of the Dark Templar, is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Raynor, who was talking to Dr. Frankois, looked at Zarachel and said, "Why can't I see her?" Vorazan has returned to Shakiris, the home of the Dark Templar, with our clan's sacred relic, the Callus Crystal. This treasure was lost by the Nerazim long ago. Zarachel replied, "It is said that this crystal was a sacred relic given to the Protoss by the distant visitor Zelnaga. Another Zelnaga thing." Raynor expressed his true feelings. Ancient, mysterious, and powerful, their history can be traced back to the beginning of chaos and the birth of the universe. But where did the Zelnaga go in the end? No one knows. Zarachel replied briefly, "The Zelnaga have long gone, leaving only the ruins of the once glorious city. But the Dark Templars always believe that the Zelnaga are still watching us, and the enlightenment from the void is proof of that. Maybe the Zelnaga are just sleeping. They took a nap, and countless civilizations rose and fell." Augustus expressed his opinion. "Zelnaga, the Zerg once destroyed their entire fleet like a dead tree and rotten wood." The brainworm that was still talking trash heard this, and immediately said through sharp mental language, "How is that possible?" Zarachel immediately retorted, "Zerg, you actually attacked your creator." "Yes, that was the picture engraved in the memory when the Overmind created me," the brainworm said proudly. "That's it, you dare to ignore a brainworm? We didn't ignore you." Augustus spread his hands and said, "You have. As a new brainworm, Alpha is far less sophisticated than the older brainworms such as Sasandagos. What happened then?" Zarachel didn't seem to doubt that the mindworm was lying. There have never been as many lies between the Protoss and the Zerg as there are between humans. "We, the Zerg, destroyed all the Zelnaga fleets in orbit of Xeris," the mindworm said. "Then I tore them apart and ate them. The knowledge and wisdom of the Zelnaga dominated everything, and the Zerg became stronger until we crossed the galaxy. Your gods were eaten by us." Ridiculous. Zarachel could not accept this fact at all, and he refused to believe that all the Zelnaga had passed away. "Zelnaga, they must still be there. They are immortal." He asked the mindworm, "Are all the Zelnaga dead?" "I don't know. After all, I'm just a newly born mindworm." The mindworm thought for a while. "Besides, I don't need to answer your question. Isn't this just not knowing at all?" Augustus shook his head. "They should all be dead," the brainworm stressed. "I'm sure. It's so sad." Zarachel sighed. "If this is true, it will be a heavy blow to my people. If the Zerg can completely destroy the Zelnaga fleet, how terrible will the enemy be for the Protoss? In that case, I have reason to believe that the Zelnaga created the Zerg after leaving Ea, and then were devoured by the species they created. That's why they never came back. Look at it on the bright side. Maybe they just don't want to return to Ea." Augustus comforted Zarachel. HMM. Zarachel was silent. Augustus once again observed the brainworm through the transparent energy cage, and found that it was obviously smaller than the Gamzerg brainworm Sass he had seen before, and its white moist skin was much softer. Indeed, apart from the sharp and tiny teeth in the mouth of the brainworm did not look threatening at all. "Hey, you should lose weight, fat boy." At this time, Raynor said while stroking the stubble on his chin. The brainworm ignored Raynor. "Among the brainworms I have seen, Brainworm Alpha is the most extraordinary one." Augustus looked at the brainworm and said, "It may even be the smartest and most deadly. All it lacks is time to grow." He said, "If you hadn't brought it back, it would probably become the most powerful enemy that humans and Protoss have ever faced." "Sweet words." The brainworm paused. "You think these sweet words can please me? Go on. Francus, how are you going to deal with this brainworm? Augustus changed the subject. I heard that you all like to slice it for research, or cut it in half, and put the other half in nutrient solution to continue the experiment. Raynor whispered. The brainworm's head, which was shaking and shaking, stiffened for a moment, and its body shrank into the corner. It knew that humans were bluffing. If you have the courage, then kill me, the brainworm said. Once the brainworm dies, it will be resurrected beside the Overlord in no time. Francus adjusted his glasses and said, so, we must always keep it alive. I believe that there has never been an individual among the Zerg that died naturally due to old age. He looked at the brainworm's eyes without wavering for a moment. I swear, after I die, my students and my students' students will still guard it. Even if it can't bring any benefit to mankind, it must never become a monster that will bring countless destruction and death. Weak, powerless, degenerated, and functional decline. The brainworm spoke unclearly with extreme anger. I curse you. Your body will age until you die. This is a pitiful human being, because mortals must die. Relax, child. There's nothing wrong with having a group of nannies, Raynor said with a smile. The original plan was to transform this brainworm into a Cerberus Cyborg brainworm, so that we can easily obtain a swarm of Zerg troops. Dry Francois continued. There are two very different plans for controlling the Zerg. One is top-down, that is, controlling the Zerg by controlling the cerebrates or overminds. The other is bottom-up, that is, to transform the huge lower-level Zerg swarms and artificially establish a mastermind to control them. The Cerberus plan was originally a bottom-up plan, but Nayax said that it was only because they could not capture a cerebrate, so they could only experiment on some low-level Zerg individuals. What is the chance of success? Augustus asked. The Cerberus plan has been able to control Zerglings and Hydralisks, but the cerebrate is completely different from those low-level Zerg. It is a psychic creature. Dr. Francois said, the people in Cerberus laboratories dare not guarantee that they can succeed in one go. What is the other plan? Augustus asked again. If the chance of success is not 100%, then it will fail. Let me control it, Kerrigan suddenly said at this time. Can you do it? Augustus did not think that Kerrigan's psychic power could exceed that of a brainworm. I'm trying to do that. Kerrigan nodded. Just like I control the worker bees, I can feel the connection with this brainworm. This is challenging the authority of the overmind. The brainworm moved its body, shocked by Kerrigan's words. The overmind is the creator of all brainworms. We are like an extension of its will, and a part of its body. However, it can pretend to be controlled by humans first, just waiting for them to let their guard down. Brainworms will never betray. But what if the overmind dies? Augustus looked into the brainworm's eyes. The overmind will not die. The brainworm said in an unquestionable tone. The overmind is eternal. Augustus looked at the brainworm a few more times and said to Kerrigan, try to do that first. My suggestion is to see how the circus trainers tame tigers and lions. I won't let you go. The brainworm was shaking all over because of the unprecedented humiliation. Let's do it. You are a smart brainworm. You know what to do to benefit yourself now. When Augustus spoke, the Hyperion's hull trembled slightly. This is the first time that the Hyperion has entered the physical universe since it entered the hyperspace channel from the Char system. They will stop at Luria, a mining world in the Kel-morian Federation, and go to Ea, the home planet of the Protoss, after completing the last ammunition supply. This is also to fulfill Augustus's promise to help Tacita and help the Protoss defend Ea. If they want to resist the enemies of mankind, they must also kill the overmind in the Battle of Ea. Thank you for your vote! Exclamation mark. Chapter 364 Luria. Chapter 364 Luria 4th. Luria 4th is a mining settlement of the Kel-morian Federation. It is one of the few mining worlds that are still in the hands of the Federation after the Guild War. The reason why Luria has been preserved to this day is only because of its remote geographical location in the Kaprulu sector. The Terran Federation is busy taking over those rich and highly prosperous mining worlds of the Federation, and seems to have little interest in those planets that are too far away from the main star world of Tarsinus. To this day, Luria 4th is still ruled by the CEO sent by the Federation board. Hundreds of large and small mining guilds and intergalactic business guilds dominate Luria's production, sales, profit distribution and even every aspect of the planet's social life. From housing, education, medical care, employment, insurance, and funds, they are all in the hands of the Kel-morian Guild. This oppressive monopoly capitalism dominates the planets of the Federation. The lives of many Kel-morians are almost doomed from the moment they are born. Their concepts and lives are deeply influenced by the ties and traditions of the big family. The Kel-morians are united and exclusive, which is fully reflected in the Luria people. Be careful, all Terrans know that dealing with the Kel-morians means doing business with jackals. General Jackson holstered at the busy Exit 3 of Pier B of the Luria Sodogan Central Airport. The Special Forces soldiers of the Revolutionary Army's Nova Squadron and Ogbo agents walked past him and blended into the crowd quietly. And once they know we are coming, the jackals will become docile sheep. Augustus calmly watched the various people in the airport, and the cold grey eyes flashed the various aspects of the Luria world. Among these dark-faced people, both men and women wore sturdy and durable work clothes, mostly durable and wear-resistant coarse cotton cloth, multi-pocket vests and jackets, as well as jeans and thick work boots. Hats, turbans and windbreakers are emblazoned with symbols of birthplace, guild, and family tradition, with brass buttons glittering from the sewn pockets. Heavy overalls protect against the harsh conditions of most mining worlds, or from the sharp crystalline ore that miners work on. A set of overalls lasts for many years, and these durable garments are considered a symbol of the Kel-morian world's tenacity. Luria is a still developing combined settlement, and it continues to accept settlers from Moria and other combined mining worlds. After the Terran Confederation swallowed up many of the Combine's colonies, hundreds of millions of Kel-morians who did not want to be ruled or expelled by the Terrans left their ancestral homes to settle new colonies and come to places like Luria, because even the few planets that can support minimal life are pitifully rare in the spiral arm of the Milky Way. By this year, the threat of alien invasion had made the situation after the Guild War even more turbulent, and Moria no longer had the military strength to protect remote worlds like Luria IV. According to the agreement, the Revolutionary Army will not deploy more than battalion-level armed forces to the surface of Luria. Augustus was standing next to Colonel Pryor, the former governor of Marcera, who had only emerged in the Revolutionary Army in the past 6 months. His 2 brigades, composed of soldiers from the Serra system, were ordered to fight with the Guard Division of the Marshal's command. This shows that a few battalions of soldiers are enough to give the Luria Federation government a headache. He continued, "Just give me 2 divisions and I can take this place. Come on, dear governor, we are still in the honeymoon period with Moria. How can we take down a Kel-morian planet without saying hello?" Titus Finley was wearing a black motorcycle jacket and jeans, and the backpack on his back was filled with casual plaid shirts, sunglasses and sunscreen. When you see a place, you want to take it down. When you see a street, you want to set up machine guns. The girls here suffer. The civilians suffer in the war. If you were half as sympathetic to the people as old Titus, there wouldn't be so many people saying that you are so iron-faced and unfeeling. The Revolutionary Army will stay in Luria for about a week to replenish the high-energy gas fuel and ammunition consumed by the fleet in the multiple wars with the Zerg, and wait for the replenishment fleet from Antigua Prime and the Umajan United States. This means that the senior officers of the Revolutionary Army will have a lot of work to do, but Colonel Titus is obviously here for vacation. It is my duty to conquer cities for the Marshal. Colonel Pryor has medium-length straight black hair and sharp eyes. No, 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 a person's only duty is to make himself live a little more comfortably. Titus took out a cigar from his backpack and prepared to light it, but Matt Horner, the navigator of the Hyperion accompanying the Marshal, reminded him in time that smoking is prohibited here. Bad boy from Tirada, don't you see the no smoking sign? It means that old Titus has the final say here. Titus ignored Matt's words. In his opinion, this overly upright young man always sticks to rules and regulations. Titus doesn't like Matt very much. He knows that the other party must also see him in this way, a potential criminal, the only stain on the glorious image of a revolutionary soldier. But in fact, the young man admires Titus's tough style. This seemingly unreliable man never fails to be reliable when he should be reliable. Don't worry about him, Matt. Titus is only thinking about galloping in the red light district of Luria now. Raynor patted the young man on the shoulder. Goodbye guys, see you on sailing day, Titus said, and he stood up and walked out of the airport with his backpack and merged into the departure dock. For Titus, a place like Luria means vacation and squandering the money he earned from fighting the Zerg in the Federation. In the past, Hank, the leader of the Red Devils of the Firebird Corps, often lingered with Titus in the fireworks and willows, but as more and more people joined the Revolutionary Army, Titus gradually realized that even Hank could not be as idle as himself, who never cared about anything. At the same time, Augustus tolerated Titus's bohemian lifestyle more than others, which was probably a compliment to Titus's heroic performance on the battlefield. This is worrying. Matt's face was indeed worried. The CEO of the Luria Federation invites you to attend a shareholder meeting regarding the transfer of shares of the Peter Gang Guild. Kerrigan squeezed out the generals who were talking around the marshal and read the invitation letter word by word to Augustus. You also invested in Moria's guild enterprises? I have never heard that the Kel-morians would sell shares of their companies to the Terrans. Raynor, who was watching Titus leave with envy, looked over. I don't have time for this, Augustus replied to Raynor, and turned to Kerrigan, who was waiting for a reply. Reject this invitation. You know what I'm thinking. But I need you to say it yourself, otherwise they will say that I took the initiative to issue orders on behalf of the marshal. Kerrigan joked. No one would say that. Faraday said seriously. The company that acquired this guild is my brother Arcturus's company, because this guild has advanced exploration equipment and geological exploration experts. These equipment and manpower can help Arcturus expand the territory of his mining empire. Augustus said. Although I'm a Mengsk, this meeting has nothing to do with me. Luria's CEO of the Federation just wants to make sure I stay where he can see me. Such a small place, more than 30 million people, several airports. If we were space pirates, this place would have been looted long ago. Raynor shrugged. He's just worrying too much. Let him be. Augustus said indifferently. I can understand his fear. After all, it is rumored that we have already reached Verdona and are aiming at Tarsinus. Most of it is true. Raynor yawned. This matter is not something the Federation can cover up. After all, so many people have seen us in the core world. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. Raynor's gaze fell through the glass windows of the dock on the monotonous yellow dusty world outside the airport. This place is like most planets in the Kaprulu sector, rich in minerals, boring and monotonous. As he spoke, another team of officers in the grey uniforms of the Revolutionary Army walked down from a transport ship docked at the dock, followed by revolutionary soldiers wearing power armor. Their bright purple alloy armor and Gauss rifles made the Aviation Guild security personnel in the airport pale in comparison. The white sun logo on the soldiers meant that they belonged to the Nova Squadron. In the new emblem, the red whip-ring logo of the Revolutionary Army occupied the middle part of the Nova logo. While my quartermaster purchases supplies, you and your troops will be responsible for their safety, Augustus said to Colonel Holler, the commander of the Nova Squadron. I know the tricks of the Kel-morians very well, Marshal, and you will not find anyone more qualified for this job than me. Colonel Holler put on his hat and walked away after answering. Lieutenant Colonel Westwood of the Logistics Department wants to confirm with you whether it is really necessary for us to purchase so many transport ships. Kerrigan continued to report to Augustus. He added that this is not a question of your order. Of course we can use these transport ships, Augustus said, whether it is transporting supplies or refugees, these are vital. 1/3 of Augustus's Revolutionary Army fleet are transport ships, which are prepared for the transportation of refugees, enough to transport 400,000 or 500,000 people at a time. If it were not for preventing the spread of the Zerg virus in the fleet, this number would be even higher. But even so, Augustus is still expanding the number of transport ships in the fleet. Do you think we will need these ships to help the Protoss? Kerrigan said with one hand on her slender waist. To be honest, I don't think such a powerful empire will need our help. Don't be ridiculous. How can the Protoss have refugees? Raynor laughed. I can't believe that the bugs would force the Protoss to that. Maybe I'm the only one who thinks so now, but it's always good to have multiple preparations, Augustus said as he swept his eyes over the officers and soldiers around him. The Battle of Air will be the most brutal battle we have ever seen. It will be the main battlefield of the war between the Protoss and the Zerg. It is hard to overestimate it. He said, I have informed the entire fleet of the purpose and significance of our trip. Helping the Protoss, especially Protoss like Tassida, can bring us far more help than diplomacy. To my surprise, no one backed down when they learned of the danger they were about to face. Your popularity in the Revolutionary Army is much higher than that of the global tour band. Raynor looked very happy because he had just received a letter from his family today with a photo of his son John attached and was told that Imogen was doing well. I'm very happy to hear you say that. Augustus smiled. Another email from the CEO of Luria. He questioned us harshly about our illegal mining activities 15 miles west of the Sodon spaceport. Kerrigan asked again at this time. This is not illegal mining. Augustus' expression became serious. We are just excavating alien ruins in Luria. This is just an archaeological work that involves the protection of human history and elegant art. Augustus instructed, just perfunctorily answer him. He can't do anything to us anyway. Tell him that, if he is smart, don't send people to inquire about the news everywhere. We have just helped them expel the Chimera pirates who are doing evil in this area. People should be grateful. Raynor added, if they still fall into this category, very good. They never dreamed that the alien ruins that once devoured dozens of miners were related to the Protoss. Kerrigan said as he responded to the Marshal Commander. Compared to the ancient geological strata of Luria, that relic is only about a few centuries old. She continued, compared to the ruins the Kel-morians have discovered on other planets in the past, this relic is undoubtedly aggressive, and anyone else who enters the relic has been subjected to terrible attacks from energy weapons. It is said that more than a dozen people were shattered into molecular state in that instant. All the weapons of the Kel-morians were helpless against it, and in the end they had to let it go and set it as a restricted area. Those are Protoss ruins. They should warn unauthorized intruders. Raynor said, I heard from Zerichel that the ancient war weapons of the Protoss Empire may be sealed there. Do you expect the Kel-morians to understand the Protoss colony language? Kerrigan complained. A weapon of war that was banned because it was too terrible. Augustus nodded. Tassida was reluctant to reactivate it. It took me a long time to convince him that once the Protoss lost the war on air, everything would be over. If the war was related to the life and death of his beloved people, then no one would care whether this weapon was in line with the Dawn Doctrine, or whether activating it violated the ban of the Supreme Council. What exactly is it that requires the Protoss to seal it? Raynor asked. Augustus replied, it is like a moving tower. From the tower will descend a flame that destroys everything, and the city will burn in the high temperature melting. This is also the purpose of Augustus's coming here. Colossus, he said. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 Restarting the Colossus. Ruin 3 Ruins is located in the western suburbs of Sodon City. The lowland hills covered with sparse yellow grass and the immortal ruins standing like thousands of tombs constitute the amazing and glorious relics here. The Kel-morian settlers of Luria IV always keep a distance from the ruins of these ancient civilizations. Their ancestors have also passed down the ancient legends about these ruins. To this day, the most insightful elders among the Sodon residents still remind their descendants not to disturb the former owners of the ruins. It seems that there are not only ancient buildings of the Protoss, but also those of the Xel'Naga. Kerrigan climbed a hill of piled rocks before Augustus. The edge of her buttocks under the dark blue ghost combat tights trembled as she stepped. Sarah Kerrigan had a black belt tied around her waist, on which hung two P180 pistols, another Z-series electromagnetic rifle and at least 4 scabbards. Not only the Xel'Naga, but also the life in the universe is as numerous as the sand, and their civilization may have once shone brightly among the stars. Augustus, who was following behind Kerrigan, withdrew his gaze from the former, and looked at the ancient buildings located in the red thorns not far away. They were the remains of an ancient civilization that was older than the main Protoss buildings buried underground, and they had experienced even longer years than the geological layers. Even if they were built by an unknown civilization countless epochs ago, and even if the remains left in the wind and sand were not even 1/10,000th of their past glory, the amazing aesthetic proportions and structural livability displayed by these ancient civilizations could make the modern buildings of human settlements look pale in comparison. The only remaining wall could not be called gorgeous, but one could still see the murals painted with colored pigments and the lines of harmonious proportions. This civilization must have also been good at sculpture or refined jewelry, and the square stone tablets built in the ruins depicted everything in the past with abstract incomprehensible lines. At that location, hundreds of soldiers and engineers wearing dark grey or azure blue uniforms of the Revolutionary Army were using large excavators to clean and dig out the ruins buried in the hard loess of Luria, allowing these buildings, that once stood in the shining sun, to see the light of day again. Soldiers and workers were stacking white alloy boxes containing a large number of sophisticated archaeological equipment according to the request of the archaeologists accompanying the Revolutionary Army. Large excavators and lifting equipment had already piled up several extremely high mounds of earth on the original site of the ruins. Augustus's Revolutionary Army was quite special in that, in addition to recruiting people with lofty ideals as new recruits during the movement of the fleet, they also brought a large number of scholars and archaeologists with them. Most of these scholars came from Kar after its fall. Under the call of the Marshal, they joined the excavation and research of the ruins of alien civilizations. I seem to see the lights of billions of years ago. Augustus looked at these buildings and said, maybe they don't need the lights, who can say for sure. The area of the ruins was surprisingly vast. It was once a lost city that was once buried, and was rediscovered after several geological changes. The Protoss discovered the remains of civilization here, and built a stasis facility to seal the Colossus. But why did they do that? Kerrigan asked. You have to ask the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire at that time. Augustus shrugged. People can't understand the Protoss' actions. And if the Federation had such weapons, they would definitely not hide them. According to humans, building or using colossi is illegal, and the crime is equivalent to violating the teachings of Donu. Kerrigan said, this ancient weapon is extremely terrifying, so much so that the Protoss themselves are very secretive about it, and are unwilling to mention it. The city turned to ashes, the army was evaporated, and countless black spots of corpses were left on the ground. Zerachel, the head of the Protoss Dark Templar, appeared between Augustus and Kerrigan with a group of black smoke that suddenly emerged and dispersed. Elder, I believe you have found the facility to seal the Colossus. Augustus was no longer surprised by Zarachel's sudden appearance. The time and speed of his arrival were as unpredictable as his disappearance. Zamora, the protector who went with Executor Tacita, knew the coordinates of the forbidden facility here, which is one of the reasons why we came here. Zarachel explained. After arriving here, we were surprised to find that most of the forbidden facilities were still intact, and the nuclear warheads of the Kel-morians did not destroy it. His mental language hit Augustus' mind directly. We quickly determined the specific coordinates and tried to awaken the dormant stasis facilities. Thanks to the help of human scholars, without them, the activities of the Protoss on this planet would likely be regarded as a malicious invasion. And we have no intention of starting a war with the Kel-morians, nor do we want to hurt them, because of the self-defense measures we are forced to take. In any case, when the Protoss fleet appeared in the Luria system, the Kel-morians there would definitely fall into a fear much stronger than meeting the Revolutionary Army. They would definitely stop the Protoss fleet from approaching their planet at all costs, and seek support from their home planet Moria in vain. Since the rumors of the Protoss destroying the Ceres sister planet have spread to most human worlds, the bad impression they left in the hearts of humans has been deeply rooted. Except for the Zerg, humans have rarely seen the terrifying alien Protoss in the rumors. When the Kel-morians swing a hammer at the Protoss facilities they cannot understand, the hammer will bounce back and may hurt themselves. Kerrigan nodded in recognition of Zarachel's words. So, when can we see those iron giants made of metal? Soon. As Zarachel said this, the ground suddenly began to shake about 1,500 yards away from the hill where Augustus was. The archaeologists and engineers in the area had already evacuated, and everyone was looking at that place, obviously having received advance notice from the Protoss. In the flying smoke and dust, broken walls began to rise from the ground, and a giant building shining with golden light gradually appeared in front of Augustus with a huge roar. It was a classic Protoss-style building with a gorgeous arch. The honeycomb-shaped outer curved supporting walls converged at the top to form a dome with a rounded spire. The glittering walls are engraved with reliefs of the Arbitrator class and the Great Protoss Executor. The Protoss, who pay attention to the beauty of proportion, used ingenious architectural skills to build this magnificent facility. Even if it is just to seal a few war weapons that are expressly banned by the Supreme Council, it is actually a cage. Its exquisite structure and beautiful patterns, the artistic achievements it shows, are enough to make the engineers of the Revolutionary Army admire it, and the building materials it uses are only known by the master craftsmen of the Protoss. If this is a human building, it can also be called a miracle in the history of human architecture. This Protoss building is surrounded by 3 obelisks engraved with Protoss characters. A large number of Protoss mechanical servants with insect limbs are cleaning dust or cutting stones outside the building. It's unbelievable, Augustus exclaimed. The Protoss Empire actually sealed such war weapons on such a marginal planet far away from here, as if they thought they would never be used again. After the Protoss Empire beat a civilization called Kalash back to the Stone Age in a war, creating countless killings and corpses everywhere, the Colossus was completely banned by the Supreme Council. I shouldn't comment on the decision of the Supreme Council, Zarachel said. We always overestimate the courage and wisdom of the rulers, which is a mistake most of the time. The Colossus was not built by the Dark Templar of the Nerazim. It is a product of the bloody arbitration era of the Protoss Empire. He continued, its birth is purely for killing. My people believe that once the Protoss Empire's fleet discovers the Dark Templar, they will undoubtedly use this weapon to kill all the Nerazim warriors. Come closer and take a look. I have never seen a weapon that is only in legends. Augustus took 2 steps forward, walked towards the hill, and walked towards the rising golden blue Protoss building. It's dangerous there. Kerrigan tried to stop Augustus. There are so many dangerous places. I'm not a baby in a crib. Augustus walked there stubbornly, and Zarachel silently jumped over Kerrigan and followed the revolutionary marshal. Kerrigan could only shake his head and catch up with them. Augustus could be regarded as Zarachel's best friend in the bond of friendship between the Protoss and humans. Zarachel and Tacita didn't want him to meet with any accidents. It requires the order of the Supreme Council or an arbitrator to open it. Zarachel walked beside Augustus. His broad feet stepped silently on the sharp gravel land of Luria, but he didn't feel any discomfort. Unfortunately, Tacita did not receive the approval of the Supreme Council. Augustus said with a smile, and if the Supreme Council of Aya heard that Tacita was going to reactivate the Colossus, the arbitrators would probably be so angry that they would come here in person and execute the former executor on the spot. They will know soon, Zarachel said with his rare dry humor. After walking for a few minutes and passing through several revolutionary cranes and chariots with yellow camouflage, Augustus ran into Raynor and Viktor Kaczynski, the second in command of the engineering corps. In the distance, hundreds of air Protoss Templars and phase technicians had been warped to the surface at some point, and Tacita, the commander of the Protoss Expeditionary Force, was also standing among the Templars. You'd better stand with me, Augustus. You know that thing's 3-dimensional defense system has killed dozens of Kel-morian miners in a blink of an eye. Who knows what trouble it will cause. Raynor's words made Augustus nod slightly. This distance was enough for him to see the style of the Colossus. This is a defense facility built by the Protoss several centuries ago. It is unimaginably advanced even compared to humans today, Victor said. The Protoss will not object to us installing this defense facility on a mobile fortress or a space station. The weapon expert and top engineer from Moria said shockingly. I think the Protoss probably won't give it to us. Augustus tactfully asked Victor to put away his bold idea. This young man from Kaczynski always had the sudden idea of grafting Protoss weapons with humans. As he was talking, an image with a shining star-like background suddenly appeared above the Protoss building. A Protoss wearing a gorgeous golden and blue Protoss helmet and a scarlet robe appeared. On the top of his cloak was the emblem of the Protoss Arbitrator Tribe era. Warning, travelers of his race, you have entered the restricted area. The Protoss Arbitrator warned Augustus and others in the majestic ancient Carani language. This was obviously a pre-recorded scene, issued by the intelligence system of the building, that sealed the Colossus. This is a warning. Please leave here, or there will be a river of blood. It can't recognize you? Augustus looked at Zerachel next to him, and noticed that his shining eyes had become deeper. The executor does not have the authority to awaken the Colossus. Zarachel's understanding of the Protoss Empire came from Tacita. Even the respected protectors do not have the authority to awaken the Colossus. They are only recorders and opinion givers, and do not participate in political and military command. In other words, the owner here is not ready to open the door to us. Raynor said after hearing Zarachel's words. My grandfather told me that you should break in with a hammer at this time. Augustus said, after entering, ask the owner for permission. Before he finished speaking, a beam of high heat energy from the Protoss in the sky suddenly fell, cutting the dome of the building with the precision of a scalpel. This immediately caused the defense system of the building to respond. Its outer wall, which was flashing with blue light, immediately opened like the wings of an insect, and countless photon light cannons and movable turrets appeared. The caliber of some of the light cannons was even comparable to the Yamato cannons of the Hyperion. It is conceivable that once these densely packed laser cannons are activated and fired, the land within a radius of more than 10 miles will be reduced to scorched earth. But before these laser cannons could be fired, the blue light on their surfaces, which was full of energy, immediately dimmed. It must be that Tacita's phase technicians cut off the power supply facilities of the weapon system. In the elliptical dome neatly cut by the beam, the head of the Colossus, which was made of shining golden metal and blue aiming machinery, has been exposed to the sun. Its metal structure with great beauty and war aesthetics extends to an incredible height, even towering into the clouds. Augustus can foresee that this terrible ancient war weapon will surely bring great help to Tacita and the human revolutionary army in the upcoming brutal battle of Aya. 1, 2, 3. Karrigan counted silently until he paused at the number 3. 3. Augustus nodded. That's not enough. At this time, a high-ranking Templar came to Augustus and Zerachel, and he brought Tacita's words. Another stasis chamber on an asteroid in the Luria system has been destroyed, and 2 of the Colossi have disappeared. What? Are they the humans from Kel-morian? Zerachel said in surprise. If they have the ability, they will definitely not abandon the Colossi here. Augustus looked at the high-ranking Templar. The Calais phase technicians found several Protoss bodies there who had just died not long ago. The high-ranking Templar said they were wearing black armor and red robes, and the text used on them was very similar to the ancient text before the Aeon catastrophe. Protectors Amara suspects that they are likely to be the ancient Protoss who followed the Xel'Naga and left Aya before the Endless Era. I know them. Augustus said calmly, robbers, liars, and thieves. Thank you for voting and rewarding. Now you can develop fan titles and point currency activities in the comments area. Everyone can participate by posting a comment. Chapter 366 Slane's Claw. Tal'Darim. In an instant, Zerachel read the word from Augustus's superficial thoughts. They left Aya long before the Nerazim. We have long known about the existence of the Tal'Darim, and that they are fanatics who worship the departed gods, but we know very little beyond that. The Revolutionary Army once encountered an expeditionary force of the Tal'Darim on a jungle planet. We were deeply impressed by their cruelty and barbarity. Augustus nodded and said, the Tal'Darim have red robes and black armor. They are cruel and bloodthirsty, which is very different from the Templar and Dark Templar. The Tal'Darim on the planet Baisha once brought tragic losses to the human immigrants. We paid a great sacrifice to expel them. Raynor also said, later we learned that it was just a small part of the huge expeditionary force of the Tal'Darim. I can't believe that the Tal'Darim have fallen to this level. Zerachel said to the high-ranking Templar, it seems that the Tal'Darim Protoss took away the Colossus in the stasis facility. Zerachel, we humans call that stealing. Raynor corrected Zerachel. The Kel-morian Combine army during the Guild War may have a lot in common with the Tal'Darim Protoss. They would paint the captured Terran Federation power armor black and shamelessly declare it as their own scientific research results. What are these Tal'Darim doing? Don't they have their own Calais engineers? asked the high-ranking Templar sent by Tacitor. Maybe. Augustus raised his dark grey eyebrows. But others are always better than your own, aren't they? You're right. Raynor agreed. Augustus, the Luria Joint Executive Office has just made 4 or 5 calls to the Marshal Command to inquire about the situation of the ruins of Jawan. It seems that they must have discovered something through the orbital satellite. Kerrigan pulled Augustus at this time. A little movement. Augustus immediately said to Kerrigan, "Tell him that I never knew that I signed an agreement to report everything to the CEO of Luria, or that I was obliged to do so. If I wanted to overthrow the legitimate government here, like I did to the Terran Federation, my agents would have already offered the heads of the local executives. The ruling class is most afraid of us revolutionaries." Raynor laughed. As the old saying goes, bare feet are not afraid of those wearing shoes. At this time, the outer walls of the stasis facility that sealed the Colossus had been completely stripped off, and 3 giant machines like towers were standing quietly in it, just as they were when they were placed here. Colossus. It was taller than any Protoss mecha that humans had ever seen. Its main structure was supported by 4 golden, slender mechanical legs that looked like insect limbs. The Protoss warriors below, and the human engineers and soldiers in the distance, were nothing more than ants under its feet. As the blue-white stasis light curtain slowly descended, these war machines that had been sealed centuries ago due to destruction and killing awakened in the dazzling blue arcs of light emitted by the mechanical sensor lenses and the Caderin lattices. The weapons of destruction that had been sleeping here for a long time returned again. Amid the harmonious sounds of the intelligence system and the built-in psychic matrix, one of the colossi moved its mechanical long legs, which were almost half of its height, across the remaining wall of the mirror stasis room, as easily as an adult man crossing the anthill in front of him. The Colossus was so tall that it looked like a moving skyscraper, and people could not help but feel fear for this shocking giant. No one would doubt the sharpness of the giant blade-like stable feet at the bottom of the Colossus, insect-like feet that could adapt to various terrains. Many of its body structures were created for killing and destruction. Augustus could not help but think that this terrible war machine would be able to easily cross the human positions. Its sharp walking limbs would pierce the human bunkers and rip open the armor that humans are most proud of. The threat of the Colossus to a human army mainly composed of infantry cannot be ignored. It can bring indescribable fear to the enemy just by walking calmly on the battlefield. Who is operating them? Augustus watched the Colossi leap over the many revolutionary vehicles and equipment on the ground with clever and flexible steps, so agile that it almost did not match their extremely large bodies. The 3 giants quickly disappeared in the light of the warp field. Tacitus phase technicians were warping them back to the fleet. They are intelligent machines. The artificial intelligence can autonomously judge the difference between enemies and friends, accurately distinguish the commander's orders and unswervingly destroy every enemy it encounters. Zarachel said. Now you can't build colossi anymore? Augustus looked at the high-ranking Templar and asked. The Supreme Council did not assign enough phase technicians to the fleet to produce new weapons before the expedition set out. The high-ranking Templar said, we are more accustomed to directly warping in reinforcement or mechas from air or other star forges, rather than casting them on the spot. That's really a pity. Augustus couldn't help but think that, if they had enough colossi, even if they only sent the colossi that the Protoss Empire had already cast and then sealed to the air front, the Protoss might not be unable to defend their homeland. As he was speaking, Tacitor in the distance came over with several high-ranking Templars and the Protector's armorer in a white robe. As soon as he saw Augustus, Tacitor said, I learned in the Kala that the other 3 colossi may have fallen into the hands of the Tal'Darim Protoss. It is hard to imagine how much killing and destruction those extremists who have lost their minds due to fanatical worship of the gods will use this terrible weapon of war to bring. But they left long ago. Raynor looked at Tacitor and said, it will be difficult to recover the lost items. From what I know about the Tal'Darim Protoss, they will never return the original items obediently. But even so, we must teach these Tal'Darim Protoss a lesson. Tacitor was truly angry that such weapons fell into the hands of the Tal'Darim Protoss. Well, do you have any clues, Executor? Augustus asked Tacitor. The Dark Templar discovered a Tal'Darim Protoss outpost while searching for other relics left in nearby galaxies. Tacitor said. Sure enough, they are nearby. Raynor's eyes lit up. It's been a while since we fought with the Tal'Darim Protoss. It's time to let them learn a lesson. Are there other ancient facilities that seal the Colossi here? Augustus was more concerned about another issue. Even if the Revolutionary Army could not control the Colossi, the stronger the Protoss allies, the safer they would be. No, Protector Zamora knows the location of all the stasis facilities. In her memory, there are only 2 Colossus facilities in this sector. Tacita denied. Well, count us in on this. Augustus glanced at Raynor, who was rubbing his hands, knowing that he couldn't wait to take revenge on the planet Besha. The base of the Tal'Darim Protoss must have hidden many treasures they collected from other places. I hope there will be surprises. Black Tox System, Petra Asteroid Belt. More than 1 million asteroid belts composed of metal polymers, rocks, and ices surround a dark green gas giant planet, among which are scattered crystal minerals thrown into space billions of years ago. These beautiful crystals sparkle with cobalt blue light under the light of the interstellar, like blue pearls in the sand. The largest asteroids moving at high speed under the strong gravitational field of the planet are almost equivalent to the size of 2 standard Earths, while others are just tiny interstellar dust. The edge of the asteroid belt glows with the brilliant luster of the blue stars of the system, as if it was coated with a layer of shining gold. This magnificent scene is like the corona of the sun. The outpost of the Tal'Darim is located on a huge rock in the center of the asteroid belt, which is equivalent to 1/3 of the volume of the Earth. Because there are many asteroids surrounding it, the brilliance of the stars of the system is blocked, and it is often in darkness. A black city shrouded in shadows is filled with an oppressive atmosphere. The scarlet crystals hanging above it emit a deadly light. Arched corridors with black spikes and spires piercing the sky stretch across the surface of the rocky asteroid. In the magnificent corridors that symbolize the road of thousands of hammers, the Tal'Darim death slaves, wearing only a few grey rags covering their vital parts, are still building barracks, official residences and forges for their masters. Sometimes, Tal'Darim fighters with scarlet glowing surfaces would land on the black metal platforms surrounded by red curtain walls, and Tal'Darim warriors wearing black armor and holding spears or long swords would walk down from them. At a certain moment, the red crystal above the huge Tal'Darim outpost suddenly dimmed, and the Tal'Darim high-level ascenders and their slaves on the arcade immediately rushed to all the defense facilities. All the isoparticle light cannons with scarlet glowing muzzles locked onto the sky in the flickering refraction. Marshal Augustus, who was standing on the flagship of the Revolutionary Fleet, Hyperion, watched all this through the monitors of the warship, and in his heart he mourned for these pathetic thieves. This place is very far away from the Tal'Darim's home planet, Slain. The Tal'Darim Protoss must have established an outpost at this location for purposes other than marking territory or expansion. There are many Tal'Darim Protoss on this asteroid. They look like orthodox Tal'Darim, rather than the expeditionary forces of the fanatic Nairn who were expelled from their home planet Slain. Augustus stared at the main screen on the bridge of the Hyperion. This seems to be more than just an ordinary outpost. We will be able to figure it out soon. Raynor, who was wearing a general's uniform, said. At this moment, the bridge of the Hyperion was suddenly illuminated by the light released by the Protoss fleet's main guns. The blooming blue-white flames tore a path for small fleets to pass through the entire asteroid belt. A large amount of pierced debris was annihilated in the beam, or thrown into the depths of the asteroid belt. An assault fleet composed of reconnaissance aircraft, Dark Templar Corsair fighters, and shuttles was like a sharp sword piercing the asteroid belt in the flash of the jump force field. They immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the whistling Tal'Darim fighters. Although they had left Air long before the Aeon of Disaster, the appearance of the Tal'Darim fighters was still very similar to that of the Protoss Empire. Under the combined attack of the Protoss Empire and the Dark Templar, the gorgeous and hideous Tal'Darim Protoss fighters were destroyed one after another, turning into flickering flames. Under Augustus's order, the Hyperion followed Tacitus' flagship, the Star Shuttle, deep into the asteroid belt, and several Revolutionary Air Force wings with nearly 200 Wraith fighters escorted the warship. Explosions occurred one after another, and the beams of the particle cannons from the Tal'Darim outpost swept across the rocks in the asteroid belt, but then they were silenced by the more intense artillery fire of the Protoss fleet. By the time Augustus boarded the asteroid where the Tal'Darim outpost was located on the transport ship, a large number of Protoss Templars and Dark Templars had occupied more than half of the asteroid and invaded the Tal'Darim base. The Tal'Darim warriors are brutal and strong. Don't let any fish slip through the net. Augustus walked to the gangway of the transport ship and issued instructions to the Revolutionary Army's Guard Division and Raynor's Ranger Mobile Infantry. In this battle, the assistance of Augustus's human Revolutionary Army was just icing on the cake. The Templars and Dark Templars were the absolute main force. Yes, sir. The Revolutionary Army's elite raider soldiers, rocket infantry and Goliath mechas, wearing heavy armor, followed the charging Templar troops under the cover of heavy firepower. Among them, the Tal'Darim lords wearing dark grey heavy armor could be vaguely seen leading their high-level upgraded warriors to fight against the Dark Templars who were dozens of times their own. The Tal'Darim warriors were known for their powerful strength and ferocity. Even when they were attacked from both sides, they refused to surrender to the enemy. During the battle, a dark black Tal'Darim colossus appeared. It crossed the dark black spires of the Tal'Darim complex and appeared in the red light of the high-temperature heat gun. In the hot, all-encompassing high-temperature plasma flow, the high walls were vaporized, and the Protoss Templar on the ground were turned into ashes in the beam. Get rid of that monster. Augustus noticed that there was a figure on the top of the Colossus. It was a high-level Tal'Darim Ascended who was tightly connected to it by chains, and the huge Colossus seemed to be his high-ranking vehicle. There were also several ragged Tal'Darim dead apostles standing around this Tal'Darim Ascended, and they would sometimes inexplicably turn into a red energy torrent that merged into the Ascended body. As the Tal'Darim Colossus caused more casualties than the Protoss army, a large number of Dark Templar Corsairs aimed at it. Under the green flash of the Void Medium and the bombardment of neutron weapons, the Tal'Darim Protoss Ascendant driving the Colossus had to retreat. At that time, a unit of Raynor had already rushed into the Tal'Darim base. The huge sound they sent back was mixed with some strange and terrifying roars. The report about the indescribable creatures made Augustus' expression more serious than ever. The tile laying at the door yesterday was so noisy that I couldn't calm down. The good news is that it is almost done. Chapter 367 Hybrid. What is that? A monster that looks like a combination of Protoss and Zerg, a fantasy product from some weird horror movie. Good god, it makes me sick. The voice of Major Schwarzenegger of the Revolutionary Guard Division came from the communication unit of Commander Augustus's power armor. He was the commander-in-chief of this combat operation appointed by the Marshal's command. Counting the number of times James Adam Schwarzenegger fought for Marshal Augustus Mengsk and the new regime he swore to defend at all costs in the Battle of Korhal, the Battle of Char, and the Battle of Marcera, this officer who was promoted for his ironclad military style and admirable legendary military exploits had never cried out in fear of an enemy like today. Even when the Federation's arc tank crushed Schwarzenegger's left arm, he refused to make any sound that would make people think he was weak. Because of the severe pain that was enough to make people faint. It's gone. Damn. Major Schwarzenegger yelled in a roaring manner. Thomas, get down, it's behind you. Bastard, I want you to go to hell. Augustus cut off the audio communication with Major Schwarzenegger while looking at Kerrigan and Raynor beside him, leaving only the emergency call communication. You have all seen the picture sent back by the external cameras of the frontline soldiers' armor. This abominable monster can affect people's minds, making all those who have seen it with their own eyes become crazy and unable to control themselves. Even the most determined people are not immune to this kind of spiritual influence that makes them no longer themselves. On the HUD display of the helmet of Augustus' power armor, a hideous twisted monster was bathing in crimson blood mist. Its eyes emitting blue-purple light were staring fiercely at the human in front of it, and its ugly, deformed limbs were full of waving spikes, appendages and slender arms similar to those of the Protoss. Its hideous head looked like a Hydralisk's huge crown and heavy chitin armor roughly installed on the Protoss' slender head. Its slender jaws, which were closer to the Protoss, actually had a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. The blood-red energy circuits extended along its terrifying head to the back of its head. This monster, which was a mixture of Protoss and Zerg genes, was unusually burly. It was just half crouching like a beast, ready to attack, and occupied the entire screen of the external camera. Augustus was just watching this video that was played repeatedly. The abominable ugliness and weird horror of this terrifying image also made him feel a sense of nausea from a physical perspective. Fortunately, this hybrid monster did not use human genes, nor was it a monster similar to humans, otherwise the nausea would be even stronger. I'm afraid Tacitor and Zarachil should be the ones who should feel the most horrified. I feel their presence. Kerrigan's eyes glowed like molten gold. It can't be ignored. It's terrifying. What the hell is this? A Protoss infected by the Zerg? Raynor was more surprised than Kerrigan. But didn't the Protoss say that it's impossible for the Protoss to be infected by the Zerg? We'll know in a moment. Augustus saved the video and ordered all the reserve troops to join the battle in the command channel to eliminate the enemies inside the Tal'Darim outpost as quickly as possible. However, although this hybrid monster with Protoss and Zerg genes resisted the enemy's attack after it appeared, it immediately triggered a frenzy among both the Templar and the Dark Templar. Using Protoss genes or even the bodies of their own people for genetic modification experiments was naturally considered an insult and blasphemy. The battle cry of the Templar could be heard even from miles away, and the sharp blades in the hands of the Dark Templar harvested the lives of the enemies with a more ruthless attitude. My goodness, the Tal'Darim Protoss have stirred up a hornet's nest. These Protoss are now so angry that they can eat a dozen Tal'Darim alive if they have mouths. Raynor said as he followed Augustus onto the armored command vehicle. The Tal'Darim Protoss must be conducting some kind of genetic engineering experiment to mix the Protoss with powerful psychic powers with the Zerg genes with immortal bodies and blend them into a monster that has the advantages of both Zerg and Protoss. Kerrigan said as she stuffed Augustus into the back seat of the armored vehicle and sat in after smoothing out the wrinkles on his clothes. When the command vehicle started, several armored vehicles of the same style, Foxtrot armored vehicles, Kel-morian heavy tanks, Arclight tanks and a large number of Vulture hovercrafts of the Rangers were guarding on both sides. At the same time, at least 2 brigades and the Guards Division's direct railgun artillery units were deployed on this huge asteroid to ensure the intensity of the attack on the enemy. When Augustus learned that the Tal'Darim outpost had been completely breached, he had already arrived at the ruins of the Protoss particle artillery fire. Even though the Tal'Darim Protoss fortress had been damaged in the battle, and the high walls made of black Protoss organic metal had long since collapsed under the bombardment, the building was still majestic, as if a sleeping black behemoth was looking down at the people below. The black spires that reached into the sky and the sharp tooth-shaped inclined lines were still breathtaking. The vertical obelisks that radiated from the main body of the building and the huge circular dueling arena that was very different from the style of the Aer or Shakiris Protoss were the main features that distinguished the Tal'Darim architectural layout from other Protoss. The interconnected corridors, solemn barriers and stone gates outside the Tal'Darim fortress were designed for war, while the closed and oppressive winding corridors and numerous airtight rooms were built for the intrigues and hidden secrets between the Tal'Darim ascendants. Augustus got off the armored vehicle and walked to the interior of the Tal'Darim fortress under the protection of the guards. It took him a long time to adapt to the walking rhythm on this rocky asteroid with substandard gravity. The walls of the maze-like corridors were engraved with the terrifying twisted monster from before. It was a hybrid monster between the Protoss and the Zerg, with a strong body covered with shells, appendages and long arms of the Protoss like the Zerg. Compared with the rounded limbs of the Protoss, the bodies of these monsters are angular, with colorful crowns and alien-like jaws of hydralisks, and their long tongues come from an unknown Zerg species. This is the product of forbidden genetic engineering, evil and grotesque. This seems to be some kind of totem, depicting the scene of the gods creating the world and the mortals chosen by the gods to ascend to the gods in the sky on the day of the destruction of the world. But these confused abstract descriptions are not what Augustus can understand. The monsters up here give me a headache and chills. Kerrigan said as she escorted Augustus through the corridor and into the fortress. What on earth are the Tal'Darim planning? Raynor said nonsense. I bet there must be some conspiracy here. Entering the Tal'Darim fortress, Augustus' eyes were immediately illuminated by the blood crystal light inside. The exquisite columns supported the high dome, and there were dozens of narrow arched windows on the top. The faint starlight coated the statues of the Tal'Darim High Lords and Blood Masters on the walls and the ground with a thin layer of light. When Augustus found Major Schwarzenegger, the latter hurriedly apologized for his misbehavior during the battle, and Augustus bluntly said that he didn't need to apologize for a trivial matter. More than 20 soldiers died in this operation. All of them died at the hands of the hybrid monsters. The hall was filled with corpses and the remains of Protoss spider mechas. The containers made of transparent crystal were filled with Zerg corpses, some of which belonged to the naked Tal'Darim Protoss. Augustus noticed that the innermost containers were filled with Templars like Tassida. Their half-open eyes were still flashing with a faint blue light, and their long nerve bundles were floating like Sargasso in the water. In the center was a huge hybrid corpse. When it fell face to face on the ground, its arched back was as tall as 2 people. Next to this hybrid were 3 or 4 much smaller corpses, probably only slightly larger than ordinary Protoss Templars. Tassida and Zarachil were standing in front of these hybrid corpses. Their psychic fluctuations that stirred their emotions were full of deep disgust and hatred for these monsters. Augustus walked towards Tassida and others while paying attention to the abominable statues staring at him at the top of the hall. The Tal'Darim Protoss used genetic material from the Protoss and Zerg to conduct experiments and eventually created these horrible hybrids before our eyes. Zarachil's voice reflected in Augustus' mind trembled with extreme anger. Whose hands were responsible for such evil experiments? Was it the high-ranking lords of the Tal'Darim Protoss? Augustus came to Zarachil and Tassida and was surprised to find that the angry elder was trembling with shock and disgust, and irregular white spots appeared on the surface of his dark skin, resembling human goosebumps. What a blasphemy! A high-ranking Templar next to Tassida had blue eyes that were full of psychic energy. He pointed to the hybrid corpse on the ground and said, "I have never seen such evil and dark creations. I feel deeply sad for the Protoss compatriots who have been harmed by this." Tassida half knelt on the ground and placed his hand on the huge horn of one of the hybrids. "This monster is far more powerful than the Protoss or the Zerg." Augustus saw Tassida's sad face and realized that this monster might have been a Templar. "Gods, my eyes are full of darkness." Zarachil fell to the ground, lost in thought for this amazing discovery. "Have you ever captured a living Tal'Darim?" Augustus suddenly thought of the disabled Tal'Darim Protoss they had captured in Basia, but that Tal'Darim Protoss knew nothing about these hybrids. It is likely that only a few Tal'Darim knew about these secret experiments. "We captured some Tal'Darim Protoss, but they refused to reveal the secrets they knew." The high-ranking Templar next to Tassida looked at Augustus and said, "Then force them to speak out." Augustus said, "Only torture can be effective against these Tal'Darim Protoss. Let's deal with these Tal'Darim Protoss." He continued, "Colonel Holler of the Nova Squadron is a master of torture, and his Nova agents are proficient in 100 ways to make the enemy speak obediently. The advantage of incorporating the Federation Army is that, although there are many parasites in the army, there are also many talents in the elite forces. In addition, professional soldiers who have experienced the Zerg War are not only reliable, but can also quickly gather into an indestructible force on the cruel battlefield. It's useless, Augustus. The most respected lords among the Tal'Darim Protoss are all dead. They either died at the hands of our warriors, or died at the hands of other Tal'Darim lords or the bloody blades of the Ascended." Zarachil reluctantly mentioned the word servant. Only their servants survived. Those Tal'Darim Protoss who respected their rulers very much, but knew nothing about the truth. At this time, a team of bloody Templars brought a dying Tal'Darim Protoss lord. His black armor covered with black spikes and crescent blades was riddled with holes, and the dark purple blood stained the scarlet battle robe. Behind these Templars were many staggering Tal'Darim slaves tied together with ankle chains, and these shackles were obviously forged by themselves. Their exposed skin showed an unhealthy pale complexion, and their bodies were much thinner than the high-level Tal'Darim in armor. "Who ordered you to create these monsters here?" Tassida strode towards the Tal'Darim lord who was bound in the stasis chamber. The stasis chamber, which was suspended in midair and propelled by a gravity accelerator, was shaped like an oval capsule that could just hold a Protoss. The shell made of energy wrapped the Tal'Darim lord inside. The stasis field and the space-time field allowed the passage of time to be temporarily stagnant, making the dying Tal'Darim lord always in a dying state. "Who is the real master of the Tal'Darim?" When Tassida asked, the Tal'Darim lord in the stasis chamber was forcibly awakened. The only response to Tassida was the silence and sharp ridicule of Lord Tal'Darim. "TSK. Noble Templar, what do you expect from me? Your hypocritical kindness is nothing but cowardice. Kill me. I will not live for your worthless mercy, human." Although the Lord Tal'Darim had lost half of his chest, such injuries were unbearable even for the Protoss, but he still looked very energetic. "Insects that live and die every day. I will crush you like crushing ants, but before that I will enjoy the pleasure of killing and torture. Severe torture is just a test for my promotion to the Chosen One. Lord Tal'Darim. Do it quickly. What is the Chosen One? Zarachel asked. Your god is the Xel'Naga. You know nothing about Ammon. Lord Tal'Darim laughed sharply. What is Ammon? Tacita caught the word. He is the end of the chain of ascension, the beginning of everything, and the end of corruption. Ammon, he is your doom. Thanks for voting. Thanks for the 20,000 reward to Firian Sword. Chapter 368 The Origin of Darkness. Ammon, the god of darkness, the incarnation of immortality, the master of everything, brings truth, ultimate darkness and endless annihilation. Lord Tal'Darim knew that he was doomed to die, and he didn't care about revealing Ammon's real name. Anyway, these people couldn't figure out what it was. Let these pathetic bugs and cowardly Templars spend their miserable lives in anxiety and misery in guessing this word. They will also live in fear for their lives, and this will only make Lord Tal'Darim feel real pleasure, and the pleasure of revenge. It is said that a dying man's words are good, but the Tal'Darim Protoss, especially a high-level ascender who has risen to a high position through intrigue and cruel killing, only cruelty is left in the cunning and vicious heart. The future is created by our own hands, not by your so-called gods. Augustus approached the stasis pod, and the power armor made a click-like sound like armor when it moved. Tacita, I know that you Protoss all have telepathic abilities, but can't you see through the inner thoughts of this Tal'Darim Protoss? Raynor thought that the torture process was unnecessary, even if the other party was a hateful alien. James Raynor, my friend, it is possible for a telepath to see through the thoughts of a creature without psychic potential, but the Tal'Darim Protoss also have powerful psychic powers, which can to a certain extent isolate others from detecting his inner thoughts. Tacita patiently explained to Raynor. An evil god, is it the Xel'Naga? Zarachel was worried about the terrible conspiracy in the dark future contained in these words. He naturally linked the Xel'Naga with God. He is above the gods. The Tal'Darim Lord lying in the stasis chamber uttered a last fanatical laugh. I heard Ammon's call. I will not let you go. Then, in Augustus's eyes, the Tal'Darim Protoss who was still shouting just now showed a bright red light wave like lava. This magnificent light dismembered his body and dissolved it into red crystal dust that disappeared with the wind. These dead disciples, why don't you die for me? Tacita, the executor of the Templar, sighed silently as he watched the red light that the Tal'Darim Protoss turned into after his death escape from the gravitational field of the asteroid and escape into space. He died without any honor. A high-ranking Templar was also shocked by the dark inside story he saw and heard today, but he just regarded it as the crazy talk of the Tal'Darim Protoss fanatics. The Zerg is not the most terrible enemy the Protoss Empire has encountered. Tacita's eyes swept over the remaining Tal'Darim slaves and the containers in which the hybrids' deformed bodies were soaked. I have a feeling that it is just a sign of a dark age. Zarachel calmed down a lot. Whether among the Templar or the Dark Templar, there is a prophecy of doomsday. At that time, Adun will return to save the Protoss. No matter what Ammon is, no matter what kind of fictitious evil god he is or what else, we will definitely win in the end. The young Jim Raynor is not only a positive optimist, but also full of hope for victory. In Jim Raynor's current not long, but still magnificent life, he has always followed Augustus and has not experienced those failures that are enough to crush a person. Raynor's life is full of hope and has nothing to do with decadence and depression. He has a happy family and his friends are enough to trust him with life and death. Even if God stands in front of me and says that he will destroy mankind today, I can only give him a shot. Augustus is the one who really knows what Ammon is, but at least he knows how to defeat him. Let those monsters go to hell. Raynor and Augustus slapped each other. Compared with the Protoss who believed in gods and prophecies, these human revolutionaries were not so depressed. Under the leadership of Augustus, even if there were really gods in this world, as long as the Marshal gave an order, Raynor and others would continue to defeat and overthrow this god, pointing guns at the god's head and saying whether it was time for Augustus Mengsk to sit in this position. You are right, nothing can defeat the brave and fearless Protoss. Tacita did not worry too much about the last words of the Tal'Darim Lord. The Overmind had already invaded Ea, which was the closest time for the once powerful Protoss Empire to doomsday. At this time, Augustus turned to the Tal'Darim slaves who were bound by shackles next to him. Among them, several should be engineers similar to the Aya Protus phase technicians or blacksmiths who forged weapons. They wore heavy red robes and hoods, and they did not tremble like ordinary naked Protus. Unlike the Aya Protus, even the weakest Tal'Darim Protus who work in the lowest occupations have extremely strong fighting power and bloodthirsty instincts. Unless their masters are killed, these Tal'Darim Protus will not surrender to the enemy. What do? Augustus walked to one of the Tal'Darim Protus wearing blood-red robes. None of these Tal'Darim Protus regretted or was heartbroken for the death of their masters, but they were not so sad that they laughed out loud when they were captured. Craftsman. The Tal'Darim Protus with several scars on his face took off his robe. I forged psychic blades and sharp swords for the strongest in the chain of ascension. All the indestructible blades of forsakenness are made by my hands. So you are a good craftsman. Augustus did not ask him about Ammon's information. Better than all humans. The Tal'Darim craftsman answered proudly. So, you are a talent. Raynor also came over. Are you interested in working with us? Not only will you get money, but there will also be enough terrazine. The Tal'Darim in the Yumajan science station is doing well, and he is more comfortable than those of us who carry guns. How is it? There are many benefits. I won't tell him about ordinary people. Unconsciously, Raynor began to recruit people for Augustus's revolutionary cause. This young man who always boasted of the revolutionary spirit devoted himself to Augustus's cause and regarded it as his lifelong ideal. Since the first Tal'Darim Protus was hired by the Revolutionary Army's alien laboratory, there has been a precedent for recruiting Tal'Darim. Hearing Raynor's words, Augustus also nodded in agreement. After all, he couldn't recruit people from Tacita or Zarachel's military system now, even if the other party was willing to give him some help. Maybe you can bring some help to my engineers. Even if these Tal'Darim engineers can't provide any advice for human weapons research, it's also good to let them forge Tal'Darim's cold weapons with a killing aesthetic. Talents, for Augustus, are never too much. What did you say? The Tal'Darim craftsman narrowed his eyes in surprise, revealing a teasing expression as his facial muscles moved. You, humans, recruit me? Using terrazine? A lot. Raynor emphasized. The Tal'Darim craftsman paused when he said the word terrazine, but remained unmoved. I admit that this is very tempting, but what else can you give me? I will no longer be able to be promoted in the great cycle of the chain of ascension, nor will I have the opportunity to ascend to become a hybrid. Think of it another way, you can't climb higher anyway. At this time, Kerrigan said in her usual harsh tone. The Tal'Darim craftsman was furious at Kerrigan's humiliation. I refuse. Tacita, Zarachel, let us deal with these Tal'Darim. Augustus turned to the two Protus commanders and said, once we find out something, we will convey it to you immediately. Very good. If you don't do that, I will also order the Templar to imprison them. Tacita had no objection. If that is the fate these Tal'Darim deserve, I have no objection. Zarachel walked up to the Tal'Darim craftsman that Augustus was questioning. I heard you say that the Tal'Darim will eventually be upgraded to hybrids. What's going on? If you beg me. The Tal'Darim craftsman who was just poked in the sore spot by Kerrigan proudly raised his thin and pointed chin. You have two choices. Augustus shook down the visor of his power armor helmet and let the Tal'Darim Protus look directly into his eyes. Tell me everything you know, or I will release all your colleagues and give them freedom and enough terrazine, and you can only die in your narrow prison. He said. You don't have to work for that so-called god anymore, because I'm standing in front of you now, and Ammon is far away from time and space. I know, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Another Tal'Darim engineer who had been observing secretly for a long time was happy to see his colleagues suffer. In the society of Tal'Darim, all classes are always in competition and intrigue. Even the best relationship between Tal'Darim Protus is full of deception and betrayal. Tal'Darim Protus also refuse to let other people read their thoughts, because that would make all conspiracies nowhere to hide. What do you know? This lord is obviously asking me. The Tal'Darim craftsman softened quickly. He could accept torture or punishment, but he didn't want other Tal'Darim to live better than himself. Among the Tal'Darim Protus, the chain of ascension is everything. The weak are at the bottom of the chain of ascension, but they can also defeat the Tal'Darim of higher status through their axe ritual to gain promotion in the chain of ascension. He said hurriedly, In the chain of ascension, the first ascender of the first seat commands the army, and above him are the High Lords, and the end of the chain of ascension is Ammon. The chosen ones who gain his favor will be ascension, and become powerful hybrids, which are the ones you see. Those hybrids are so ugly and despicable. Is that the ascension you desire? Zarachal also said. Those you see are just the losers of the ascension. They failed to withstand Ammon's test, and can only become monsters with confused minds. The words of the Tal'Darim craftsman revealed jealousy and resentment towards those so-called ascensions. Ascension should become more perfect and powerful. But it seems that those monsters upgraded to hybrids are not as crazy as you said. Tacita expressed his opinion. It is some kind of dark force that is influencing them. Then, have the high-ranking lords of the Tal'Darim become hybrids? Augustus asked. No. The Tal'Darim craftsman seemed to have never thought about this question, and he immediately gave the explanation he had just thought of. Lord Marash will ascend with all the Tal'Darim when the annihilation of the universe comes. If you ask me, this must be a trap set for you by that Ammon. Raynor expressed his opinion. Since Ammon is a dark god who brings destruction and doomsday, he must not be a good thing. Even a 3-year-old child in Chilonos, that sweet gifts often mean traps or swarms of wasps that can sting people to death. A human, what do you know about upgrading? The Tal'Darim craftsman scolded Raynor. To agree with this human's words was to admit that what he had believed in all his life were mistakes and lies. I believe it will take us some time to figure out the social appearance, customs, and gods of the Tal'Darim. Augustus ordered his soldiers to take all the Tal'Darim back to the transport ship. As for these dead hybrids and the evil containers that created them, it is better to destroy them on the spot. He continued, to touch these twisted creations is to play with fire and get burned. They must be purified with fire. Tacita said. After a while, when Augustus and Tacita were about to go home and discuss everything they had seen today, a lieutenant of the Revolutionary Army and several Dark Templar came over. Marshal, we have discovered a forge where the Tal'Darim Protoss forge weapons and armor, as well as a warehouse where mechas and spaceships are parked. The lieutenant said after saluting Augustus. Oh, let's go and take a look. The arsenal of the Tal'Darim fortress is unusually vast, with a towering dome supporting the blood-red crystals that power the entire fortress. In the spacious warehouse, aggressive blood-red spaceships and spider-shaped mechas can be seen everywhere, and 2 huge colossi overlook the entire warehouse. What surprised Augustus, Tacita and others was that the Tal'Darim's mechas and fighters were almost identical to those of the Templar, including Dragon Knight mechas, reconnaissance aircraft, gold beetles and even an arbitrator spaceship that was only piloted by the arbitrator. If the similarity in shape alone does not explain anything, then the fact that some of the spaceships and mechas still retain the gold and blue paint of the air Protoss is enough to explain the problem. This group of shameless thieves. Tacita also learned the word thief, and was furious at the despicable behavior of the Tal'Darim. The Templar would never hand over the armor and weapons to the Tal'Darim themselves. They were either stolen or robbed by the Tal'Darim, and the original owners of those weapons might have met with an accident. In this way, the inexplicable disappearance of the Protoss Empire exploration fleet and colonial fleet that disappeared in the depths of the universe was explained. Tacita could hardly believe that at least one honorable arbitrator had died at the hands of the Tal'Darim. Wait, there seems to be a human spaceship there. Kerrigan, whose eyes were as sharp as eagle eyes, suddenly found something in the pile of weapons and immediately pointed to a corner of the warehouse. Augustus looked in that direction and found a human spaceship with a streamlined hull lying there quietly. It was a gorgeously shaped galaxy flea with the flag of the Terran Federation on it. This style of shuttle is often a handmade luxury product, only supplied to the Federation nobles of Tarsinus, and is also highly sought after by Federation politicians. Why is there a human spaceship here? Don't the Tal'Darim look down on human things? Augustus said, I have never seen the Tal'Darim steal human spaceships. In their words, there is no need to pick up junk. Kerrigan read the thoughts that flashed through Augustus' mind like lightning. Someone has been here. Chapter 369 Ammon's Servant. I can only say that the looting Tal'Darim Protoss have become so unscrupulous that they will take in all the human spaceships that they used to look down upon. Augustus examined the shuttle with a streamlined hull and a beautiful silver atmospheric tail, and turned his head to signal his subordinates to search its interior. As an expensive luxury airship, this shuttle that can quickly jump between galaxies must have a complex password and its owner's iris and gene lock to open it. Raynor was just about to lead people to use macro explosives to blow up the shuttle's hatch, and a high-level Templar had already used the psychic blade in his hand to pierce the data panel in front of the hatch, and then cut open the cabin wall protected by a new alloy like tearing open a can. Tassadar and Zarachil took the lead and walked in, and Augustus followed under the protection of Kerrigan and others. Damn the Federation nobles, they really know how to enjoy themselves. Raynor entered the shuttle before Augustus, and as soon as he looked up, he cursed the luxurious decoration inside. The luxurious decoration inside this ship is comparable to the palaces built in the old Earth-style era when Tarsinus Prime was popular a few centuries ago, but its design is completely different from all the current artistic styles of mankind. The spaceship is a completely different scene. The silver exotic metal forms a bulkhead that looks like the surface of Mercury. The extremely beautiful spiral patterns and star-like flashes seem to be in another dimension. The elegant and harmonious curves perfectly follow the golden ratio, like a drop of water sliding down a green leaf. Augustus was surprised to find that this spaceship was one of the few spaceships like the Proteus that was a work of art in itself. This was obviously a fantastic work of art, rather than an ordinary spaceship that was only used to travel in the universe. Its internal layout was also completely different from all the luxury yachts or ordinary spaceships Augustus had seen. It didn't even have a closed space or cabin. The ring-shaped halo and curtains separated the entire spacecraft into several interconnected spaces. The mysterious symbols were emitting some kind of pure void energy, so it showed a vibrant green color. If the buildings of Tal'Darim were densely covered with black spikes and sharp blades, shaped like countless swords, then here there were no sharp edges at all. Everything looked so smooth and natural, as if it came from the ingenious work of nature, rather than the clumsy imitation of ordinary people. If it was designed by a human engineer, then his talent and artistic attainments should never be unknown. Point: why does it look like a Xel'Naga spacecraft? Augustus walked into the cockpit of the shuttle, and saw the familiar control panel there, confirming that it was still a human spacecraft, but there were still no clumsy wires and cables in it. The oil paintings hanging on the wall, the crafts like shells and gems, and other luxury items also proved the taste of the former owner of this spacecraft. Even if he was not a person who liked luxury, he must be rich or noble. Perhaps the owner of this spaceship is a fan of the mysterious alien master. Kerrigan reached out and touched the control panel of the cockpit. A fluorescent blue holographic projection screen immediately unfolded in front of everyone, with several nebulae marked on it instead of the small Kaprulu sector. When I was in Ghost Academy, I once took a course on learning about human vehicles, and I have never seen a spaceship like this. Can you find out the model and origin of this spaceship? Augustus asked. There are only so many brands of private customization, but none of them can match this one. Kerrigan shook his head. If this was made by humans, he must be a master who has reached the pinnacle. Zarachil looked at the spaceship with a strange feeling, and his evaluation of humans was once again raised. The Dark Templar are all senior scholars who study the Xel'Naga, which is as important as studying their own traditional culture. This is by no means a poor imitation of the Xel'Naga. The person who built it must have a very deep understanding of the Xel'Naga art and technology, he said. The Tal'Darim may have captured this ship by accident and stored it in the arsenal because of its uniqueness. Let's see what we can get from the database of this ship. Augustus looked at Kerrigan, who immediately walked to the computer where the data archive was stored. His master obviously did not expect that this ship would fall into the hands of others, and cracking the password was not a difficult task for Kerrigan. Unauthorized access. Unauthorized access. According to Article 114 of Federation Security Protocol, Kerrigan inserted the cracked disk into the computer interface, but was surprised to find that the cracking program that had been successful before did not work. The database of this ship is encrypted multiple times, and its complexity may only be cracked by the most experienced experts. She looked at Augustus. Bring our best decoding experts. Augustus thought for a while and said, I hope they can crack it. I'm worried that it's not something humans can crack. Maybe my scientists can try to crack this human terminal. Tacitus spoke at this time. It shouldn't take too long to figure out the structure of this machine. I think even if we crack it, we'll get nothing in the end. Augustus already had a guess about the mysterious identity of the owner of this spaceship. In the Korhal sector, a mysterious man named Terran, Star 1/Nerad, Star 2, has been closely associated with the hybrid experiment. Nerad has experienced much more years than Zerachel, so much so that he can arrogantly call the latter a young man. He is the fallen one among the Xel'Naga, a loyal servant of Ammon, the dark god who will destroy the entire universe in the future. For countless long years, Nerad has been changing various identities, appearing in front of the world with different names, teasing all those who claim to be smart. He has been planning the rebirth of his great master Ammon, and for this reason, everyone in this world is just a tool and pawn at his mercy. Nerad secretly promoted the process of the three-tribe struggle for hegemony in Korhal, playing with others in his hands. Only Nerad could build such a spaceship, because he himself was a Xel'Naga. Anyway, we won't know until we try it. Raynor shrugged, thinking that this was a rare passive performance of Augustus. Augustus nodded and looked at the holographic projection star map that he could touch freely. He walked over and called up the navigation record of this spaceship and found the route of its last takeoff flight. The starting point was a Federation border planet called Blassis, which had crossed more than half of the Korhal star zone to get here. From the flight navigation settings, Kerrigan quickly found something wrong. This spaceship was originally going to fly to the Luria system, but how could he have the detailed coordinates of this Tal'Darim outpost? This is ridiculous. It's as if this person flew here specifically. Raynor touched his bald head. So, the Tal'Darim Protoss are still secretly trading with the Federation nobles and politicians? Oh, I'm not surprised if they do anything ridiculous. Not long after, Tacitus' men brought several Protoss carry scientists, including the respected protectors Amara. Human computers are just primitive and crude products to the Protoss, and the personality intelligence technology of the Protoss Empire has long reached a height that humans cannot imagine. As early as in ancient times, it was able to digitize the personality of Protoss warriors and create terrible artificial intelligence machines. The Protoss is an ancient high-tech race, and the magical and gorgeous psychic power cannot cover up their achievements in technology. The Protector is the most knowledgeable scholar in the Protoss Empire. Their research on the Xel'Naga is even better than that of the Dark Templar, because this special class can inherit the memories of all the Protoss after the Aeon of Catastrophe, including scholars, master craftsmen and military strategists. When the scientists in gold and blue robes began to seriously crack the shuttle's main control computer, the Protector's Amara gave his own opinion on the special design of the spacecraft. This may not be made by a human, or even from the Protoss. What? You mean, this was made by the Xel'Naga himself? Raynor felt that his usual cognition was strongly impacted. Don't joke, dear. If that's the case, why did he go to so much trouble to build a spacecraft with a human appearance? The secrets in this are not for us to know. The Protector wore a spotless white long hood, and his face was always hidden in the mysterious darkness. Only his cobalt blue eyes still shone like the blue sun. She extended her slender forefingers to touch the spiral pattern on the inner wall of the shuttle. The main technology used in this spacecraft is still human, but the Xel'Naga technology in it cannot be imitated even by the Protoss. There are too many secrets waiting to be revealed. Zerachel also said. While waiting for the Protoss scientists to crack the code, Augustus's subordinates found a spherical storage space while searching the entire spacecraft and found some documents left behind by its previous owner. Augustus opened a file package containing Terran Federation identity cards and found at least 20 ID cards with completely different faces, birthplaces and occupations. The birth dates of some of the people can even be traced back to the early days of the Federation. Human traffickers? Raynor stared at these ID cards and said, why else would this guy want these? If it's just for disguise or to conceal their identities, at least the people on them should look similar. Augustus flipped through these old information cards and found that there were both white-haired old men, fierce men and beautiful blondes. This made Augustus start to doubt Nerad's taste in using his Xel'Naga incarnation in the real universe to transform and disguise himself as various people. Augustus then took some other certificates from Kerrigan, From an agent of the Tarsinus Federal Police Department to the chairman of a listed biotech company with a dazzling array of different identities, including even a certification as a squash player. Fortunately, Augustus did not find a business card of a streetwalker in this place. At least Nered's image in his mind was preserved. All signs are weird. Tacitus concluded, humans colluding with the Tal'Darim, spacecraft with Xel'Naga technology, evil and weird hybrids of Protoss and Zerg, the darkness and weirdness on this asteroid are unheard of. Executive, I think we have lifted the seal on this human device. After a while, a Calais scientist reported to Tacitus on the latest progress of their work. Augustus immediately looked over there, only to find that at the same time, a hooded figure suddenly appeared on the holographic projection screen on the spaceship, with a background of nothingness, darkness and mysterious starlight. A huge, one-horned hybrid was crawling at his feet, as docile as a cat taking a nap in the afternoon sun. When the hooded man spoke, Augustus noticed that the voice was completely different from that of Samidaran or Dr. Nered in his memory. It was even a voice close to neutral. Very spectacular, isn't it? You are the master of the Tal'Darim here, the mastermind behind the creation of these hybrid freaks. Augustus said in his usual cold words. That's right, said the man in the black hood. Augustus Mengsk, perhaps you are surprised that I know the Dark Templar and your name? Don't panic, because I'm omnipresent and omniscient. His voice even sounded noble and elegant, just like the way a federal noble like Andrea Tagore spoke with a pinched throat. I noticed you as early as when you started the rebellion in Korhal IV. Who are you? Augustus was almost certain that this person was Dr. Nered, who would control the Mobius Foundation in the future, and the mastermind behind Jim Raynor's search for the fragments of the Xel'Naga artifact. I'm a humble servant of a great being, and his honorable name is by no means known to you mortals. Nered was still complacent about playing with the heroes of the Protoss and the heroes of the human rebels, completely unaware that Augustus had seen through his identity, and was well aware of his proud plan to destroy the world. Ammon. Zarachol called out a name. The hooded man was silent for a moment, as if he was annoyed by the Tal'Darim's leak. He has many such hybrid manufacturing factories, most of which he used his power and assets in the Terran Federation to drive humans to build, while the Tal'Darim Protoss have very few. The reason why the Tal'Darim Protoss participated in the early hybrid experiments was that these fanatical fools could provide a large number of test subjects related to Protoss genes. He originally thought that the first to be discovered should be a hybrid factory of humans, but everything today obviously exceeded his expectations. Why did you create these creatures? Destruction? Zarachol's question broke the hooded man's embarrassment. He immediately said, of course, young man. To bring destruction, to bring doomsday. His mission was destined when the stars were born. Witness the pinnacle of your history. Chapter 370 Al. The figure behind the holographic projection screen gradually blurred and eventually disappeared, leaving only a pair of scholar eyes. He was once the master of the stars, and he will still be the king when he returns. You despicable villain who hides his head and shows his tail. Do you think this can scare the open-minded freedom fighters? The passionate young man Jim Raynor has tried his best to figure out the meaning of these words, but he is still confused. The riddle man who suddenly jumped out said a bunch of incomprehensible words, which stunned the Protoss. But in Raynor's view, it was just a conspiracy leaked, neurotic mad scientist talking nonsense, hoping to scare others. Can you find out where the signal of this communication is sent? Augustus opened the built-in computer in the commander's power armor and ordered the fleet to prepare to leave the asteroid belt. Nothing. Kerrigan replied immediately. Augustus looked at Tacitus and Zarachol again and noticed that both of them were in a heavy mood. Nered's words had a much greater impact on the Protoss than on humans, especially on Zarachol, who had been pursuing the Xel'Naga prophecy. The Xel'Naga had long predicted a dark age, and the voice in the darkness brought a gloomy and terrifying omen. Zarachol said, if these evil creatures created by Protoss and Zerg genes are the executioners of Ammon's dark plan, then the catastrophe we have to face is more than that. The wise Protoss elder of Shakiris felt a heavy sense of mission. I must pursue the ancient prophecies of the Xel'Naga scattered throughout the universe and figure out the conspiracy of the dark god Ammon. May the gods guide my way. Are you going to leave us? Hearing Zarachil's words, Augustus thought he was going to drive the Void Seeker around to look for the Zelniger prophecy. Of course not now, friend Augustus. Zarachil said in a low voice, we must first save our sacred home Ea, and then I can leave with peace of mind to pursue those prophecies. Let's leave this place of right and wrong. Tacitus also said, everything that happened today must be recorded and conveyed to the Supreme Council. As the leaders of the Protoss Empire, they must be aware of the warning brought by this discovery. The 3 arcs built in the era of Adun were born to deal with the doomsday that may destroy this Protoss civilization. When Augustus walked out of the shuttle with Tacitus and others, the scientific researchers in the Revolutionary Army's alien laboratory were collecting samples of hybrid corpses and deformed creatures in containers, and the rest were burned. The Protoss is working on warping some of the Tal'Darum's weapons and vehicles back to the fleet. Those were all stolen by the Tal'Darum from the Protoss Empire. As for the few weapons imitated by the Tal'Darum craftsmen, the wealthy Protoss Empire destroyed them without hesitation. When Augustus returned to the fleet, Tacitus' flagship Star Shuttle used its main gun to tear the entire asteroid apart, shattering it into thousands of smaller asteroids and stardust. The fleet returned to Luria 4th in the territory of the Kel-morian Federation with a gloomy dark prophecy, and destroyed a Kel-morian pirates plundering fortress along the way. In the next week, Augustus's Revolutionary Army departments continued to operate as usual. Augustus knew that the upcoming Battle of Ea would be an extremely difficult battle. Under his orders, a large number of soldiers were given precious vacations. The soldiers who poured into the local cities of Luria were eager to spend all their money. In a few days, the economy of the main cities prospered many times, and the faces of the local dark-skinned girls also became ruddy. After the Zerg took away one marginal colony after another that provided raw materials, manpower and other products to the main star world, the economic depression brought by the war was making the once giant Terran Federation increasingly weak. The Federation Parliament had to cut various subsidies, and even the salaries of civil servants working for the government were shrunk significantly. At the same time, the corrupt and bloated federal government and capitalists were stepping up their exploitation of the people of the Federation. The soldiers of the Federation were under tremendous mental pressure fighting the terrifying Zerg, but their salaries were not guaranteed. Even in the most difficult times, Augustus's Revolutionary Army insisted on distributing Humagen currency, which was not easily affected by the inflation and austerity of the Terran Federation, to the soldiers as salary. It takes a huge amount of money to support a huge army with nearly 650,000 combat personnel alone, and it is an astronomical figure to build and maintain new weapons and warships. This is inseparable from the funding support of the Mengsk family, the people of Korhal and the Humagen parliament behind Augustus, and also comes from the income from Augustus trying his best to open more mines wherever he goes. In addition, Augustus's soldiers and engineers are also the best in the Kaprulu sector. The lofty revolutionary spirit made them work twice as hard as the Federation soldiers. For example, the SCV space engineering vehicle drivers in the Revolutionary Army could always collect twice as many resources as the Federation engineering team in half the time. In addition, the extensive use of Kel-morian and Humagen technology was also the reason why the Revolutionary Army's mines and factories always had double the output. During this period, Augustus did not give himself a vacation. Most of the time, Augustus talked with Tacitus and Zarachil to discuss the detailed plan of entering Ea. They had to temporarily put aside what they saw and heard at the Tal'Darum outpost, because the commanders knew that once they returned to Ea, the United Fleet would not only face the Zerg, but also the Protoss Empire's army would likely attack them. Augustus gave his own opinion on this matter. He believed that the United Fleet must find support on Ea. Only with more support can the fleet gain a foothold on the planet. Tacitus and Zarachil both agreed with Augustus's ideas and praised his wisdom. As a legendary executor of the Protoss Empire's Templar Order, Tacitus' prestige among the Templars is unmatched in the Empire. He has many old friends on Ea, and those warriors of good character may help him. As time goes by, Augustus, Tacitus, and Zarachil all think that the journey back to Ea is urgent. By the second week of November 2492, the revolutionary logistics officers had basically completed the work of collecting supplies on Luria, and hundreds of refugee ships converted from mining transport ships of the Kel-morian Transport Union were added to the revolutionary fleet. In addition, the recruitment department also recruited thousands of new soldiers on Luria as usual. Most of them were miners who were underfed by the oppression of the union guilds and young and energetic youths. These soldiers were quickly assigned to a new brigade of recruits and received rigorous training until they were deemed ready to receive their own power armor. After Augustus confirmed that the high-energy gas fuel tanks in the fleet were full and the engineering stations and armories were filled up again with various freight containers, the revolutionary soldiers who had finished their vacation were reassembled under the bright red revolutionary flag and boarded the transport ships in the fleet from various ports. The revolutionary fleet, ready to go, set off amid the sighs of the people of Luria. Many soldiers also said goodbye to the reluctant young girls they had just met in the local area. This was not only because the capable young men with pockets full of money made the locals earn a lot of money, but the locals of Luria actually still hoped that the revolutionary army could overthrow the rule of the Federation. After the Guild War, the shareholders of the large guilds in the Kel-morian Federation distributed the compensation and losses to all the people in the system. The guild enterprises of the Federation are always uneven. Some attach importance to the welfare and subsidies of employees, and thus have gained a good reputation, while others do not care about the lives of workers at all. Anyway, they have other people and machines to replace them. In the Kel-morian Union, the oppression of civilians is no less than that in the Terran Federation. The so-called Union that speaks for the workers has been a lie and a joke from the beginning. In the end, the Revolutionary Army did not bring more changes to Luria IV. However, in contrast, every time Augustus's army arrived at a new place, the revolutionaries took root like dandelion seeds falling to the ground. After leaving the Luria system, the revolutionary fleet joined the fleet of Tacita and Zarachil in another system, and the huge joint fleet set sail again. In the fleet, busy work continued, and everyone was trying their best to find something to do to kill time. In addition to the time spent with Kerrigan, Augustus was always discussing with Zarachil and Tacita. He always believed that the journey to Ea would be full of dangers. This time travel was extremely long, and Augustus could only record the time through the calendar. The most intuitive thing was the growing age of Augustus' nephew Valerian and Raynor's son John. In January of 2493, the combined fleet finally reached its destination, the Ea system, after crossing the distance of time and space. When Kerrigan told Augustus that the Protoss Empire's home planet Ea was within reach, Augustus was still writing letters to his family in his personal room on the flagship Hyperion. This was a habit he had developed since coming to this world, and it was also one of the few times he could really relax. Whenever Augustus lamented the fleeting time, he would always look at the family photos and the group photo of the Heavenly Devil on his desk. To this day, Augustus is still writing letters to many people above, but some of them can no longer receive them. The fleet is jumping out of the hyperspace channel. Marshal. Ea is now below the bridge. Kerrigan walked in with a spear on her back. The Ea system is scattered with the wreckage of a fleet spanning half of the system and the huge corpses of the Zerg. Tacita sadly told us that the once glorious invincible fleet of the Protoss Empire has been severely damaged. But the Zerg are definitely not feeling well either. Augustus stroked the photo of his nephew Valerian and John Raynor. Just now he was lamenting that the little John, who was babbling behind Valerian, had an unexpectedly good relationship with his brother Augustus Mengsk, who always hated Seekers, like this child who showed a strong Seeker talent since childhood. This was not only because he thought that this child would likely become a capable assistant to his son Valerian, but also because he recognized General Jim Raynor. Augustus only hated powerful Seekers who were not under his control or those who posed a huge threat to him, and a child was obviously not one of them. He still resented Sarah Kerrigan, who had assassinated his father. This was not because he felt sorry for his father, but because he was worried that the Seeker would control his brother's mind. Hearing this, Augustus put down his hand holding the photo, put on an iron black coat with golden wheat shoulder straps, and followed Kerrigan out of the room. Augustus found Raynor, Harnack, and Titus in the narrow corridor leading to the bridge. The first two talked about Ea and the fleet, while only Titus was still immersed in the vacation a month ago. I've never been so far away from home. You know, I'm a sentimental and good person. Being away from home for too long always makes me miss my mother. Titus complained as soon as he saw Augustus. Have pity on your mother. If you can think of the teachings of that gentlewoman when you are about to do something bad, Titus, at least you can behave more like a human being. Augustus waved away Titus' complaints, just like slapping a fly. Jim, what's the latest news? Augustus, we just arrived in the Protoss territory. We are unfamiliar with the place, and we don't know what happened in the past. Raynor said immediately. But the only thing we can be sure of is that the main forces of the Protoss and the Zerg are almost beating their brains out around air in the entire galaxy. At least 2 planets were devastated by the Protoss fleet, and one of them was directly reduced by about 1/3 in size. He said, no matter how powerful the Protoss Empire had fleets in the past, they are mostly gone now. So, the Protoss have lost? Augustus asked. In fact, it is very likely that both sides will suffer losses. Raynor replied, there is no possibility that the Protoss and the Zerg will give up and negotiate peace. When 2 powerful races start a war in a small galaxy, the fighting will not stop until one side completely defeats the other. We may have completely underestimated the intensity of this war. At the beginning, the Overmind only sent a small number of Zerg into air, but now the entire swarm has been smashed in the faces of the Protoss and exploded on their home planet. Augustus walked into the bridge while talking with Raynor and others. The bridge was brightly lit at this time, and outside the portholes was the dark space and a few scattered stars. The subwarp field burst into a brilliant orange light, dispelling the darkness of nothingness. As many as thousands of phantoms and the outlines of battleships appeared around Hyperion, causing thrilling and fascinating signs of space-time distortion. The long voyage brought us here. Augustus walked to the main screen of the bridge and looked at the once lush green Protoss home planet Air, now covered with black spots. The birthplace of the Protoss and the center of their vast empire spanning the stars. Air. Augustus said, gather my generals and tell the soldiers that we are about to go to war with the Zerg Overmind and the Protoss Empire. Chapter 371 Phoenix. The bridge windows of the Hyperion were showing a magnificent celestial phenomenon. The vortex of time and space was spinning, throwing out blue-purple flame like flashes. Giant warships of the Protoss and humans kept jumping out of it. This spectacular scene was shocking and terrifying. Zerg appeared in front of the port side, 1.6 standard astronomical units away. Sergeant Matt Horner, who was sitting in front of the observation radar, shouted. A large swarm of Zerg vanguards, mainly composed of explosive mosquitoes and devourers, at position 310. A large number of Zerg life forms were detected on Ael's satellite, and the number has reached 200 million. Around Augustus, various instructions and reports never stopped, but it did not seem noisy or chaotic. The crew members who were still talking and laughing just now have entered combat mode, paying attention to every order and feedback from their colleagues. Deploy the formation, and the entire fleet will advance to air. Augustus stretched out his hand to look at his watch. Eliminate all enemies that stand in the way, whether they are Zerg or hostile Protoss. The Titan reactor of the Hyperion was running at full capacity, and the twin engines pushed the behemoth towards the planet Air, billions of miles away. On the left wing of the Revolutionary Army's flagship Hyperion was the flagship of the Alpha Squadron, the Norad III, and on the right wing was the R-Land of the Nova Squadron. More than 2,000 transport ships, frigates, destroyers, supply ships, and fighters were scattered in all directions, and the brilliant thruster fires were like small comets. Each warship carried hundreds of crew members and soldiers, and hundreds of thousands of people were determined to die for the will of the same person. Tacitus' fleet was located directly above the Revolutionary Army's fleet. Their warships were much faster than those of humans, and their firepower was also more powerful. When the Revolutionary Army's warships aimed their guns at the incoming Zerg, the Protoss fleet's beam weapons and particle heat guns had already swept through the mighty Zerg swarm. Zarachol's Dark Temper fleet was hidden in the shadows, and they quietly headed towards Air from another hyperspace channel exit. The Revolutionary Army and Tacitus' executive fleet, with their full-speed flagships, engaged the incoming Zerg swarm within tens of minutes of their appearance, and the silent galaxy once again ushered in continuous war. Augustus' flagship Hyperion guided all the warships in the fleet, so it was always in front of the position that the other ships could see, which was also the center of the entire Zerg swarm. Countless hideous alien monsters were attacking the Hyperion's energy shield, like evil spirits surrounding a tomb. The Hyperion's plasma cannons and laser guns continued to fire at the Zerg outside the shield. The dense orange barrage spanned the starry sky outside the bridge porthole, as if it was a bridge to deep space. The wreckage of the fighter plane and the charred corpses of the Zerg floated in the black deep space, and explosions occurred every moment. The bridge deck was shaking due to the suicide impact of the explosive mosquito, like a small boat in a storm. Augustus, you should leave the bridge, and go to a safe place now. Kerrigan changed Augustus's coat, and put on a long-hemmed cloak. This is at the forefront of the Zerg attack. As Kerrigan spoke, a devourer mutated from a mutalisk fiercely hit the shield in front of the bridge. It was larger than an ordinary mutalisk, and became more like their ancestor, the screaming mantis, and shaped like a fat and hideous wasp. Augustus noticed that this Zerg was not a newborn. Its dark grey carapace and hard elytra were covered with burn marks and scars of wound healing. It was very likely that it had survived several tragic wars. The giant wasp-like devourer's huge tail trembled and spewed highly corrosive spores at the shield, which made the already weak shield dim. The shield of the Hyperion had already withstood firepower enough to destroy a battlecruiser. The reason why it was able to hold on until now was that in addition to the power provided by the more advanced reactor, it also had energy provided by void crystals and Xel'Naga artifact fragments. If the Zerg can destroy the entire flagship, then there is no point in me hiding anywhere. Augustus looked at Kerrigan and said, we are turning the tide and gradually gaining the upper hand. The Zerg wasted too much manpower on the Hyperion, so they ignored other warships and our allies. Kerrigan stopped trying to dissuade Augustus, and she found that she was increasingly inclined to let her own selfishness affect her judgment. At this moment, 4 parallel Wraith fighters were swooping down from the bridge of the Hyperion, their laser cannons spewing flames, and the twin missiles whizzing past tore the Devourer into pieces in the exploding energy whirlwind. The Wraith fighters then turned in front of Augustus, and the orange-red wake drew a beautiful curve, and flew towards a large group of silent screaming dragons. When one of the fighters brushed past the bridge, Augustus could even see the brave fighter pilot raising his hand to salute him. A golden-blue Protoss aircraft carrier appeared on the starboard side of the Hyperion, and it deployed its shield to include all human warships in its protection range. A large number of dense carrier-based interceptors poured out from the aircraft carrier's dock, like wasps pouring out of their nests, and in an instant they overwhelmed the Zerg. The Hyperion finally tore a hole in the dense, black fog-like swarm of Zerg, and the revolutionary fleet, which was in a cone-shaped attack formation, moved forward unswervingly for a distance, and the gap became larger. Even though there were so many of them, and they came like moving waves and tsunamis, these Zerg were still just a small part of the remnants left after the battle with the main fleet of the Protoss Empire, but they still made the combined fleet exhausted. Where are our reinforcement? Raynor was always as calm as Augustus, but he was still not very patient. Where are the other Protoss fleets on air? I'm afraid the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire still thinks we are here to take advantage of the fire. Augustus carefully analyzed the attitude of the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire on air after seeing Tacitus return to help. He firmly believed that the Supreme Council would only regard the combined fleet as an enemy. After breaking through the blockade of the incoming Zerg, the combined fleet once again used a short jump to close the distance between them and air, avoiding the other 2 Zerg fleets, and after the last jump, they arrived within the range of air's gravitational field. The Green Air and one of its satellites, Sherak, were already in sight. Augustus turned and walked to the star chart table next to him, standing next to the golden wolf head logo on the corner of the star chart table. Today, after many renovations and redecorations, the Hyperion now carries the Mengsk family logo from inside to outside, and even the tapestry next to the porthole wall is embroidered with a golden wolf head. He frowned and stared at air and the red dots that kept flashing on its satellites, which represented the number of Zerg on it. Air's satellites were important symbols of religious rituals in the Protoss tribal era. They were representatives of purity and innocence, and also the symbol of the Zealot Order in the Templar class. Now, this pure satellite has become a breeding ground for the Zerg. The abominable alien creatures are building nests and hatching eggs under the golden white sand. Augustus Mengsk, it seems that the situation on air is more critical than I thought. Tacitus' head appeared on the main screen above Augustus' head, and his eyes burning with sky blue flames were breathtaking. My old friend Archon Phoenix on air told me that many provinces and large tracts of land had fallen, and our proud Auriga tribe's invincible fleet has also lost air sky. Tell me, what kind of losses have they brought to the Zerg? Augustus was more concerned about the number of Zerg. The Protoss Empire's army destroyed more Zerg nests and Zerg than the total number of Zerg that invaded the Kaprulu sector, but it was still useless. Tassida would not cause his allies to misjudge the war situation because of the failure of the Protoss Empire. The Templars guarding Maya defeated almost all the Zerg hives on the front battlefield and threatened the Overmind for a time, but they were ultimately unable to drive out all the Zerg. Without the help of the Dark Templar, the Protoss Empire cannot kill any of the Cerebrates and will never be able to destroy their horde. Augustus shook his head and said, I think we have to land on air and participate in Archon Phoenix and Taldarin's counterattack against the Zerg. A group of Dragon Riders from Executor Moyo will also assist us. Tassida said to Augustus. The original landing site has been changed to the fallen Antioch province because the Supreme Council has long lost control of the province, so we don't have to clash with them. He said. I agree. The fewer enemies we face in the landing battle, the fewer sacrifices our warriors will suffer. Augustus said, you can't escape it, Tassida. If the decadent Supreme Council can no longer lead the remaining Protoss to defeat the Overmind, Aya will surely fall. You are right, Augustus, your wisdom always inspires me. Tassida agreed with Augustus's statement. I will personally lead the Templars to set foot on Aya's land again. Me too. Augustus shouted in the fleet's command channel. Immediately deploy landing troops to Aya. In addition to the 2 original legions, the engineering corps will also be deployed to the front line. He said, every soldier sent to the Aya battlefield is a hero, and I will fight alongside you as always. Lieutenant General Jim Raynor will take over my command of the fleet in air orbit and will be the supreme commander of the fleet. Augustus, you always let me look after the house. Raynor lamented, regretting that he could not fight with Augustus. Sometimes I want to switch positions with Titus. That's different. Augustus patted Raynor on the shoulder. I believe that, when I come back, Jim Raynor will definitely give me a complete fleet, and sometimes even a few more ships. But Titus Finley is different. He will definitely dismantle my ships into parts, and then chew on my sofa and pillows. He said, you are the person I trust the most, and Kerrigan can testify. Okay. Raynor shrugged. As always, call me in the channel when you need me, and the airborne troops will be here soon. Augustus found Titus Finley and Hannah Kank, then walked into the armory, put on the power armor with the help of the machine, and followed the landing troops to land in the desert outside the province of Aya Antioch. Aya is a garden planet with dense tropical rainforests. The gem-like rivers and lush forests breed magical animals as ancient as the Protoss. The magnificent temples, unknown and mysterious underground caves and the golden cities of the Protoss coexist. Antioch is one of the few provinces adjacent to the desert. This harsh natural environment was once a place for the Templars to hone their will. Most of the areas in the Antioch province are still green land and forests, which are also natural barriers to prevent the movement of wind and sand. However, by the time Augustus army arrived, most of the forests in this province had been eroded by fungal blankets. Augustus's spaceship landed over a primeval rainforest that had not yet been corroded by the Zerg fungus blanket. The airflow from the thrusters blew the emerald green ferns and landed in the middle of the ancient Zelnaga temple. Hundreds of spaceships landed in the forest, and battalions of revolutionary soldiers filed down from the huge transport ships. As soon as Augustus stepped out of the gangway of the transport ship, he saw Archon Phoenix, the Protoss commander who was still fighting the Zerg in the Antioch province. He appeared in the form of a golden armored dragon knight. It is said that Archon Phoenix came directly from his base across 7 Zerg secondary main nests to the Revolutionary Army landing point. He and his hundreds of Templars destroyed all the Zerg, blocking the way with thunderous fury, turning all the main nests into ash. The Protoss Archon Phoenix and his army were welcomed by the Revolutionary Landing Force. Even though the Revolutionary Army had doubts about the commander of the Protoss Empire, Augustus Mengsk announced that Phoenix was a distinguished guest and eternal friend of himself and the Revolutionary Army. I'm Archon Phoenix, the governor of the Templars. Archon Phoenix is a legendary Templar who was seriously injured in the battle to defend Antioch, and then returned to the battlefield with the help of the Dragon Knight Mech. He joined Augustus's human landing force at the request of Tacita, but his words were not the usual arrogance of the Protoss. Archon Phoenix, I'm honored to fight alongside you. Augustus waved away his guards, to show that he did not think Phoenix could be, or even just a potential enemy. Thank you for your help. Humans are as brave and fearless as the Templars. Phoenix could feel that Marshal Augustus had great respect for him, and this was by no means fake, which made him even more surprised and admired. The glorious and powerful Protoss Empire inevitably declined, and Ea became a devastated ruin. He continued, but because of Tacita and your arrival, we have not lost hope. I took my friend out for dinner today, so I wrote this in a hurry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372 Civil War. The province of Antioch is home to the oldest city of the Protoss Empire and the immortal temples left by the Xel'Naga. The lush rainforest and ocean embrace the Golden City and the floating Crystal Tower. The Protoss live in harmony with nature, precisely because they are the children of Ea. As time passes, the grass grows, and the birds fly. The stories of the Protoss ancestors fighting against beasts, storms, and mountains have been compiled into beautiful spiritual ballads. The heroic legends of the ancient heroes still influence generations of the eldest sons of God. The Great Mother Ea, who once gave birth to the brilliant Protoss civilization, trembles in front of the Zerg. The place where Augustus met with Phoenix, the Grand Archon of the Protoss Empire, was in a newly built command center, outside of which was the lush and green Ea primitive rainforest. The dense rainforest reflected the brilliant blue and orange light in the sun. Giant creatures with colorful crowns and sail-like backs and strange birds migrated along the river on a large scale. This spectacular scene was captured by the Revolutionary Army's stealth drones and satellites. The conference room in the command center was once the place where the Revolutionary Marshal listened to the opinions of the staff, military advisors and generals. Now it is used as a meeting place for Augustus and Phoenix. Augustus and Phoenix are looking at a tactical holographic projector together, on which air is rotating. On it, the red flashes and triangular logos represent the armies of the Zerg and the Protoss, while the green ones represent the Revolutionary Army. This is constructed by combining the data obtained by the Revolutionary Army's scientific ship exploration team, after scanning the planet with the air topographic map given by Tacita. The place names are transliterated according to the Protoss Kalani language to ensure that the Revolutionary Army commander will not misunderstand the intentions of the Protoss allies because of different names. The Revolutionary Army's landing site, Antioch Province, is in the southern hemisphere of Ea. It is adjacent to Ea's metropolitan city of Koshika and another large province, the province of Thane. In the other direction are the quiet and vast primeval forests and the province of Eldra. The administrative center of the Protoss Empire is in the heart of the Council of Koshika, where every order of the arbitrators of the Supreme Council represents the supreme power and an order that cannot be violated. The arbitrators are all wise elders, some of whom have been impartial for more than 10 centuries. They are already old and frail, but Kara's thoughts are still shining like stars. The provinces of Antioch, Villali, the Temple of the Protector, the province of Sen, and the Akari tribe in the west, are the barriers of the capital Koshika. The fall of Antioch means that Koshika is also in danger. How much territory does the Protoss Empire still have in Ea? After praising Phoenix's bravery and admiring him, Augustus immediately focused on the battle plan to deploy military forces to Ea. For Augustus, he must figure out the military strength comparison between the Protoss and the Zerg on Ea in order to decide whether to take military action on Ea to help Tacita regain lost territory, or to decisively abandon Ea and quickly flee this troubled place with the Protoss refugees. The eastern hemisphere of Ea has almost completely fallen, and the western hemisphere is still under the control of the Templars, but the Zerg are endless, and our warriors are limited in number. Phoenix replied, unless the Overlord is killed, the Protoss Empire will sooner or later collapse in this tragic war. The Zerg Overlord has landed in the Xel'Naga Temple northeast of Sion. Its huge and ugly body felt like a meteor, tearing a dark abyss on the earth. The Overlord's powerful tentacles are rooted in the underground of the Xel'Naga Temple, devouring the temple that existed before the Age of Strife. Phoenix finally said, the Zerg Overlord has merged with the Xel'Naga Temple, and the Zerg swarm has spread around with the Overlord as the center. Even those Zerg high forces that launched tentative attacks have made our already stretched forces exhausted. That is to say, even an heir, you are not at an advantage when facing the Zerg. Augustus grasped this information. He believed that the Protoss Empire must have suffered unprecedented damage in the invasion of the Zerg, and the Zerg would never feel good. Even if only one of them could free up its hands to block the periphery of the air system, the combined fleet would definitely not be able to land on air easily. Yes, Phoenix said frankly, when talking with the arbitrators in the Supreme Council, even if they habitually hide their thoughts in front of the Templar, I can feel the worries and anger of the arbitrator class. As a race with psychic power far exceeding that of humans, and with telepathic ability, since the birth of the race, Phoenix can hear Augustus' thoughts, even if he does not deliberately read his thoughts. As long as he focuses on the spiritual level, Phoenix can figure out what kind of character and conduct Augustus has. The Protoss do not like politicians who are good at disguising themselves, and cold and cruel warlords. They prefer those who have similar moral character to themselves, or have noble moral character. If Jim Raynor were here, he would definitely win Phoenix's approval like Augustus. When the Zerg invaded, the Supreme Council was still indifferent, treating it as a small episode that should have shamed the Templar class that was supposed to protect air. The army of the Protoss Empire would easily eliminate the invading Zerg. Phoenix continued. But they were wrong. Augustus said. We were all wrong. Phoenix's voice reflected in Augustus' mind was vigorous and powerful. If Zarachil was a mysterious ocean, then Grand Archon Phoenix was a boulder that stood firm in the stormy waves. The Protoss Empire still has hope. The invincible fleets, expeditionary fleets and huge colonial fleets scattered throughout the galaxy are on their way to air, and the dusty Mother ships have been reawakened, but it's too late. Phoenix said. How much time does Air have to wait for the return of the warriors? I already know what kind of enemy and cruel test we are facing now. Augustus nodded and planned to make preparations for both situations. With the help of Phoenix and other Protoss heroes, the joint army will definitely be able to stop their powerful counterattack, provided that the Supreme Council does not become their enemy at this time. At the same time, Augustus also decided to evacuate some of the air Protoss who followed Tacitor in advance, so as to avoid having to abandon a large number of people when they had to evacuate. Nothing can help the Protoss at this time, and can win the gratitude and respect of these arrogant Xel'Naga successors. The Protoss Empire has suffered the greatest loss since its establishment. Billions of people died in this catastrophe. So many Protoss died tragically. The pain and sorrow they endured before their death left a wound in the Kala that can never be healed, and also caused hatred and sorrow to spread among the Templar and other people. Phoenix said to Augustus. In the golden age of the Protoss Empire, there were billions of Protoss on air, and the population lost by this race is enough to prevent the Protoss from regaining its glory for countless centuries. The invincible fleets guarding air have been devoured by the Zerg, and countless brave Oliga tribal warriors have remained in the starry sky of air forever along with the beautiful warships they built with their own hands. I can understand this feeling. Augustus told Phoenix his thoughts. If the people of Korhal IV were also destroyed by the Federation's nuclear bomb, then I would probably have fallen into darkness by now. Yes, what could be more painful than watching your partners, comrades in arms, and elders who have been with you day and night die in front of you, but you are powerless to do anything? Phoenix mentioned his sorrow, but soon let it go. Many of my friends have lost their lives forever, and their souls have returned to Kara. One person has been with me for 300 years without leaving me. He spent 500 years in the Valerie Templar Academy to become a respected high-ranking Templar. The Zerg took his life. Augustus couldn't help but sigh for such a warrior. The Protoss are a long-lived race, and the cycle of their training of warriors is not something that humans can imagine or understand. No, he died of his determination to devote himself to his people and his rage, to perish together with the enemy. Phoenix said. He and another high-ranking Templar gave up their original bodies and merged through the sublimation of their souls to become a bright Archon. At that time, I saw with my own eyes that the unstoppable energy swept everything, and the Zerg was annihilated in the psychic storm. They dissipated before dawn and everyone saw a bright light. When Phoenix and Augustus were talking, Kerrigan walked in and reminded Augustus that Executor Tacitus Templar had landed on the left wing of the Revolutionary Army's landing point. Tacitus himself then came to Augustus's command center alone and brought the news that Zarachil's Dark Templar troops had landed in the Koresh Hills in the northern hemisphere. The vast land there is now occupied by the Zerg Hive and the Zerg, and the lush forests filled with Slavan Zerg have now become one of the most dangerous areas on Ea. Augustus, I'm extremely sad to see that Ea has become a paradise for the Zerg. No matter how sad the human language is, it cannot express my sorrow. The tall Tacitus is still wearing the robes of a high-level Templar. When he walked into the door of the conference room of the command center, he was like a thunderous wind. The Protoss are creatures who are born to connect with the emotions of their people. Their sadness and despair are almost substantial. It is a sadness that can make Augustus empathize and cry, just like the sadness that made the human soldiers around him cry when Kerrigan was captured by Augustus. When Tacitus set his eyes on Phoenix, the sadness became even stronger. Phoenix, a sad Templar once told me that you had died in the battle to defend the province of Antioch. But you are still standing in front of me alive now. This is impossible, but I really hope this is true. Thank the gods. Is it really you, Phoenix, brother? You are still alive. Tacitus was so excited that his joy and sadness hit Augustus at the same time, making the latter feel as if two slices of onions were stuck on his eyes. Haha. Well, after I was defeated, my compatriots found my remains and put me in this Dragon Knight mech. Now, this Dragon Knight is my home. Phoenix's open-minded laughter made Augustus almost unable to believe that this was a warrior whose body was so disabled that he could only return to the battlefield through a mech. He was not hit by setbacks and physical disabilities at all. Augustus had never seen Phoenix as a Templar, but in Tacitus's memory, Phoenix was a warrior with agile steps, unstoppable on the battlefield, a living legend. No one has ever defeated Phoenix, and no one has ever faced him without trembling under the battle cry and psychic blades. Phoenix has experienced so many battles that even he can't remember them all, and only the Protectors and young Templar successors are still recording his new legend. It is said that Phoenix has been active on the front lines of the battlefield at least during the arbitration of Kalash, but even before that he had already dominated air in the battle to clear the Dark Templar. Yes, I'm the immortal Phoenix. Phoenix read what Augustus thought but didn't say. Old friend, I really hope that all this has not happened. What are you talking about? As long as my spirit has not been defeated, there is nothing to be ashamed of. I can continue to fight for Ea. Phoenix said to Tacitus again. Was it the order of the Supreme Council that almost cost you your life? Asked Augustus. It's not like that. The Supreme Council has their own judgment. Phoenix would not blame anyone else for his failure. They just still firmly believe that the Templars have always fought in an upright manner. The Templars should defeat the Zerg head-on instead of playing tricks. The Supreme Council once ordered Executor Artemis to gather troops to retake the fallen planet of Sen, and I was ordered to guard the province of Antioch. The Zerg attacked Antioch at that time. I have been fighting, killing Zerg, and defending people, always, until my strength was exhausted, and I could no longer ignite the psychic blade. I have nothing to say. Augustus really had nothing to say. You are a brave warrior, but now it seems that the Supreme Council is not. This is simply unreasonable. Tacitus was deeply saddened by his friend's experience. I have said that a frontal attack is useless. Without the help of the Dark Templar, the brainworm will be resurrected every time. We use the blood of so many warriors, only to exchange for the stinking shell of an abominable monster. Unless they see it with their own eyes, the Supreme Council will never believe and admit that the rebellious Dark Templar can kill the brainworm. Phoenix said. Then prove it to them. Augustus said softly. That's right. Tacitus and Phoenix looked at each other, as if they were smiling at each other. Phoenix continued, I have another bad news to tell you, Tacitus. You have been listed as a traitor by the Supreme Council. They are now organizing an army to arrest you. The council guards of the Yala tribe have also assembled in the council square. What? I don't believe they have done this. In the face of the crisis of genocide, they are still clinging to pedantic doctrines. Tacitus said in shock and anger. If you can't convince the Supreme Council later, I'm afraid we can only fight them. Augustus said, Tacitus, no matter when, the human revolutionary army will stand on the same front with you and your people. Me too, old friend. Phoenix said to Tacitus, I will follow you forever, even if it makes me a traitor. Entaro were done. Noble Phoenix, only by uniting can we defeat the enemy. Tacitus asked again, where is young Artemis? Artemis is gathering troops on the flaming island. Phoenix replied, he will come to help you too. Phoenix is the Phoenix reborn from the fire. Chapter 373, Assembling the Troops. If we have to fight the Supreme Council at the last moment, the help of Artemis and the Akari tribe will be indispensable. Tacitus was very happy that the new executive Artemis stood on his side. The Akari has always been a strong and leader among the Templars. Their support is indispensable. Phoenix also said, once we go to war with the Supreme Council, the comparison of the military strength of the two sides will determine the key to success or failure. Can we take the initiative on the front battlefield? Otherwise, we must rely on the help of Zerachel and the Dark Templar. Augustus touched the console of the holographic projection tactical map, thinking about the route of marching from the southeast of Antioch to the heart of the Koshika Council. The Auriga tribe, the Yala tribe, the Valery tribe, and the Phoenix tribe stood on the side of the Supreme Council. The guardian of the Zelnaga temple, Sirik, refused to express his position. Only Sagath and Akari supported us. Phoenix said, we have lost contact with the territory of the Fenati tribe. It is said that the last person who saw those ale hunters, Calais, claimed that the Fenati Templars were lost in the endless hunting of the Zerg. The Fenati tribe has noble character. Tacitus said, if we can find the Fenati Templars, they will definitely turn to support us. I hope this tribe has not suffered a tragedy. If the Akari tribe had not obeyed Artemis's command, we would be at a great disadvantage. Phoenix looked at Augustus. Is Artemis Akari tribe enough to defeat all the other tribes? Augustus could only assume so. If we add the strength of the Sagath tribe, yes. Tacitus said, Auriga's fleet was severely damaged in the battle to defend Ea. The Yera and Phoenix tribes are from the Arbitrator and Calais class respectively. They are not natural warriors. Only the protectors of the Valery and the high-level Templars are a force that cannot be ignored. However, although the Valery tribe has the best spearmen and brave light infantry in the Protoss Empire, they rarely use heavy armor and weapons. The Arbitrator tribes are few in number and they are not good at fighting. Among the large and small Templar tribes, only the Akari, Fenachil, Sagath and Auriga are the most powerful and famous. The Calais class has the largest population in the Protoss Empire, but is not good at fighting. The Phoenix tribe is the weapon forger and the most outstanding craftsman. Their ancestors were also warlike warriors during the Aeon of Disaster. Therefore, while this tribe is devoted to developing Kadar and anima crystals, maintaining and expanding air and even the crystal matrix network of the Protoss Empire, they can also join the battle as barbaric warriors. Among the Templar tribes of the Protoss Empire, the Akari has always been the most powerful one. In a sense, they even control the military of the Protoss Empire. The Akari tribe has always continued the martial spirit of their ancestors, and their strength is widely known in the Protoss Empire. Very good. I propose that once Artemis gathers all his troops and the warriors of the Akari tribe, we will immediately advance to the heartland of the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire. Augustus locked the Antioch province on the battle map, which is located at the border junction of Koshika, the seat of the Supreme Council. There is a Protoss military fortress called the Executor's Bastion, where the Supreme Council consults with their executors and makes decisions, which is equivalent to the Supreme Command of the Terran Federation. The new executor who replaced Tacitus should also be sitting there, to command the huge army of the Protoss Empire, but now it seems that Artemis is leading the army in the front line. Take this fortress, and we can go straight to the heart of the Protoss Empire. When Augustus said this, he paused and changed his words, then approach the council heart of Koshika, and avoid other Protoss Empire troops as much as possible. As long as you kill all the arbiters, no one will object to you. While the Supreme Council still thinks they have a sure victory, it will definitely work. Tacitus agreed. The Supreme Council did not know that Artemis and Phoenix had joined Tacitus' camp. The bravest and most combative generals in the Protoss Empire turned against the Supreme Council they once swore allegiance to. But I don't want to, and will not slaughter all the arbitrators in the Supreme Council, and let the bloodiest massacre since the founding of the Protoss Empire happen. Tacitus sighed at Augustus's idea. Then imprison them until everything is settled. Augustus said. If Augustus is Tacitus, then even if he will not purge the Protoss Empire, he will imprison all the arbitrators and hold all the power. Considering the possibility that the arbitrators will settle accounts later, or their supporters will restore the power, Augustus will definitely cut the grass and root out. Okay. Tacitus couldn't find a better way than this. The killing of the same kind made Tacitus feel extremely distressed. After all, the Protoss are not human beings. They empathize with each other and are as one. Killing each other will bring unprecedented shocks to the Elemental network. Let's decide where to launch the attack. Tacitus continued. The fleet in Aia's synchronous orbit told me that Oliga's fleet has not been completely destroyed. Even if their strength is less than 1% of the past, it is enough to drive out the joint fleet. The Zerg also launched an attack at this time, and Aia's space fell into a tense melee. He said, we must resolve the differences with the Supreme Council as soon as possible. Speed is of the essence. Augustus also nodded. Just now, Jim Raynor, who was commanding the Revolutionary Army fleet, also reported to him the latest situation in Aia's orbit. The fleet in the battle will only be able to send a very limited military force to the surface of the planet. In contrast, the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire and the Zerg cannot send overwhelming fleets and air forces to deal with the coalition forces. This is the battle plan. Augustus had already listed the plan in detail on the holographic projection map. While he was speaking, one of my legions will advance along the glowing river to the junction of Koshika, Sen province and Antioch to resist the Zerg that may take the opportunity to launch an attack when we are fighting with the Supreme Council army. Another legion and its subordinate troops will set out from the Elders Cemetery and head to the Memorial Road. They're all to the Executor's Fortress line, relying on the Executor's Fortress to build a new super fortress and fight with the First Army sent by the Supreme Council as expected. He said, once this army is defeated, we will attack the city of Koshika. I heard Tacitus mention the 3 Salvation Arcs sleeping under the heart of the Koshika Council. As long as we take it, we can activate these arcs to launch a counterattack against the Zerg and transfer refugees. The area we are in now is the vast primeval rainforest of Antioch, but there is a lack of cities that can be used as springboards for attack or defended. Augustus said and marked a location with a red circle on the battle map. After occupying the Executor's Fortress, the forests in the south of Antioch and the desert in the west can become a vast strategic buffer. This is what humans have to do. Phoenix pointed out, the task of attacking is left to us. My troops will serve as the vanguard. It has always been like this. My Templars will fight together with humans. Tacitus had already discussed with Augustus the battle plan after landing on Aia. At this time, we must also gather as many Calayan Templars as possible along the way. Augustus nodded. I will send a professional force and medical staff to help the refugees in Aia. Augustus and Tacitus both knew that it was not a wise choice to lend a helping hand to the Protoss they met at this time. Even if the main force would not stop, they would have to allocate a part of the army to transfer and protect the civilians of the Protoss Empire. But this was the original purpose of coming to Aia, not for power or other selfish desires, but to save this ancient land. Even if Aia cannot be saved, it is necessary to help the Protoss escape from their homes. So, we must also send an army to the direction of the Zelniga portal in Aia. Augustus drew a long red line and arrow between the Zelniga portal and the Antioch province on the battle map. This is an airborne force, led by my most capable airborne commander, Zandal Maximum, to occupy the Zelniga portal and open it as quickly as possible. And that portal will open a passage to Shakuras, the home of the Dark Templar. All their refugees will go to Shakuras from this road to seek the merciful protection of the Nerazim Protoss matriarch Rashaga. As he was speaking, Marshal Guard Captain Faraday, who was standing outside the conference room of the command center, reported to Augustus that another Protoss commander had arrived. When the steel door of the conference room opened, Augustus noticed that it was the new executive officer they had mentioned before, Artemis from the Akari tribe, who came. Artemis's ancient plate armor, which shone like platinum, had many scratches, and his once spotless executor's robe had become much darker. Only his eyes, which burned with pure blue fire, were still so bright, young, energetic, full of drive, and full of hope. Entaro had done. I salute you, the great executor Tacitor, the Grand Archon Phoenix, and you, Marshal Augustus Mengsk, the outstanding leader of the human revolutionary army, a mentor and friend worthy of my learning. Artemis still addressed Tacitor as an executor, and as for Augustus, he showed great respect. I have assembled the last troops I can muster, and now they are all under your command, Tacitor. What else could be more worthy of the Protoss' respect than the humans who came all the way to Ea to fight for a race so different from humans? Artemis happened to hear the last words of Augustus when he entered the command center, and inevitably heard the word Ea refugees. Refugees is a human term for those who are down and out and hungry. The Protoss Empire would never call its people this way. Since their civilization once again shone among the stars after the eon of disaster, the population lost due to war and medical treatment has been at its lowest. I don't know how many centuries the Protoss have not been as embarrassed as they are now. My noble people, reduced to refugees. Artemis, it's great to see you here again. I thought the Supreme Council would punish you for harboring Tacitor after that. Augustus extended a hand to Artemis, and the latter, who was at a loss, quickly read the idea of shaking hands and the friendly meaning behind it from the other's surface thoughts. Then, Augustus, wearing power armor, hugged Artemis briefly again, which made the young Protoss executive feel stunned. He didn't know where to put his hands. Artemis knew that among humans, long-parted friends celebrated reunion in this way. The arbitrators and the Supreme Council are sometimes just too stubborn and extreme. They are all good people. Artemis does not think that the Supreme Council is an unforgivable ruling class. They are just too immersed in arrogance. Phoenix also said, the great Kars once gave the Protoss who followed him at the beginning the responsibility of managing and leading the Protoss Empire to glory. Every arbitrator has a heavy burden on his shoulders, so that they often make inhumane decisions for the benefit of the Empire and the entire Protoss. Perhaps, some arbitrators in the Supreme Council will make wrong decisions out of selfishness or narrow-minded positions, but that is only because they have not seen successful examples. Yes. Tacitor also said, Artemis, thank you for choosing to believe in me in times of crisis. I hope your Templar will continue to fight with us in the future. Of course. At this time, Augustus' order for the troops to land on Ea to advance according to the original plan has been executed, and all temporary bunkers and alloy steel barriers built to resist enemy attacks have been recovered. The jungle camouflage barracks, engineering stations, heavy factories and command centers are also pushed into the air by thrusters. Augustus, Tacitor and other Protoss commanders left the command center before it was about to take off and walked onto the land of the primeval forest with humus layers, preparing to take aircraft or vehicles to return to their own troops. In front of them was a large and spectacular scene. The marching team of one of the human armies alone was more than 10 miles long, and heavy war vehicles and tanks roared through the flat land of air. From time to time, the golden and red fighter planes of the human revolutionary army and the shining Protoss shuttles flew over, and the moving Protoss army was quickly deployed to the strategic location through the warp matrix network throughout air. If it weren't for the invasion of the Zerg that destroyed many warp facilities in the matrix network still under the control of the Supreme Council that refused the visit of Tacitor's army, they would have appeared in the square of the heart of the council in an instant. Seeing this grand scene, Tacitus said, with unity and solidarity, we will definitely be able to save Ea. There is an epidemic in Taxing here, the community has been sealed off, and I have been waiting in line for nucleic acid tests. I'm so busy writing. Chapter 374, L Refugees. Ea is a hot and humid planet. The abundant and strong sunshine and abundant rainfall nourish the primitive rainforests of all latitudes and the gorgeous life therein, but also bring unbearable heat. In the Antioch province, the cold winter has not appeared in many geological layers. There are only short springs and long summers here. Magnificent life thrives here. So many such lives have derived strange species in one air orbital year after another. Giant lizards with giant sail-like backs, Convergently evolved agile cats and primates have appeared on the stage of life evolution. The primitive forests of Antioch are vast and ancient. When the seeds of those towering trees sprouted, the Protoss had not yet created their glorious empire. Augustus had just stepped out of a heavy armored command vehicle and walked on the road opened up by tanks and road rollers in the primitive rainforest in the north of Antioch. Next to him were Faraday's martial guards and a whole company of Goliath armed robots on the march. The surrounding area was filled with the fragrance of plant stems and leaves. When they were crushed and cut, the fallen trees were neatly stacked to be used as temporary defense barriers and materials for building refugee settlements. Continuing along this road, it is the location of the Antioch altar and the cemetery of the elders. It is said that the remains of the Protoss heroes of all generations are buried there. There is a memorial road that has been walked by pilgrims for many centuries. Although it has a nearly sacred meaning to the Protoss has also lost it in recent times. Passing through the altar and continuing forward is the fortress city of the Executive Fortress that Augustus ordered to be taken. It is still under the control of the Protoss Empire. Among Augustus's troops, the closest to there are Alpha Squadron and the 4 20,000-man divisions of the Revolutionary Army, equipped with countless heavy firepower vehicles and support artillery. Even so, it is nothing short of a pipe dream to take down the Executive Fortress in a short period of time with only human military strength. It was an impregnable fortress, and the defenders were able to constantly summon reinforcement through the Crystal Matrix warp network throughout air. The real main force was the Protoss army of Artemis and Phoenix. No matter what, they must know better than humans how to deal with their own people. Walking on the road and looking around and into the forest in the distance, Augustus had admired Aia's charming scenery more than once, but he still lamented the disaster suffered by such a beautiful planet. This is a vast primeval forest, with towering ancient trees supporting Aia's blue sky. The treetops that are higher than the head, the vines and trunks that are thicker than human arms, and the maze-like natural landscape in the Aia rainforest. The poisonous and colorful poisonous creatures are perfectly integrated with the surrounding environment, and those ferocious large animals peek at these strange foreign creatures with amazing wisdom. Large, wide, palm-like branches and evergreen vines interweave to form a green screen that blocks the sun, leaving a cool shadow for the ferns below. The leaves of the vegetation are colorful, flashing reddish-brown bright orange, fluorescent green and sapphire blue in the sun, like blooming flowers, and flowing rivers like flowing poetry. No leaf is exactly the same, and the veins of the leaves, like the veins of the heart and lungs, seem to be depicting a mysterious map. The branches are like colorful corals under the rippling blue waves, with various shapes and extraordinary beauty. To this day, Augustus has visited many planets, including real purgatory and paradise on Earth with a pleasant climate. As the home planet of a powerful and huge Protoss empire, most of Aia's landforms are still quite primitive, with only those golden cities and mysterious temples hidden between nature and mountains and rivers. The engineers of the Revolutionary Army admired the garden-like beauty of Aia briefly, and had to flatten the lush plants. If they didn't do that, once the Zerg fungal tumors began to spread, all life forms would cease to exist, and even the most beautiful flowers would turn into sticky gelatinous purple-black fungal blankets. Lundstein's division has entered the ruins of a city 40 miles south of the Executor's fortress. Ghost Agent Sarah Kerrigan, wearing a blue and white ghost-tied combat uniform, used a knife on her body to peel open the belly of an Aia rainforest insect while walking, and used psychic power to burn the remaining poisonous insects into ashes. This is a giant insect similar to a mosquito. Their bites to the Revolutionary Army soldiers can cause some strong fever symptoms and kill people. This poisonous insect is by no means the most dangerous and deadly creature on Aia. The primeval forest of Aia is full of dangers, and those deadly hunters are not even noticeable to the human eye. That city was abandoned not long ago. There is evidence that a group of Zerg from the Belog tribe attacked and destroyed it, devouring all the Protoss. A layer of moisture condensed on Kerrigan's ghost combat suit. The humid air made her combat suit stick to her body more tightly, making her look more feminine. Wasn't Gwen, the brainworm of the White Balrog tribe, killed by Zarachil's Dark Templar? Gwen can't be resurrected, and its out-of-control tribe was defeated by the rest of the hive. Augustus did not hide his surprise when he heard the news. While Augustus was speaking, the micro air conditioner of his power armor was still working, bringing a little coolness to the wearer in Aya's hot summer. Otherwise, the humid and sultry air would greatly reduce the combat effectiveness of those soldiers from high latitudes. This was one of the few times that Augustus gave high marks to the power armor designer for his humanized design, while the functions of other parts of the armor were mostly not very humane. Either the Overmind rebuilt this group, based on the genes of the Belog group, or the brainworms of another group, or the nameless brainworms accepted and controlled the Belog group. After capturing the brainworm named, the Revolutionary Army made a breakthrough in the study of the internal class and group specialties of the Zerg. They also learned from the brainworm that a brainworm that had just been born was insignificant and could not establish its own prestige in the Zerg group, although the brainworm was unwilling to admit this and threw a tantrum when the researchers questioned it. The number of Belogs is small, but every clan member is bloodthirsty and powerful. The Belog is one of the groups guarding the Overmind. Their appearance here means that the Zerg Overmind must be not far away. General Runstein's men did not encounter any Zerg attacks, nor did they find any Protoss survivors in the city. Karrigan continued to tell Augustus. One of his jungle guerrilla forces shot down an overlord with an anti-aircraft missile and dug out a large number of Protoss civilian bodies from the belly of the hideous monster. He suspected that the Zerg either ate those Protoss or took them away, she speculated. The Zerg cannot assimilate Protoss genes, and they probably ate Protoss just to relieve their hunger. Research in the alien laboratory shows that if the Zerg leave the range of the fungal blanket, they must replenish the energy consumed by eating. If you can still remember the hybrid monsters created by mixing Protoss and Zerg genes that we found in the Luria system, you may think of the conspiracy behind the Zerg's abnormal behavior. Augustus didn't think so. The Zerg have eaten so many Protoss, and the hybrid monster that was born in the end must be beyond all of our imaginations. Augustus thought of the future hybrid of the evil god's host body created by the Overmind's body. The monster formed by the fusion of the Overmind's body and countless Protoss is the real Doomsday Terminator. Karrigan still couldn't figure out the meaning of Augustus's words, but she imagined that these words must have a profound meaning far beyond the limitations of her own thinking. Augustus's words will be recorded for the future autobiographers and historians who will write books and biographies of Emperor Augustus Mengsk. Before Karrigan could say anything else, the commander of another main force also reported that they had entered the predetermined attack position, and new intelligence was also continuously flowing into Augustus's martial headquarters. The Protoss was still strengthening the defense of the Executor's fortress, but that was not to guard against the sudden appearance of humans, but to resist the Zerg attack from the direction of the province of Thane. It was the first area to fall after the Overmind descended on Aya. A large number of Shamut and Jumunganda Zerg were lingering on the ruins of the once glorious cities and broken disk spires of the province of Sion. As long as the Overmind thought it was the best time to launch an attack on the capital of the Protoss Empire, these two most powerful tribes would really take action. Tell Lieutenant General Bennett to launch the attack according to the battle plan. What we have to do is to drop bombs on the Protoss positions. The louder the sound of setting off fireworks, the better. Wait until Phoenix's army begins to move, and then launch a general attack. Augustus ordered in the command channel. This is an important battle, and I don't need to mention the value of the Executor's fortress. I have only one request for the warriors, that is, to capture this fortress. He said, I will not allow any failure. Augustus was still a long distance away from the front line at this time. His destination was not the Executor's fortress, but the nearest city that had been occupied by the Zerg, which was also the location of the Great Altar in the Protoss doctrine. The battle to attack the Executor's fortress was the most important battle for the Revolutionary Army after landing in Aya, but Augustus had to command more than just this one battle. According to the original plan, Augustus would set up a temporary command center in that area to command the entire army. At the same time that Augustus issued the last order, a commotion suddenly came from the primitive jungle not far away. Dozens of elite martial guards around him immediately guarded the marshal tightly in the middle. An 8-man Nova Squadron Ghost Agent team hidden in the shadows quickly approached the direction of the sound, and the other two groups were on standby. The terrain in Aya's primitive forest is complex, and the thick branches are intertwined like a dragon, making it difficult to even run. Only agile primates and birds can adapt to the environment above the treetops. Is it the beast of air? Augustus had encountered this kind of thing before. Walking in the jungle, from time to time, panicked large animals would panic and break into the Revolutionary Army's marching column. If they could not be driven away, the soldiers would have no choice but to shoot those creatures that the Protoss in the ancient tribal era might have regarded as the incarnation of some kind of god. It's the Protoss. A ghost agent who went to investigate said, more than 200 people, most of them are civilians, and few of them have weapons. Bring them here, Augustus ordered. Take the Protoss relics given to us by Tacita, so that these Protoss will not regard us as enemies. As you wish. Has the Protoss Empire been unable to take care of even its own civilians? Kerrigan shook her head. The Revolutionary Army rarely encountered lost Protoss civilians during their march, and the latter would not deal with such strange primates unless necessary. The primates of air are either stupid apes or cunning little furballs the size of a palm, and the Protoss's perception of humans is roughly the same. Not long after, 2 Templars in gold and blue armor were brought over, one of whom held the common zealot Protoss blade, and the other used a sickle-shaped weapon similar to the Dark Templar's warp blade. They were obviously the leaders of these Air Protoss refugees and representatives sent to meet with human leaders. Entaro had done. Salutations to you, noble Templar. I'm Augustus Mengsk, the leader of the human revolutionary army. Augustus spoke to the 2 Templars. Salute to Adun. I'm Alrina, the Templar of the Fenati tribe. I already know your identity and purpose, but we don't need human help. Please tell us, where are our people? One of the Templars made a gesture of respect to Augustus. Although he was so destitute, his words still could not hide the Protoss' deep contempt and condescending attitude towards other races. After all, before humans stepped into the starry sky, the Protoss Empire was silently watching and protecting countless such races. Follow us, you will meet your own people soon. Augustus glanced at Kerrigan, who was a little angry because of the other party's ungrateful words, and told her not to care about such a small matter. If you want to read my mind, you will find that Tacita and Artemis, the executors of the Protoss Empire, are my best friends. The human revolutionary army is here to help the Protoss, not only to fulfill the promise I made, but also to ensure that the friendship between humans and the Protoss will last forever. Gods above, you are as honest as pure golden stone. Salute you, human commander. The attitude of the Templar towards Augustus changed obviously. Then, a group of Protoss with torn and wrinkled robes walked out of the jungle behind him. Just like all the Protoss that Augustus had seen, these Protoss who were forced to flee into the jungle had slender limbs and elegant and agile steps, but their exhausted posture due to fear, running day and night, and hiding in fear was no better than that of the human refugees who had to flee their homes because of the Zerg invasion and the burning of their homes by the Protoss. Thank you for your support. Every day I can see the votes of readers. Chapter 375 Mothership. As night fell, Augustus's headquarters arrived at the site of the Great Altar in Antioch province. It was a Xel'Naga temple that had existed long ago and had been preserved to this day. The long staircase led directly to the solemn pyramid-shaped top. The mysterious and beautiful vortex aura on the walls dotted with green moss seemed alive. Rainwater accumulated in the depressions of the trapezoidal platform between the stone steps, and each small puddle reflected the red sunset glow of air at sunset, like a burning gem. The temple had a strong and important meaning in the eyes of the Protoss. Its simple and elegant steps connected a several-mile-long memorial road. In accordance with the inviolable tradition, every great man of the Protoss Empire who was full of glory during his lifetime would be carried by respectful farewellers to the memorial road and sent to sleep in the Kadarin crystal force field of the Xel'Naga temple. Now, this sacred road has been destroyed by war. The crystal towers with damaged matrix circuits lie crookedly on the muddy and charred road. The broken crystals flash orange-red glow in the sunset. The picture in front of him is also quite unique and beautiful, but Augustus, who did not inherit much artistic cells from his parents, only sees it as a crooked electric pole. Unsurprisingly, the magnificent buildings that lost the power of the crystal towers stopped working and became dim and lifeless, like golden stone that had faded. In a sense, Aya has lost power again. Everything in front of him is like a city swept by a storm, but only a hurricane with Zerg can blow down these crystal towers that have stood for more than 10 centuries. In the ancient cities that Augustus saw along the way, the tragic scenes were many times more cruel than this. Each city in Antioch has a long history. The layout and architectural beauty of those cities are unmatched by any human city. Each dome-shaped spire that rises into the sky is one of the most elegant designs in the world. The splendid and ancient buildings of the Protoss Empire sparkle in the sunlight of the day, as if coated with a layer of gold. The city is brightly lit at night, and the crystal light that reaches the sky seems to come from the Mirage and Crystal Palace in the sky. But now, the cities that have stood for countless centuries in the Protoss Empire have turned into charred and broken ruins. The floating palaces like sky gardens have fallen from the sky. The golden towers between the gardens and the azure blue rivers are left with only magnificent columns and bases that have been burned black by fire. And those precious relics of the Xel'Naga gods, temples and Protoss Empire buildings, as well as the crystals that are unique and cannot be replicated in the history of art, have also been destroyed. The Zerg are like a thug who only wants to destroy. The treasures of civilization are not worth mentioning in front of them. The war unfolded on Ea, the center of the vast Protoss Empire, and the damage it brought was irreparable. The Protoss Empire's losses in this catastrophe are incalculable. In a short period of time, they lost an unimaginable population, cities, and technology. The civilization declined significantly, and the golden age of the Empire's survival and development history became a glorious past that only remained in records and visions. From the perspective of Augustus as a human leader, he did not want the Protoss Empire to be too powerful unless their leaders were those who he knew well. He also did not want the Protoss to perish under the blow of this catastrophe, because without the Protoss, humans could not face the wrath of the Zerg and even the fallen Xel'Naga Raman who would end the entire universe in the future. Your executor Artemis is in this temple. Augustus was standing at the end of the road of remembrance, and in front of him was the stairs to the Xel'Naga temple. It was a long road, and the winding outline was intricately arranged with exquisite patterns. The spire of the Xel'Naga temple overlooks the lush forests and poetic rivers. Every otherworldly sculpture and extremely harmonious corner is a glimpse of the peak of the ancient race's art. It is of course a priceless treasure, but that did not prevent the revolutionary soldiers from building firepower commanding heights and anti-aircraft turrets on the main body of the building. Praise your kindness, Commander Augustus Mengsk. Behind Augustus were several armored transport vehicles full of civilians from the Protoss Empire. At this moment, these ragged refugees were nimbly jumping out of the armored vehicles without even stepping on the lowered pedals. They were as light and graceful as a group of cats happily stepping out of the cattery. The leader of the Protoss did not hide his gratitude. The Templar of the Fenati tribe was filled with joy and gratitude, which impacted Augustus' brain and made him feel dizzy. When the Ea Protoss really express gratitude to you, it must be true. I'm just doing something good according to my conscience. Augustus replied, Lieutenant Olga, send them to the Protoss camp. Telegraph ought to prepare some blankets and water for these unfortunate Protoss. They must be exhausted. Looking in the direction pointed by Augustus, the Templar of Fenatiel known as Lastness saw a Protoss camp surrounded by golden photon turrets and shield matrices. All the buildings were built of golden metal and crystal clear blue Kadarin crystals. The high towers surrounding the dome were visually impactful and elegant, as solemn as a majestic symphony. Over the camp hovered a deep blue vortex formed by the distortion of the space-time force field of the Stargate, and sometimes Protoss or human fighters flew out of it. In fact, Augustus didn't need to say anything. The Templar Lastness could also hear the call of the tribe in that direction from the mental network Kara. Every Protoss celebrated the return of the tribe from the bottom of their hearts. Go. Lastness said to the Templars and other Calais civilians who followed him, may those people who failed to escape the Zerg's pursuit like us rest in peace, and may they meet again in front of Adun. But what about you? A Templar with a scar on his face looked at him and asked. There was only the most real emotional expression in the Calais, without meaningless lies and suspicion. I will go to the temple, face the executor, and ask him to punish me, the punishment for losing the territory of Fenatia. Lastness replied. But it's not your fault. The Zerg came too fast and too much. They are a flood that submerges everything, and we are just dangerous eggs drifting with the tide. Another Templar said in a poetic way. Go, my friend. take the people we were supposed to protect to a safe place, and I'm guilty of an unforgivable crime. Larsenus said, I should have died on the battlefield when the territory fell. The new executor will surely forgive you. He has never punished anyone, and no Templar has ever committed a crime that deserves punishment. The Templar left with his exhausted people. He knew that he could not convince his brother, who was already too deeply trapped in hatred and guilt, even though they had fought side by side for hundreds of years. The fall of Air and the unprecedented catastrophe of the Protoss Empire left irreparable damage in the hearts of the Protoss. They were originally a calm, rational, highly advanced and developed race, but now they are almost shattered. Follow me, Templar, let's go see Artanis together. Augustus was troubled by the Protoss' unique integrity, and hoped that Titus Finley could match the noble character of these Protoss warriors. At this time, the roar that shook the earth sounded again. It was the sound of the Yamato guns of a Revolutionary Army battlecruiser in low Earth orbit. This modified Behemoth-class battlecruiser was ordered to destroy a Zerg main nest complex on the Relas Highlands. At the same time, in another direction north of the Selnaga Temple, the joined forces of the Revolutionary Army and Tacita also entered the final stage of their attack on the Executor's fortress. The deafening sound of artillery fire subsided at a certain moment. It was obvious that the army of the Supreme Council and the Coalition had already engaged in close combat. As long as the fortress city was captured, the Coalition forces and the Supreme Council would definitely arrive as scheduled, because the members of the Arbitration Council would never sit idly by and watch the traitor Tacita march straight in. It must be said that the morale of Tacita and his Templars and the Protoss who were ordered to arrest him dropped significantly when they were forced to fight against their own kind. The Protoss who were used to communicating with each other may never get over the sorrow of having killed a fellow Protoss. Your integrity and kindness are close to the greater done. After hearing what Augustus said, the Templar Larsenus, who was deeply trapped in guilt, immediately praised. The Aya Protoss spoke the truth, and they were better at praising others, rather than using bad contexts to belittle others. Every Protoss would be tolerated and comforted by their people in the Kala, which was also part of the reason why they would fall into the desire for suicide once they lost the Kala. I'm just a nobleman from Korhal, and I have nothing to do with greatness. Augustus remained humble in front of the Protoss. He spoke elegantly in diplomatic occasions, but this could not conceal his prestige in the military. Augustus climbed the stone steps of the Zelnaga temple, which were made of some kind of blue-gray material, with the help of power armor. A team of martial guard soldiers wearing power armor followed him, and the heavy boots and armor plated with new alloys made bursts of clicking sounds. At this moment, the sun had set, and Aya fell into a silent night. The magical and tenacious nature revived after this, and the insects and frogs croaked again, and everything seemed to have returned to the scene of peace and prosperity. No Zelnaga temple is exactly the same. Each of them seems to be naturally generated, with the ingenuity and naturalness of nature. The wide stairs and the abstract stone sculptures on both sides are amazing. The void crystals emitting green fluorescence in the dark night bring a refreshing coolness, dispelling the heat of air. The water vapor refracting the light condensed above the crystals. This dreamlike scene reminded Augustus of the giant fountain under the silver spire of Korhal. I saw the once beautiful Korhal IV through your eyes, but it has been destroyed by war. Larsenus felt a moment of sadness from Augustus' heart. Yes, it has turned into a scorched earth, and everything has been burned to ashes. Augustus' eyelids twitched. I have fought until now to control my own destiny and prevent other planets from suffering the same fate as Korhal. We all fight for our homeland. Larsenus sighed. As he climbed the stone steps, Augustus saw the Templars guarding the temple. They were as silent as statues. Among these Templars, in addition to the working Calais phase technicians and unmanned machines, the Revolutionary Army engineers could often be seen. They were strengthening the defense of the temple in a human way. Although the rough way these human engineers operated the spot welding guns and screwdrivers made the Protoss engineers shudder, they had no choice but to accept this temporarily tolerable blasphemy of humans. At such a critical juncture, only the most pedantic Protoss still adhered to the past dogma. With the joint efforts of humans and Protoss, this Zelnaga temple was equipped with powerful Draken railguns and Mark electromagnetic cannons. These terrifying weapons are enough to threaten behemoths and leviathans in high altitude orbits. The Protoss installed particle light cannons and energy shields for the temple to ensure that the temple can withstand the firepower of its compatriots. If necessary, the Protoss fleet can directly warp the temple to the nearest warship. Below the temple, the human and Protoss military camps are located in the primitive rainforest. The revolutionary soldiers in the camp are enjoying their first hot meal since landing on Aya 20 hours ago. After that, they will check their weapons and prepare to join the next battle. The revolutionary soldiers who came to Aya are no longer new recruits. Even the youngest have participated in the Battle of Wodona. They all know what kind of enemies they will face and are ready to fight and die. The soldiers in the revolutionary army are all mortals. They will also be afraid and scared. Some are so trapped that they are forced to return to Antigua, and some become deserters in Luria. But as long as they set foot on the land of Aya, they will be regarded as true heroes. Having participated in the Battle of Aya is not only a qualification that can be boasted to the new recruits, but also a proof that they have followed Marshal Augustus Mengsk to the most remote and dangerous areas of the galaxy. The loyalty of these soldiers is immeasurable, and they will be called the ancestors who died generously for mankind in the future. Augustus finally found Executor Artenis at a prototype altar in the temple, and the latter had already received the news of their arrival. Executor, I want to confess to you. I could have saved more people, but I failed to do it. Lasnus immediately asked Artenis for punishment. You have done your best, Templar. You are the son of Adun, a warrior among us. You have no need to apologize. As Artenis spoke, Augustus noticed the many Protoss Calais phase technicians who were busy around him. You finally decided to restart it. Augustus smiled and said, my grandfather said that when the enemy is in front of you, the best weapon cannot be hidden. A mothership. Lasnus read the meaning of Augustus' words from Artenis. A mothership sleeping under the Zelnaga temple. It was originally used as a cemetery for ancient heroes. I hope the souls of the sages and heroes can forgive our interruption. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.